of an emperor.
For Tyre Power, your tyre experts. Live from India. Welcome to SEN Test Cricket. India versus Australia.
Good morning and welcome to SEN Test Cricket live from India for Henley Homes. Buy a completed home at the Vales, Bonnybrook, henley.com.au, and for Tyre Power, know your tyres. And for the final time, welcome to Ahmedabad. In simple terms, on day 5 here at Modi Stadium, only one team can realistically win, India. They've earned that position by batting for 2 full days after Australia nearly did the same to begin the test match, banking a lead of 91 after being dismissed for 571. There were flurries of fun for the hosts yesterday, like when wicketkeeper KS Bharat took 21 off a Cam Green over after lunch, and Akshar Patel did something similar in the final session. But for the most part, it was a day defined by Virat Kohli's assiduous graft, his 28th test ton, the drought breakout, celebrated by 1 billion people or more when it was raised with a neat tuck. Australia fought hard and, despite how the scorecard reads, bowled well. Steve Smith and the senior players were always tweaking and always sinking, but Kohli and his supporting cast were too patient. It's the blueprint for what Australia need to do to secure a draw here on the final day of the series. The scoreline won't be the 2-2 result they were hoping for after Delhi, but from where they sat after that debacle, a win and a draw wouldn't at all be for nothing. It's unlikely the track will liven up, but India, don't forget, still have Ashwin and Jadeja. And as they've shown repeatedly over the last decade, they can bring test matches to life in the space of a spell. I'm Adam Collins, and with me, as has been the case every single day of the trip, to begin the broadcast, Bharat Sundaresan and Peter Lalor. Good morning to you both, gents. What we're going to start on is actually some injury news, or an injury update, if you like, on Usman Khawaja. Pete, you've been scurrying around. I know when there's a yarn brewing because you walk at a pace, double speed, and you've been walking around a lot this morning. What's going on with Uzi?
Hobbling around on my walking frame, fast and furious. Good morning, Adam Collins. Good morning, Bharat Sundaresan. Well, Usman Khawaja, I watched him get off the bus, and I would describe him as proppy. There are big concerns about his ability to bat with any freedom. He's having an injury test in the nets, or a fitness test, if you like. That's the proper phrase, isn't it? That's the cliche we use. In the nets, probably as we speak. The Aussies haven't come out. They're not warming up today for obvious reasons. Naturally, there was sort of misinformation and a veil of fog come out of the Australian camp yesterday when we were told it was nothing serious and, you know, something in the lower leg and blah, 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 blah. You know straight away that 9 times out of 10, they're not telling you the truth. It was something serious. It was so serious, in fact, that he went for an MRI after play. They're telling us now that they couldn't, I don't know what the wording is, but, you know, they haven't detected anything.
Inconclusive was the word.
Inconclusive, yeah, so inconclusive could mean anything from it's snapped right off to he'll go out and bat first drop down. Pardon my cynicism, but I'm kind of sick of this rubbish that we get out of the dressing room every time someone's injured. You remember with Warner, he's got a headache. Yeah, he's got a headache, and he had a broken bloody arm. I mean, you know, and we had to find that out ourselves.
Can I ask you? Can I just jump in, Pete?
I'm ranting.
But you've been doing this. You've been doing this job. You've been coming on tour since 2004, and you've been a journo for over 3 decades, like longer than that, indeed. But why is there this culture around injuries when it comes to, it's not just the Aussie team, but around this team specifically? What do you pick up on?
I don't know. I think they live in a little bubble and love to play games, and, you know, it's this sort of gamesmanship, and it's not, and they will say, it's gamesmanship with the other side, but you gain no advantage from it. It becomes gamesmanship with the media, like trying to keep secrets from the media, and, you know, let's keep everything in-house and tell them nothing until we absolutely need to tell them something. I'm not necessarily blaming, it's not the media manager's fault as such, you know. Coaches and medical staff have always been furtive about injury.
Right.
But, you know, you'd think that, you come over here. What's the point of hiding these injuries? What's the point of saying that David Warner has a sore head when he's got a broken arm?
Brett, in your experience, you've been on the beat for a long time as well. Do you think there's any advantage gained by withholding information or by providing a version of events that later is added to when the results have become, publicly known? Because they always become public eventually.
They do. And good morning, Adam. Good morning, Peter, and to everyone listening. I covered Indian cricket for 10.5 years. So I think that statement should sum everything up. And you know what I mean, Peter?
I do.
We were given nothing. The logic still are given nothing.
Didn't even get to speak to Bharat last night.
Exactly, yeah. And
I
the
felt
whole
for the
Indian press
journos.
back was...
Yeah, I did feel for the Indian journos last night. Like, it's been a long time since they've had a chance to talk to Kohli. Makes 186. It's a day of triumph. They're all writing these beautiful pieces about him. I've read a couple of them last night. And, I mean, the custom is always for the man who is the player of the day to come over. And he's just said, no, I'm not coming.
You're taken for granted in India. There is a strong belief in Indian cricket that the media is just incidental hindrance. We don't really need them. We can function without really caring about the media. And when it comes to injuries, they don't need to know what they don't need to know. It's like you said, it's our problem. Like, what will they understand about an injury, or why should we be sharing our secrets? Or it's not even a secret when it comes to Indian cricket. It's just this lack of care about the media and what they do.
Fundamental difference is that Indian cricket doesn't need the media. Australian cricket does need the media. We are kind of disappearing up our own bum here a little bit, but it creates an atmosphere of mistrust. And if you put out a report saying somebody's hurt their little toe, well, you know, I apologise if I think that their leg's been amputated, because that's my experience in the past. But anyway, the issue today is, can Australia hold on a batsman down? And the way Uzi was walking, he didn't look like he'd be able to play with much freedom. I mean, he's not a guy who has a lot of footwork, but he does. You know, every batter needs their footwork, and I could be wrong. He may come in next, but it looked to me like he'd probably come in only if necessary.
But if there's one pitch in the whole world where you can get away with lack of footwork, it's this one. It's not broken up at all. There's no pace off it, and we saw in the first innings how Usman Khawaja was able to pick balls, whether he wanted to play it off the front foot or the back foot at the last second. So. And because Australia are not going for a win, all they need to do is just have a net, really, just bat. You can do that even if your movement is hindered.
That's right. And Khawaja is the batter who doesn't really move his feet that much.
So they resume at none for 3. They faced 6 overs last night. Travis Head's on 3. Matt Kuhneman's faced 18 balls opening. Who would have thought Matt Kuhneman rocks up to Delhi, was playing Shield cricket 5 days before, opened the bowling in both innings on Test debut. Takes a 5 for inside, 32 overs to start the second Test he plays at indoor. 5 for 16, the best 5-wicket analysis for Australia in India ever, or something like that, you know, in terms of runs conceded. And then in his third Test match, walks out and opens the batting. Pete Hanscom told us last night, Bharat, that they made the decision while they were fielding that Kuhneman was going to get the gig.
Yeah, and also he's become such a name in India. I was at the team hotel in Indore one evening. I think you were with me as well in reception. I saw a couple of people walk up to him, take a picture with him, but also get his name absolutely right in India. I was so impressed. That's how big a name he's become. Mr. Kuhneman, they said.
There's a lot of stories going around, but the other story was, because the story came out of the dressing room that Marnus Labuschagne was going to open. That's what we revived. And then about a minute later said, no, it's Matthew Kuhneman. And Carey said that Kuhneman actually put his hand up and volunteered, and they were all really impressed. And I'll tell you what, he did really well.
He did very well.
Shami was steaming in, but it didn't. He held his ground really well. I mean, soft track to bat on, but good effort.
So they're 88 runs behind. The other factor that we've spoken quite a lot about this week because of the World Test Championship connotations for India. So they lost a session, just to frame it up here. New Zealand required 285 on the final day, and Sri Lanka, if they bowl them out and win, could put India under pressure, because if it's a draw here and Sri Lanka win 2-0, then Sri Lanka make the final, not India. Now, there was more than a session lost in Christchurch due to rain, I'm afraid to say, so there won't be the grandstand finish there. They have gotten on in the 14th session, so the second last session of the match. New Zealand are 2 for 73. They're 212 away from their victory target, but Sri Lanka will need to take 8 wickets in 37 overs. That feels unlikely when you've got Williamson at the crease, having already faced 85 balls. So what that means is that playing out for a draw for India today won't affect them at all.
But if you're Indian, this is a fantastic setup today. You come to the ground, or you're watching the telly, you're listening to SEN, probably listening to SEN first. Because you win today, you're through to the World Test Championship. What a great setup on the final day of the Border Gavaskar Trophy at the biggest cricket ground in the world.
And even though that might be unlikely on a blameless pitch, you've got Ashwin and Jadeja, I mentioned in the intro. You can imagine what Ashwin's thinking of this morning. He's like, well, how about this? How about I bowl Australia out in a session and a half and then we chase down 100 to win? That'll be his starting point this morning, Bharat. You know him well.
On a pitch like this, for sure. I mean, the 6 wickets, you could see it in his body language and in the press conference as well. To take 6 wickets on this pitch, because there's always that narrative with Ashwin, right? And Ashwin and Jadeja that, they take a lot of wickets on turning pitches. But the fact that he didn't go for 100 runs and took 6 wickets here, and that's what he'll be telling himself. If I can bowl Australia out on this pitch, which has given me absolutely nothing, and he's been saying that behind closed doors quite a bit, he will. That's what will motivate him, charge him. Akshar Patel spoke to the media yesterday. One of the Indian journalists said, "Okay, Akshar, frankly tell us, should we even bother coming to the ground, or is there a result inside?" He said, "Frankly speaking, well, it's going to be very difficult to force a result because batters are just walking out there like they've had a net and they're just walking straight out of the net. They just walk in settled. That's because of the lack of pace of this pitch and the lack of trickery. We've seen 2 balls misbehave and then you wait for 3-4 hours and then comes the next bit of misbehavior.
Well, I hoped you were wrong yesterday when you predicted that old mate Virat Kohli would make 200 and you were only just wrong. You saw that one coming, the great seer that you are. Today, I hope you're right for Australia's sake, because look, let's be honest, Australia have been really admirable in this series. I'm not waving the flag here, but apart from an hour here and there, they've had a really good series. I've been very impressed by the cricket that they've played.
Before we go to our first break, it's time to check the weather and conditions on the Kubota cast. Kubota, shaping and building Australia. Pete Lalor, we've done this every day of the series. What's the temperature now, and what's it going to be at its peak today? You guess. You tell me.
The temperature now would be about 29, and I reckon the peaks...
No. Think about it. What's it been every day when we do this Kubota cast, Pete? Every day we do this.
What happens every time you ask me a question that's got numbers in it? I'm going for a top of 38.
It's 26 now and a top of 37. As it is seemingly every day.
Every day.
Or near enough. Kubota. Together we are shaping and building Australia. We're going to take our first break on SEN Test Cricket. Last day of school energy here in the commentary box. Our coverage is for Tyre Power. 4 for 3 on Kumo tyres. 25% off. Other side of the break, Daniel Norcross with Louis Cameron, who's been watching Usman Khawaja bat.
For Healy Completed Homes, now selling in Officer and Kalkallo, henley.com.au. And Tyre Power, your tyre experts. India versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
Experience ultimate value and peace of mind with the Value Car Park at Melbourne Airport at just $12 a day, drive up or online. Book online now and save at melbourneairport.com.au.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Major building projects for the trade or a DIY home reno. Robot Building Supplies is the Australian-owned family-run business you can trust.
Robot's got it.
Robot's product range is vast and world-class. And when it comes to product knowledge,
Robot's got it.
Next day delivery in Metro Melbourne.
Robot's got it.
Over 70 years experience and reliability helping Melburnians. Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT Robot Building Supplies.
Power up your Qantas points with Red Energy. Every day for 4 weeks, Red Energy is giving away 100,000 Qantas points. There's a grand total of 3 million points up for grabs. For a chance to win your share, simply switch your household energy to a Qantas Red Saver plan. Call 131 806 or switch online. See redenergy.com.au/win for full details and Qantas Red Plan fact sheets. Competition ends 21st of March 2023.
Hi, I'm Dylan, a family lawyer with Aitken Partners. I know separation and divorce are tough because I've been there myself. I know how daunting each step is, and I'm here to help you. Aitken Partners can help with a range of other issues too, from divorce and wills and estates to business and property issues, including litigation, employment law, and creating, buying and selling businesses. We want to help you live your best life. So call us on 8600 6000. That's 8600 6000.
People call me the world's best bargain hunter. I call them with my Kogan Mobile monthly plan. Unlimited talk, text, and 10 gigs for $15. Talk about a bargain. KoganMobile.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Get back to work this year with a new Spitwater. Aussie made for 40 years. The tough and ready Spitwater pressure cleaner is hard at work every single day across Australia. In mines, on farms, in workshops, working as hard as you since 1982. And if you qualify, the ATO Instant Tax Write-Off for Business will give you the best New Year present. Instant Tax Write-Off, instant clean, instant job well done. Call 1-800-SPITWATER now or visit spitwater.com.au today.
The 7-seat Kia Sorrento, Kia's most awarded large SUV ever. Unlike any other SUV in Australia, the unrivaled Kia Sorrento is available in diesel, petrol, hybrid and plug-in hybrid technologies. The Kia Sorrento, awarded and unmatched like no other 7-seat SUV. To find out more, visit kia.com.au or visit your nearest Kia dealer.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
R.J. Sanderson and Associates are accountants with tax strategies for businesses and self-managed super funds, along with tax tips for individuals, business and self-managed super funds. Taxation specialists. Take the stress out of tax. rjsanderson.com.au.
Designer Appliances Luxury Kitchen Bonus Catalogue is out now. Receive a bonus virtual Visa gift card up to $1,000 on selected models across your favourite brands. Plus, buy now, pay later. Visit your local gallery or designerappliances.com.au.
Howdy, country music lovers. Got a special country music festival coming up in March to get to? If so, make sure you get your new gear from Ringers Western. Their exclusive range of festival wear is designed for the perfect fit to suit your individual country style and a first pick for all country music fans. So if you're looking for festival fits to help you stand out from the crowd, get into the cowboy spirit and check out ringerswestern.com. Ringers Western, your partner in country music.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Officer and Calcalo, henley.com.au. And Tyre Power, your tyre experts. India versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
Hello. Welcome back, Daniel Norcross, Louis Cameron and Phil Long. For the very last time, we're going to do our pre-game setup. I know, there is sadness in the box, great sadness in the next 7 or 8 minutes or so. Phil Long's going to run the rule over all the numbers. Who are the leading wicket takers, leading run scorers? What's happened to Smith and Labuschagne? We should be asking. Louis Cameron will be providing his oracular thoughts. But first, let's go straight to the Oracle himself, because you have witnessed Khawaja in person today after his little injury, the snafu with the advertising sponge. What did you glean?
Yeah, witnessed him in person, and I wonder whether we will see him on the ground in this test for this final day. He looked proppy, Dan. That was probably the takeaway. He didn't bring his batting kit to the nets. He could, unless he's having a secret little net now. He wasn't batting when I was over there. He was doing some kind of gentle run-throughs, looking quite ginger. Had a long conversation with Coach Andrew McDonald. Got the sense that he's in quite a bit of pain, and maybe it's hurting a little bit more than they're letting on. It's an area around, so we're told it's not his knee. So he has had some knee troubles in the past. He had a full reconstruction, I believe, in 2014, 2015, right when he was kind of in his sweet spot of form. I'm told it's kind of just beneath his knee. It's kind of like that area, a very kind of vague area underneath his knee, in a kind of that
which
lower
we'd understand
leg.
as the shin.
Yeah. A little bit higher than the shin, but lower than the knee.
Oh, right, okay.
Yes.
That's a
technical. Very specific.
That really is a very specific
Well,
area.
I'm trying to be specific because it's an unusual injury, and if you actually watch the replay back, it doesn't seem like you would be able to kind of hurt that area the way he did it. You think it might be an ankle or a knee, but it's in between that. So he's in some discomfort, and there is a lot of doubt over whether he'll be able to bat today.
I mean, it's from an Australian point of view, unless the pitch does break up or unless the jitters run through the side, it oughtn't to be too much of a bother. I mean, if we just run the rule over the likely numbers, you start 88 runs behind, then if you're still batting at T, the chances are you're 70 or 80 ahead. There might be 30 overs left. So I suppose you've got to really bat for a further 10 or 15 overs after that to make the game safe. So I suppose there's 75 overs worth of batting might need to be done.
And he's been their best batter in the series, and I know Phil Long's going to talk about the two top ICC-ranked Australian batters in this series and how they've gone. But Usman Khawaja in this campaign has been their best player. So if the jitters do get on, if they lose a couple of early wickets, he is exactly the man they want to get in there. So I would be, I'd be sweating on him. And if I was the coach, if I was the selectors, if I was the skipper, I'd be saying, Uzi, can you give us something if it's not going to create any long-term damage?
Because it's one hell of a left-handed replacement opening the batting, isn't it? Matthew Kuhneman, number 11, is doing it. But he did it very well last night. Now, Phil Long, this is the end of the series, so it behoves us, a word I've been using a little too much, it behoves us to look back on this series and put it into context and understand these numbers, and there is no better man than you.
Well, Louis Cameron's hit the nail straight on the head. Usman Khawaja, 333 runs in this series. He's passed 53 times. No other Australian has passed 50 more than once. No other Australian has scored more than 200 runs. So his importance to this Australian batting order in this series cannot be, it can't be overstated. He's been the rock, which has kind of got them back to where they are now.
And in fairness, the match-winning 60 as well, wasn't it? At indoor, where it was almost impossible to bat. That was a masterful knot, Louis. I mean, it's not just in the 60 runs, it's just hanging around there for anything over 30, 40 balls. You needed a lot of concentration and a very good technique.
When you're looking back at the scorecards of this series in a few years' time, you'll need, almost asterisks next to some of the numbers, because that 60 is probably worth double. That was probably worth 120. Then his 180, was it, Phil? 180 on the spot. Maybe worth about half, maybe. Yeah. So you'd probably say, oh, that was a good 100, a good 101 if you're kind of averaging out the pitches. So vastly different conditions batters have had in this series.
But he's broken a record with that 180, and there have been many flat decks over the course of the 75 years that Australia and India have played against each other, and he's still played the longest innings of anyone. So that requires stamina, requires patience, requires technique, which he's got. But the two guys that, if we were looking at the scorecard, and if you'd said to me, I'd woken up and gone, oh, how many did Australia get? 480. So I imagine at least one of Marnus and Steve Smith got 100. Then no siree Bob. They only got 41 between them, and it's not been their series at all, has it, Phil?
Well, it's not. Steve Smith's never played in a series of more than of 3 or more matches where he's not made a 50. And obviously in this series, he's yet to go past that total. 38, his highest score so far here. He's got in quite a lot and then got out either a good ball or... he's been bowled quite a few times, which has been surprising, hasn't he? That's been a surprise in this series. And Marnus Labuschagne as well, since his opening series, 2 tests, he's never failed to make a 50 either soon.
And that's going to be something that England are going to be looking at. Remember, going back to 2019, and I know you guys are going to love this, going back to 2019, Steve Smith made 774 runs in 4 tests because he was concussed for one of them.
Watched them all.
And England tried to bowl at his stumps, and he just he didn't miss balls on the stumps unless he was trying to slog Chris Woakes for 6. So things are changing a little bit now. He's a little bit older. He's 33 years old. Clearly, he's not in that peak of his career anymore. So Broad, Anderson, Archer and Wood, if they're up and about, will be looking at that going, hey, we can bowl at his stumps now, and things might be a little bit different.
How does he not get LBW, though? I mean, you mentioned that. I was on commentary for a lot of that series. And you get a feel as a commentator, as the ball's being delivered, and you think, oh, guy's in trouble. Even in that split second, you can tell. And then it would be whipped away through mid-wicket, either for 4 or a couple of runs. And you're scratching your head thinking, how on earth did that bat get to that ball in that fraction of a second so perfectly? Is that what's happening here at the moment? He's just that fraction of a second behind where he was.
Possibly, yeah, possibly. It's so hard to tell. I mean, if guys, just kind of regress to the mean after 5 or 6 years of complete dominance, of course he was probably going to average. I mean, he's averaging 40 or something in the last 3 or 4 years.
Not bad,
that's still pretty good, right?
Yep.
So it's hard to tell if it's that. It's hard to tell if it's pitches doing a little bit more, or whether it's some signs of ageing.
Times Winged Chariots moving on quickly, Phil.
Very quickly, let's talk about the bowling. Wickets taken in this series. Nathan Lyon 22. Ravi Jadeja 22, Ravi Ashwin 24. Will today be the day maybe Jadeja takes a few wickets and becomes leading wicket taker in the series, or will it be Ravi Ashwin?
Well, we're fascinated to find out who is going to be this leading spinner. Lumo Energy will be particularly interested. It's time for us to take our final early morning break. It's time for us as a threesome to say goodbye. We'll be back on air during the rest of the day, but when you come back, it's going to be Adam Collins in the chair for the first ball of the last day of the series.
For Healy Completed Homes, now selling in Officer and Calcalo, henley.com.au. And Tyre Power, your tyre experts. India versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
Sick of business paperwork? Employment Hero streamlines HR admin so you can work easy. Sign up by March 24 for 2 months free. Search Employment Hero. T's and C's apply.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Hello, this is Bharat Sundaresan. If you're looking to build a new home but need to move in now, consider one of Henley's newly built completed homes. These homes have never been lived in, and Henley has new listings every week. With something to suit every budget in the best locations across Melbourne, enjoy fixed upfront pricing with premium inclusions. Plus, front landscaping, driveway, and fencing all included. Keep your cash flow with only 5% deposit and the balance at settlement. Henley Completed Homes. Visit henley.com.au today.
Thank you for voting Beaumont Tiles #1. You want great prices, range and awesome quality? Get that and 20% off floor tiles. Yes, 20% off our massive range of floor tiles when you choose Beaumont's. Your #1. Beaumont's.
Get your armour on. Do you have a new or pre-owned caravan, boat, camper trailer, mountain or motorbike? Some expensive mag wheels? They all need armour. Pure Japanese glass ceramic with over 100,000 vehicles treated in Australia, it's the proven choice in ceramic protection. Get your armour on. armour1.com.au.
Signet is ready for this round of footy. The optimism for your team's prospects.
The excitement of game day.
The march through the turnstile.
The team colours littered through the stadiums.
Are all ruined when you see your mobile in the red zone of battery life. So come on, don't be caught out this season. Get yourself a Signet power bank and make Signet part of your game day ritual. Power every moment with a Signet power bank. Available at major retailers and Signet.com.
Sustained performance in footy is more than just one great game. It's about playing consistently, game after game, season after season. Host Plus has delivered strong performance over the long term with top returns over 20 years. A top performing super fund over the long term, that's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Super Ratings SR50 Balance Index, January 2023. General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and T&D at hostplus.com.au. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance. Search Compare Host Plus today.
If you're a driver, rider, pedestrian or bystander and been injured in a road accident, you could be entitled to compensation. Arnold, Thomas and Becker can advise on all your entitlements, which could be in the hundreds of thousands of dollars and is in addition to what is provided by the TAC. Talk directly to an Arnold, Thomas and Becker lawyer and start your claim today. Arnold, Thomas and Becker Lawyers, securing compensation for Victorians for over 50 years. And if there's no win, there's no fee. Call 1300 333 300.
We've all heard it. Washing your dishes by hand saves water. It's a myth. That's why Whirlpool designs innovative kitchen appliances with the environment in mind. Featuring patented 6 Sense technology, Whirlpool dishwashers save up to 50% on energy and can clean a family-sized load with just a fraction of the water you'd use in the sink. So, have you got a Whirlpool? Visit whirlpool.com.au to find a stockist near you.
Tired of losing quality time stuck in traffic or public transport? Lose the commute and work closer to home in a Waterman workspace. Enjoy flexible private office terms and memberships for teams or individuals. Work how and where you want at any Waterman centre. With 8 locations across Melbourne, including Camberwell, High Point, Eastland and Chadstone. Take advantage of our limited pre-leasing opportunities and membership discounts available now. Find out more at waterman.com.au.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Officer and Calcalo, henley.com.au. And Tyre Power, your tyre experts. India versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power. Know your tyres. We're waiting for the 5th day to begin here at Ahmedabad, the final day of the Test and the series. Ravi Ashwin is having a little word to his charges. Well, they're not his charges, but very much a senior player and the senior spinner in the Indian side. A big bag of wickets in the first innings. Rohit Sharma, wearing a sun hat, leads them out to the middle. For Australia, it's going to be Travis Head and Matt Kuhnemann to start. They opened the batting last night. None for 3 from 6 overs. Matt Kuhnemann, the unlikely opener, indeed the unlikely tourist. He wasn't here at Nagpur, but was flown into Delhi, straight into the Test side. A bag of 5 at indoor and opening the batting here at Ahmedabad in the absence of Usman Khawaja, who we're still yet to get a complete picture of the injury, given the scan was inconclusive and he was doing a fitness test this morning. But we'll learn more and report accordingly through the course of the day. Phil Long is with us as ever, he's been brilliant through the series for Fuso Trucks. Fuso canters are in stock right now. Job done. Good morning, Longy.
Good morning. Morning, everyone. If you believe in coincidence or little numbers that might point you in the direction of something which you may not want to hear, India's lead 91. Opening test at Nagpur, Australia, 91 all out in their third innings.
Very good. Ravi, Shastri, good morning to you as well. First time on the broadcast today, last day of the series.
Morning, Adam, and looking forward to it because I still think there could be some interesting cricket coming up, especially in the first 2 sessions.
Yeah, it feels as though if Ashwin can get his teeth into this, surely him, if anyone, if Ashwin can get going early and get rid of Kuhnemann perhaps in the first 10 minutes and then get a look at Labuschagne Smith into the middle order before lunch, well, then they might have a chance to roll through them in the middle session and make the most of this final day. Otherwise, it could turn into a bit of a glorified centre wicket practice. Both are available. Both are possible. Australia, for their part, they're not even thinking about setting a target. It's all about survival. Ashwin to begin from our broadcast or northern end. Our final day for Tyre Power, Know Your Tyres. In the first session for BGT, Australia's apprenticeship in employment experts. Ashwin, first ball here, driven out towards mid-off by Travis Head. No run. He's on 3 there, are about... you could probably count the crowd right now, and that's a reflection of the fact that the sting has come out of the game. There might be a few hundred scattered across the gigantic stadium. Ashwin bowls, and going back is Travis Head. Won't get a run here, stops at short cover. We saw a big crowd here day one, somewhere between 50 and 60,000 were the official reports. They were probably 20, 25 in yesterday. They made so much noise when Kohli was nearing 100. Real highlight of the series from a broadcast perspective. Slip in a short leg. Travis Head drives out to point, gets the first run of the day. Sweeper in that direction. None for 4 Australia. Head has all of those runs so far. So there'll be full houses here, of course, through the course of the year for the IPL final. Will that be played here regardless of who makes it?
Yep.
So this will be like effectively the national stadium now.
It is.
Yep.
And will be. I think even the World Cup final, guaranteed here.
It's kind of a reminder of what a gigantic year we have that will, in all probability, all be back here in India for the World Cup in October and November. Matt Kuhnemann faced 18 balls last night. Yet to get off the mark. Ashwin to him here, off the mark here. Letting the batter open the face of the bat, I should say, down towards deep third. Might be a boundary here. Akshar tries to cut it off, but runs into the cameraman. I reckon he might have been touching the rope when he dragged it in. They'll go upstairs to check. Akshar Patel having a bit of a laugh. We'll see if it's a boundary for Blunston. Right on with Blunston. At the moment, the scoreboard hasn't ticked over. My sense was he got to the ball, but then kind of slipped and his foot ended up on the sponge. In a different way to what happened to Usman Khawaja yesterday. We'll come back to that through the morning. Yeah, he's definitely touching the sponge. That'll be signalled a boundary. First runs for Matthew Kuhnemann from the first ball he faced. They'll make that adjustment momentarily, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Matt Kuhnemann back to the striker's end. So Australia up to none for 8. They trail by 83 runs. That's on the Holman scoreboard. Holman for the smart Gardner. Nicely played there.
Very important, Australia just play normal cricket.
Yeah.
Not go really in total survival mode where they're just looking to block. Because that will allow India to get into this contest. I mean, they have to treat the bowling on merit and just pick up the runs they get. Because this game will start petering out into a real draw once Australia start getting ahead with wickets in hand.
Sometimes be the energy of a final day, can't it? Kuhnemann facing, gets forward, fends Ashwin. No run to the offside.
Till they reach 91, India will try everything. They'll have men in catching positions. And it's just a pressure game now. It's a mind game. You lose 1 or 2, you know you can't win. It's a different ball game.
Ashwin delivers. 4 catching men in close for Kuhnemann, defending down the pitch. To end the over, first of the day, 5 runs coming from it. Australia, none for 8 on the Holman scoreboard. Holman for the smart Gardner. Trailing by 83, Head on 4, Kuhnemann on 4. Good morning to our listeners in the UK. Late on Sunday night or early on Monday morning, probably the latter, given it's the start of a new working week. On TalkSport 2, great feedback from all of our listeners in the UK yesterday who enjoyed the Kohli 100. That was perfectly timed around breakfast for them.
Oh, yeah.
Right on round, Travis.
And a reminder that we've got this competition running. I should get in early on this today, Ravi, because if you leave it too late, it can kind of skew it.
Yep.
Guess the number of wickets to spinners on the final day. For $200, a voucher of $200. Ballpark Sporting Experience. Thanks to Lumo Energy, sen.com.au. Hit win and guess how many wickets will be taken today by spinners on the final day here at Ahmedabad for your chance to win a $200 Ballpark Sporting Experience voucher thanks to Lumo Energy. Mohammad Shami is going to take up the attack from the southern end, the GCA end here at Modi Stadium. Bowled well last night, just the one over, but he was quick at Kuhnemann. Round the wicket to head to begin. 2 catching men behind the wicket. Deep point out on the offside. Delivers here, head in behind it, but just kept a little bit low. Head looks at the bottom of his bat. So this will be, I mean, obviously you can sense probably through the effects mic that there's not a lot going on here today, but there'll be some set-piece events here later in the year. It is a massive 2023. We've spent a bit of time talking about scheduling this week on the broadcast with Mike Baird, the new chair of Cricket Australia, and Todd Greenberg, the chief executive of the Cricketers Association. They've both come up for an interview, a bit of commentary. And everyone's aware of this crunch that's coming, and 2023 might be the start of that. Shami bowls to head on 4, clips out towards deep backward square, nicely placed. Work to do around from fine leg for Umesh Yadav. He puts in a big diving effort. That's great commitment to the cause. I reckon he might have kept that in. They'll check it again for the second time this morning, but the 35-year-old veteran, smile on his face, he thinks he's done well.
He's done very well. You know, he gives it his all in the field. He's a natural athlete. No, he hasn't.
Oh, hang on, his foot might come off the sponge. Nah. No, they won't go. They won't go Umesh's way there. So that'll be a boundary for Travis Head. Our boundaries for Blunston. Right on with Blunston. Head advances to 8. Australia number 12, 79 behind. But yes, we finish here. You're into the IPL what next week?
31st.
So the 1 day. Sorry, 1 day.
Yeah, 1 day, and then in a couple of weeks.
And then the IPL's a competition which is expanding by the year at the moment.
Yeah.
Extra teams coming in last year. Shami bowls head plain a miss. He tries to cut it away in quintessential Travis Head fashion, but it goes underneath his bat. Not a lot of bounce so far this morning from that end in the few balls we've seen.
And I like the approach of Australia in this already just over and a half. You know, it's not just with the mindset. I remember South Africa playing a test against India where Hashim Amla was batting and he came out to bat with A.B. de Villiers, and of all people, A.B. de Villiers just looked to block. And they got away with it first session. They got away with it till an hour after lunch. And then everything exploded. In half an hour, 45 minutes, 7-8 wickets went.
Shami in bowls to head on 8 down the leg side. Doesn't catch up with it. Kaz Bharat diving away to his right. We might get Phil to bring up that scorecard. It's an absolute belter of a scorecard, that final day.
Yeah.
2019, wasn't it?
2019.
Where they were trying to see out long final day on a Bunsen. Didn't quite work out in South Africa's favour.
It was literally a mindset. Even if there's a full toss, I want to block. I just want to see the day through. Blocking. Didn't work.
Shami, who picked up Marnus Labuschagne, Peter Hanscom in the first innings, both bowled. He's got 2 slips to catching mid-wicket in close. Up to the crease here, bowls to Head, who defends out towards mid-on, no single. Australia still trailing by 79 after India were bowled out late yesterday for 571. Got a question this morning when doing a cross. Will Australia try and set the test match up and knock off the 88 remaining and put the foot down, go at 6 and over and declare and have a pop? I love that. What I really admire about the Australian attitude to Test cricket is how do we find a way to win? Now, that's not going to happen, but from a mindset perspective that some people woke up this morning and thought, can Australia still win? I think that's very much part of the national psyche. Last ball of the over here. Shami into Head. He's 8 and defends. Nice straight blade. Out to mid-off. End of the over. Australia number 12 on the Holman scoreboard. Holman for the smart gardener. Head on 8. Kuhnemann on 4.
Hello, this is Bharat Sundaresan. If you're looking to build a new home but need to move in now, consider one of Henley's newly built completed homes. These homes have never been lived in, and Henley has new listings every week. With something to suit every budget in the best locations across Melbourne, enjoy fixed upfront pricing with premium inclusions. Plus, front landscaping, driveway, and fencing all included. Keep your cash flow with only 5% deposit and the balance at settlement. Henley Completed Homes. Visit henley.com.au today.
Our first session for MEGT. MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship and employment experts. Adam Collins and Ravi Shastri with you on the call. Phil Long's with us as well. We'll have some fun with Phil through the day, I reckon, being the last day of school. 3 catches on the offside. Ashwin bowling to Kuhnemann. Short leg as well. Drives into the silly point. Who's in there? Is that Bharat? He's giving it plenty.
No, he's not going to go in there.
He was there in the first innings. Also, now it's Cheteshwar Pujara. Put another veteran in there. Got the binoculars out now to see who the catches are. Kohli at first slip. Gill at second. Ashwin bowls and forward is Kuhnemann defending. It's short leg. Surya Kumar Yadav, the sub who's on for Shreyas Iyer. Got the bad back. And yes, the aforementioned Cheteshwar Pujara, the silly point. So Kuhnemann's boxed in. Ashwin bouncing away from us. Passes umpire Menon, bowls here. On the leg stump sliding. There's half a shout for leg before. I'm not sure why. It was off the thigh pad and went to leg slip where there isn't a man. No run.
I just spoke to Virat last night.
How's he going?
He was relieved. He was relieved.
So was that at the hotel or you saw him around the ground?
No, at the hotel when I went back.
Ashwin delivers. Kuhnemann too short, but it does keep low. Kuhnemann adjusts his stroke, pushes out to mid-wicket. Huge gap there, gets a single. He's 5 from 25 balls, none for 13. So how did the conversation start with him? Talk us through it.
No, I said it must be a huge relief. He said, yeah, absolutely. He said, I just wanted to treat this, get out there and play what a test innings demands. Very interesting. He said, what a test innings demands. Means it was concentration, shifting gears, you know, just playing the conditions, trusting your defence, all those kinds of things.
Ashwin to Kuhnemann, back foot. Make that Travis Head, sorry. They took a single, not 2 from the previous ball. Out to cover, no run. I wonder what it'll do for Kohli. Deliberating.
It'll do wonders. Just seeing him tightening his defence midway through the series and on those tracks, I think it'll do wonders.
And the bigger picture as well with him.
Yeah.
Getting that off his back. Ashwin the finish, Kuhnemann. Sorry, again, it's Head. Confusing the left-handers. 9 overs gone. He's in defence there. None for 13 on the Holman scoreboard. Holman for the smart Gardner. Kuhnemann 5, Head 8. They trail by 78 runs.
Imagine tomorrow's car in stock today. Tech drive the new 2023 Hyundai Tucson at Melbourne City Hyundai and experience innovative tech and advanced design.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
First session for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship and employment experts. Ravi Shastri with us for the first half an hour of play. Who spoke to Virat Kohli last night. Yeah, we were sort of remarking upon it after play that having dealt with this and got over this hurdle, maybe he could have another purple patch that starts here, and it's a bit of a turning point for his career.
I think it will be, because, you know, the learnings of those 3 years, you know, mentally, physically, game-wise, technically, you know, he would have had enough time to reflect on all that and now become wiser.
Slightly abstract question, but what do you think Virat Kohli's doing in 10 years' time?
Oh, he'll be... You know, he's multifaceted. He's very talented. He is... and with the kind of money the players can make today, he can move into different ventures.
Shami around the wicket to Kuhnemann. He's got a silly point, unusual for a seamer, pushing out towards mid-wicket here, the Queenslander. No run. Is he the kind of guy, do you think, who will want to stay in cricket? The reason I ask the question is he temperamentally inclined to be staying as an international domestic player till he's 40, like Dhoni's doing, or is he more the kind of guy who will make a call and go off and do something different?
Yeah, once he finishes international cricket, he'll be done and dusted. Okay. But he'll be great colour for television.
Right,
or for media.
So he might go in and do TV after.
You never know.
Yep.
But I think he's cut out for that. It'll be awesome.
Because Dhoni said he'll never do it, right?
No, Dhoni, very clear, very clear.
When they reach that, I guess, that stage.
He'll do anything but come near a cricket field.
Kuhnemann's on 5. Shami to him here, beats him. Keeps a bit low again, through to the gloves of Bharat. Might have got underneath his blade.
He's rather happy cleaning his motorbikes. And when he gets onto one motorbike to get it sorted, he will dismantle every part. That's MS Dhoni. It'll be 5 hours, 6 hours, 2 days. He'll dismantle every part and then put it back.
Right.
And he's got about 60, 70 bikes only.
Only?
Yeah, so when it has to go for servicing, it is him doing it himself.
Does he still live Ranchi way? Or
Yeah, he still does. He's very happy in Ranchi.
Sounds quite meditative, where some people iron a shirt to let their mind drift away. Brett Coley, MS Dhoni dismantles a motorbike, cleans it and puts it back together again. We've got Dhoni's biographer, Sundaresan, jumping in next over. Bowling here again is Shami, pushing into the onside is Kuhnemann, no run.
Let me tell you about that test in Delhi 2015 that Ravi was mentioning.
Yep.
This comes with a warning, okay? South Africa needed 481 to win. They made 143 in the end of 143 overs.
There you go. Block, block, block.
Amla, 25 of 244 balls. AB de Villiers, explosive. AB de Villiers, 43 of 297 balls, 354 minutes.
There's a guy with was it a 36-ball international 100, AB de Villiers. All our numbers for Fuso trucks, Fuso canters are in stock now. Job done. Shami up bowls here, leaving alone is Kuhnemann close to that off stump. A couple of times AB had to do that in his career. Once at Adelaide in 2012 when he faced about 220 balls for 30, so he could truly shift gears. One of the greats.
Josh Butler did it in the last Ashes, of course, didn't he? Another one of the explosive batsmen having to dig in.
It's sometimes needed, you know, on a last day track where if you look at the variables, your chances of playing your natural game is just not allowed.
So silly point, short leg and 2 catches behind the wicket. Shami bowls here and defending is Kuhnemann out of the block hole, trying to York in there. He's faced 30 balls for 5, becoming a bit of a frustration. The man who only had 5 runs coming into this innings today.
And only difference with this pitch on day 5 as opposed to the other pitches which didn't go to day 5, but is that nothing's happening from the straight, even for the spinner, on a consistent basis. The problem starts when Ashwin comes or Jadeja comes into bowl, and then from middle and leg, one just, you know, takes off and it goes across the face of the blade. That creates doubts. So that's not happening enough.
So a change of angle for Shami with 1 ball left in. This is the 10th over, Australia number 13. Over the wicket now to Kuhnemann. Can he get one to go across him? Ball still relatively new. Delivers here on his hip. Clips away to deep backward square. Well played. Umesh Yadav in the game again. None for 14. Kuhnemann keeps the strike on 6. That's on the Holman scoreboard. Holman for the smart Gardner. Australia trailing by 77.
Hi, Patrick Cripps here from the Carlton Blues.
And I'm Nico Hines from the Cronulla Sharks.
This season, go Ultra with Foxtel.
Don't miss the NRL, Formula 1,
and for the first time ever, every game of every round of AFL live in 4K Ultra HD.
AFL, NRL, F1 live in 4K Ultra HD, only on Foxtel.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power. Great shot. Store-wide super sale on right now. Tyre Power. Bharat Sundaresan jumping in. You can follow everything that Brett, myself and Daniel Norcross will be doing before and after play on our social media platforms. SEN Cricket, Twitter, Instagram and TikTok, and on the podcast feed. Bowling here is Ashwin, new over to Kuhnemann, defending into the onside no run. Pete Hanscom was great last night, Brad, as we welcome you. I got him to explain in great detail every moment of his direct hit run out. And he did.
He loved every second of it.
We'll have a player, probably the captain, Steve Smith, on the podcast feed tonight. SEN Cricket. Bowling again is Ashwin, leaving alone is Kuhnemann, watching it into the gloves. That was the off break, he picked it.
Yeah, I also asked him about Australia's new best friend, Virat Kohli. Seems to be the best friends with everyone. BFFs with Nathan Lyon in particular. How things have changed, Ravi.
Now 2 short legs and 2 slips. Change of field. Kuhnemann forward, round the corner to leg slip. They appeal briefly. The men on the leg side for leg before, but that's sliding.
They would have discussed, looked as if they were discussing everything but cricket.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, they speak of 75 years of the 2 countries coming together, prime ministers going around the ground, but it's, I think, Virat Kohli in 2017 saying, I have no friends left in the Australian team, to now being more friendly with them than the Indian team. That's coming together of 2 countries.
Ashwin up, hits Kuhnemann on the pad. That looks much better. Yep, that's out. Umpire Menon raised the finger, up with the appeal. Matt Kuhnemann has a chat to Travis Head to consider the appeal, or the review, I should say, but I just don't see them chancing that yet. He's going to walk off. The timer ticks down to 0. Australia Blues tonight, watchman. Matt Kuhneman, league before wicket to Ashwin for 6, Australia 1 for 14.
And that just zipped through after pitching. Went on with the arm. The nip of the pitch was great there. Yes, and it's been given out. So even if he's thinking it's going down the leg side, chances of an umpire's call, very, very good.
Watching it back on our screen for Beaumont Tiles, Australia's favourite. Ashwin pumped up there as well. His 7th wicket for the Test match, remembering that he took brilliant figures of 6 for 91 from 47.2 overs the first time around in very tough and hot conditions on a flat track. And he's in the game again here. And when he's in the game, Ravi, we know that Ashwin never lacks for belief.
No, he'll be believing now. He's got 6. He's saying if I could get 6 wickets on day 1 and 2, you know, I'm good enough to get another 6 here.
Oh, very
much. If not more on day 5. You know, I've got the whole day to bowl. Australia's still behind. And this match is still wide open. You get a couple of big players out here, and I know what the pressure can be in the dressing room.
Especially if somehow India can get either Manas or Steve Smith out before lunch.
Or both.
Or if both, then India will believe that this game is well and truly theirs.
We said to Pete Hanscom last night that he's got memories of saving a test in far more difficult conditions than this at Ranchi on the final day in 17. He and Sean Marsh batting for 4 hours together. On that occasion, Australia were 3 down at lunch. They lost Matt Renshaw just before the break. My apologies, 4 down. They lost Renshaw and Smith.
But were they ahead?
No, they were behind. They got ahead with half an hour to go, which killed the test match.
So that's the difference here. The advantage for Australia is here. They're still behind. Till they go ahead by a big margin, by at least 70, 80, India will believe they have a chance in this game, which means Australia has to, from here, get another 150.
Which is why having Travis Head out there is so important for Australia, because he will score. I mean, if he spends time out there, he's the kind of batter who will keep scoring. So they would want him to be out there for at least the next 2-3 hours. Then they can bat. He will bat them to six.
Labuschagne in at 3. He was out, bowled by Shami for 3 in the first innings, his first single-digit score of the series. He's been pretty consistent, but yet to reach 50. Made 49 the opening day at Nagpur. The wicket that started that collapse, the first collapse of that Test match for Australia. Ashwin 1 for 7 in his 6th over. 2 left in it. Labuschagne's first ball, 2 short legs in, gets forward and pushes to the straighter of the 2 men in there under the lid on the bounce.
It was all quiet till the wicket went. Now you can see the chat around the bat. There's plenty of noise.
Watching the replay back here for Beaumont Tiles, Australia's favourite, Matt Kuhneman. Well, he should have reviewed. That's come up on the screen. That was missing the leg stump. It was sliding past. I understand why he didn't send it up, not wanting to blow one. As Ashwin bowls and turning around the corner is Labuschagne. No run. We'll come back to this. But had he sent it upstairs, he'd still be out there. So a successful over for India. Australia 1 for 14 on the Holman scoreboard. Holman for the smart Gardner. They trail by 77. They're 1 for 14. Heads on 8. And Labuschagne yet to score.
If your fixed rate home loan is ending, the refinanciers at Aussie could help you save thousands on your home loan. Let's talk at aussie.com.au or come in store today.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Optus Business Mobile Plus is fit for businesses of all shapes and sizes. Get all the mobiles, SIMs and data you need, and none you don't. Search Optus Business Mobile Plus today, call or visit us in store. Great business starts with yes.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power. Know your tyres. Adam Collins, Ravi, Shastri, Bharat, Sundaresan with you on the call. Mohammed Shami has got the ball from the GCA end, where there was so much activity 5 days ago with the 2 Prime Ministers. Feels like a lifetime ago. There were 50,000 there that day, about 500 today. Shami wide of the crease to Travis Head. Inside edge they're appealing for, but not the wicket keeper. There was a little noise through the stump line, wasn't there?
Yeah. I think this Virat Kohli and KS Bharat maybe heard it.
Well, Bharat didn't appeal.
Yeah, there was a sound though.
I'm interested to watch this back for Beaumont Tiles, Australia's favourite, because there was a clear noise. There's no review. The clock's counted down to 0 and
actually
Rohit Sharma's unmoved.
In hindsight, the voice I heard was a shrill voice. That's generally Shubman Gill, and he was closest to the batter.
So the first replay from behind's a Not a particularly helpful one. The second one in front here. Oh, I don't know what else the noise could be. I'm sure they'll run Snicko through on telly. Chamois bowls here and head out the middle of the bat, through mid-wicket. That's better. Should get 2 for it, and does. Moves into double figures, Travis Head. 1 for 16 Australia. They trail by 75.
It's such big innings for Marnus Labuschagne. Ravi's put so much thought and energy, and the ball clearly missing bat.
Yeah.
Back to that replay. Put so much effort into preparing for this tour, and Ashwin, he's looked good in patches. He's looked good most times without getting that score in. He's a young man. He'll come back to India a few more times. So important to finish a tour like this with that big score.
And he shouldn't forget his strengths. You know, it's okay overthinking the opposition, about the opposition.
Chamois to head, off the back foot, steering down to backward point, sweeper racing around. That's Ravinder Jadeja, so they are happy with the single. Head 11, 1 for 17.
And he mustn't forget he's a busy player. He's a player who likes to dictate terms. It's okay, you want to try something, you know, when the conditions don't suit you, and you're watchful for, say, 15-20 minutes. After that, you've got to have a plan, which he normally has as a number 3 batsman, on how you're going to score runs, how you're going to put the spinner off. You know, because what's been a little disappointing with his batting is when he's got out, he's been caught in no man's land.
Yeah.
He's neither forward nor back. You know, which tells me something else. You know, there's too much going on in the mind rather than just being clear in his mindset to play his game and look to score as well.
So Labuschagne takes guard. Chamois halfway through is over to him.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, you can over-theorize as a batter at times. I mean, not everybody is like that. I mean, Travis said is not an over-theorizer at the other end. But it can kind of then start...
You tend to go in your shell.
Yeah.
You know, and then when you see an opportunity, you're not ready. Because of that over-defensive mindset.
Labuschagne facing his third delivery. First from Chamois, bowls here close to the stumps over the wicket, pushing out to point. No run there. A lot of chat now, and we can hear it more because not a lot of noise in the crowd today. So up around the Australians, if they can get 3 or 4 here before lunch, that will change the complexion of the game. We're still no closer to finding out whether it was when Khawaja will bat.
Yeah, and some of the best players here I've seen who've come here and played. Okay, first 15-20 minutes, they'll suss the conditions. Then they'll think that, let me treat this as a normal track. I've seen what shots I can play, what I cannot. Now what's in my area, I'm going to play. Treat it as normal. Then those are the people who get the runs. They find a way on how much to defend, the balance between defense and attack. They get it right.
Yeah, Kevin Peterson, Mumbai jumps to mind.
Yeah. Matthew Hayden. Yeah, earlier.
Labuschagne taps the bat. Chamois passes Kettlebrook, bowls here, and he beats him. He might have just done the little leave where he swings the bat around after the ball goes past the blade to give the impression that he's let it go. But my sense was that went past before he went through that routine.
Yeah, maybe.
Or am I being a bit
slightly wide, quite wide. So he's planning to use play at it, but then he saw the line was really wide off stump.
And Dean Jones before that.
Yeah.
You know, the ability to play with soft hands, you know, if you're in the top order, is what's going to allow you to get those big runs. Alan Border. Yet on the other hand, someone like Ricky Ponting with hard hands struggled.
Chamois to finish, Labuschagne defends, knows the call, a loud roar through the mics. End of the over, 12 gone, Australia. 1 for 17, trailing by 74. Labuschagne yet to score, heads on 11. That's on the Holman scoreboard. Holman for the smart gardener.
Afternoon in Dalmore, there's been a crash on Manx Road between Dalmore Road and Cooey-Rough Road, and plenty of long weekend traffic starting to make its way home now on the Bass Highway, pretty solid northbound from Jamjerup into Lang Lang. The Maroondah Highway also heavy southbound into Coldstream, and the Melba Highway heavy southbound from Yarra Glen to Coldstream as well. Why pay FOS fees to your bank? Switch to SmartPay. You could save thousands without dropping your business bank. Visit smartpay.com.au. T's and C's and minimum turnover apply. And that's the latest SEN Sky traffic.
For MEGT.com.au. Build your best workforce with MEGT.com.au. Adam Collins, Ravi Shastri for one more over, Bharat Sundaresan as well.
Just sticking with Marnus, Ravi, you were a coach for a long time with the Indian team, and one thing I remember in particular, is a net session with Mayank Agarwal where he seemed to be over-analysing every little aspect of his batting.
Ashwin, new over, flights it up to Head, who's on the front foot pushing to Pujara at cover, no run.
He had 3 stints, I remember. I think it was in Melbourne, and he stormed in and he said, Abhi sochna band, khelna shuru. Stop thinking, start playing.
Good ball, yeah. One good ball, yeah, Ash.
Ashwin, a bit wider of the crease, Head goes back. The result is the same, ends up with Pujara. Whatever did happen to Mayank Agarwal?
Yeah.
He was meant to be the 10-year opener, wasn't he?
No, because there was overthinking going on. It's a Boxing Day test match coming on. Pressure is enough, as it is. You 1-0 down in the series. I said you come here with a bucket full of runs from India.
Ashwin in, Head, strikes him on the pad, ends up at the 45. There'll be no run.
You know what you're up against, but do not forget how you got those runs. So he got 70 odd that day. Fabulous innings where he took his time in the first 30 minutes. It was not easy. First day track in Melbourne when there's a bit of dampness, 45.
Ashwin to Head, who goes back and defends to cover.
45 minutes or so is tough. And it's Boxing Day, it's pressure. A young man playing his first test, And then went out and played his shots. So my thing to Manas would be the same. Let's come back to it.
Ashwin, 2 left in the over, bowls to Head, he's forward in defence.
It's okay. Don't overplay the conditions. You should know very quickly with your quality in 10 minutes what it is. Then you got to start thinking, how do I score on this? What are my options? What do I take out of the game?
Last ball from Ashwin, there'll be a change in commentary after it. Defended by Head, into the offside. Thank you, Ravi. We'll have you back later in the day when you return from television. I'll get out as well with Daniel Norcross replacing me. Australia 1 for 17. They trail by 74 on the Holman scoreboard. Holman for the smart Gardner. Labuschagne yet to score and Heads on 11.
Feel renewed without moving or renovating. Demolish the old and rebuild a new GJ Gardner home in the location you already love. Visit gjgardner.com.au today.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Star 21 offers a new approach to your enterprise mobility strategy and delivers tailored mobility solutions that best meet your business needs using Telstra's 5G mobile network. Call 1300 Star 21 to discover the difference.
Test cricket on SEN with Tyre Power. Know your tyres. Australia 1 for 17. 13 overs been bowled. 7 this morning. 14 runs have been scored. And I think it's fairly clear how the pattern of this game is going to go. It's going to go with Australia trying to draw the game. There's been some excitement about the prospect. Maybe they'd go long and hard and try and put India in. I don't think that's going to happen. Shami is in and Labuschagne tucks his ball into the onside. Fielded at mid-wicket, no run. Quick look at the field. 2 slips, backward point, cover, short extra, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a long leg. Bharat Sundaresan is with me.
Good morning, Daniel Norcross.
Good morning, Bharat Sundaresan.
Yeah, it's been a good morning so far of defensive batting. Matthew Kuhneman will feel really disappointed that Travis had just asked him to go. But I completely understand why he would have been a little wary of reviewing his LBW call.
Shami into Labuschagne, who lets us go outside the off-stump. A little bit of shape away, goes too low to wicket-keeper KS Bharat.
I mean, you have the likes of Steve Smith, potentially Usman Khawaja, Peter Hanscom, all of them just waiting to come out to bat. And you as the night watcher take a review and lose a review for your team. I don't think that would have sat well with them.
No, well, we saw in the replay stream with Beaumont Tiles, Australia's favourite, that the ball was snaking down. I just think that he was hit in front of middle and leg, so it was probably going to be umpire's call. So it might have been worth doing, but you're dead right. It would take quite some ticker for a number 11 to go, hang on, I'm an opener. But if you're bad at the top of the order, you should play like an opener and demand that review, perhaps. But Shami is in, short extra. Waits and beaten on the outside edge. Wow. Hello. Something's happening now. Well, something's happening there at any rate. Shami, a masterful bowler, manages to beat the outside edge on the flattest of decks with a 13.5 overall ball. We're going to take a look on the replay screen with Beaumont Tiles, Australia's favourite. hits the seam. Well, actually, it just goes straight on, to be honest.
It does.
Labuschagne has not played that well.
He hasn't, and Manas looks very nervous at the crease right now. Quite completely got squared up. It's something you don't see a lot with Manas Labuschagne. A great seam representation as always from Mohammad Shami, but you're right, it kind of just went straight through. But Manas maybe expected that ball to shape back into him.
His foot movement is not at all decisive.
It isn't.
Bharat.
Yeah, I mean, he looks like someone who's not out of form, but yeah, I mean, he's desperate to just break free and get that big score that he's been wanting.
I mean, it's not the worst series on difficult tracks.
No.
181 runs, an average of 30, and it's been very testing conditions up until now. Outside of the Ostab, through to the keeper, no run. And, you know, he scored 3 on this deck. So, on the very difficult turning tracks we've had before.
Yeah, and he's spoken about this. He's been thinking about this tour for well over a year. Ever since they went to Pakistan, I did a massive interview with him. It was 2 batting nuffies coming together, and we spoke for nearly an hour just about spin, batting against spin. And then he said, imagine if now we started speaking about batting against pace, how long this would go on for. And I said, that's a podcast in there. And he said, yeah, there is. So maybe watch out for the Manas Labuschagne Bharat Sundaresan podcast someday.
Well,
not anytime soon.
It won't be just one episode, I'm sure of that. Shami is into Labuschagne, who drives into the ground. It's parried by Shami, and well, Labuschagne wanted a run, but it's been sent back because he's still not off the mark. And there'll be that's also gnawing away at his mind. He's a talker, he's a thinker.
He is a talker and a thinker, and right now he's just very restless. You can see, he just came charging down. There was no run there. There are 3 men in that small region. All just ricocheted off Shami's hands.
Do you know, I mean, looking at the breakdown of his stats, there's only 1 failure, and it's on this pitch. I mean, I said, you know, he's had a 17 and an 18. Got to double figures each time, a 35, 28 not out, 31, 49. These aren't poor returns.
No, he's batted beautifully. He's batted really, really well. I mean, Peter Hanscom's the one who's got 2 half centuries, and Khawaja's got all the runs.
Yeah.
But he's been right up there in terms of batters who've looked good.
Short extra, 2 slips, a short mid-wicket now. And seeing that, Manas has paused and scraped his guard once more. He's ready, looks up as Shami runs in towards him. And he tucks us into the onside. He's off the mark now. He'll pick up at least a couple as it's being pursued by Akshay, whose hat falls off after about 15 paces. They'd like a third, and they're going to get a third pretty comfortably. Well, it would have been more comfortable if it set off instantly, but he is home. He'll pick up 3. At the end of the over, he will keep striking on the Holman scoreboard. Holman for the smart gardener. Australia 1 for 20.
Good afternoon. There's been a crash in Dalmore on Max Road between Dalmore Road and Cooey-Rupp Road, and all the major arterials really struggling with the long weekend traffic. We've got the Deer Park bypass slowing inbound after Robinson's Road. Also the Hume Freeway, very heavy going southbound from Wallan to Donnybrook, and the Mornington Peninsula Freeway heavy northbound from Murdoch to Baxter. McPhail's, another great reason to visit Wangaratta. McPhail's Furniture, worth the drive with delivery up to 1,000 kilometres for just $59. Search McPhail's Furniture, and that's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power. Know your tyres. Right, just been informed by Phil Long. Our stats, by the way, for Fuso trucks. Fuso canters are in stock now. Job done. Tells me Jadeja has got Manas out 4 times in this series.
Yeah.
He's not in the attack yet because Shami's having some joy from the southern end. The clouds roll over. It's a bit grey out there at the moment. Ashwin in starts a new over, and forward comes Labuschagne. Takes a little step down, gets to the pitch of the ball, pushes it back to the bowler, no run. Kohli's very animated. He's having fun out there.
He's saying, "Vai pedal, just keep bowling it out there."
Nicely, boys.
And this is interesting exchange between the Indian slipcord, and second time Manas walked out to bat in Nagpur.
Ashwin in over the wicket, and Manas waits, pushes it to the onside, no run.
He would love this, Daniel. So KS Bharat and Virat Kohli were talking to each other, and the short leg and silly point said, "Isse hum baat nahi karenge, ye khud humse aake baat karega," which translates to, "Don't speak to him, he'll anyway come and speak to us."
Well, they're not wrong. Ashwin in, Labuschagne waits and then pushes off the back foot, but can't beat the field. Extra cover does the fielding. It's Rohit Sharma wearing the sun hat. The Indians have gone mostly sun hatted. I can see 5 sun hats. I can see 2 caps, 2 helmets, 3 helmets if you include the keeper. Forward comes Labuschagne. It's picked up by the more forward square of the 2 short legs. It's almost like a leg gully, really, in a forward short leg, as well as a slip. Those are the 3 catching positions, and then 3 in the ring on the offside, and sort of 3 really on the leg side as Ashwin's in. Oh, moves forward and defends this. A bit of pad, but it's well outside the line. So any appeal is stifled.
It's not the usual Manas Labuschagne, just reading his body language. Really by now you'd have had a couple of chats with Virat Kohli.
Yes.
Slip, he's just...
Not as animated, is he?
Not animated at all.
In his own brain at the moment. As Ashwin is in, thinks about coming down the wicket. Labuschagne, Ashwin sees him coming, drops it shorter, is defended back to the bowler. End of the over on the Holman scoreboard. Holman for the smart Gardner. Australia are 1 for 20.
Get cracking value this Easter at Big W with their new Easter ranges. Celebrating with the family couldn't get easier, and all at great prices. Big W, every day's a big day.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
La Cabra is the home of the GOAT Mexican food, a world where Mexican flavours and culture come together like never before, and a place where you can enjoy Margarita Monday with $12 margaritas every Monday after 5 p.m. Visit lacabramexican.com.au for your nearest restaurant.
SEN Test Cricket in our first session today with Australia 1 for 20. First session is with Build, MEGT.com.au. Build your best workforce with MEGT.com.au. And here is the scourge of Labuschagne, Ravindra Jadeja, top-knotted, wearing his dark glasses, his lustrous beard, that beard that was trimmed by a man who came to our hotel, the Lemon Tree Hotel in Indore, and trimmed one of the residents' beard, who swore by it. Hammy, he was here the other day.
He was.
All bedecked in full face paint.
Todd Murphy gear.
Todd Murphy gear. The Todd Murphyites. It's becoming quite a cult.
I know. I'm still disappointed that they thought they started right-handed. I'm all about the technicalities.
Me too.
Daniel.
When people say, they play a Brian Lara shot, it's a cover drive. You're using the wrong hand, mate.
Yeah.
Jadeja in, and it's been slapped into the covers. A really good diving stop out there by Rohit Sharma, who's really impressed me all match. He's not... Cheteshwar Pujara, sorry.
Even more impressive.
Rohit's on the other side. But both of them, actually, both these elder statesmen have flung themselves around in the most extraordinary fashion. A lot of vim as this ball's driven back up the wicket to the onside of straight, a sprawling stop. Prevents a boundary. Our boundaries with Blundstone, right on with Blundstone, but they do pick up a single.
Yeah, KL Rahul, the fielder on that occasion. He's just come in for Mohammad Shami.
Shami just having a little breather, perhaps, change his shirt.
Change his shirt, 3. I'm not sure, we haven't been out there since we walked in this morning. Maybe it's a little muggy, just has that feel to it, doesn't it, Daniel?
It does have a muggy feel.
Yeah.
It has a very muggy feel. A very muggy feel.
Muggy feel.
Muggy feel.
Mr. Muggy. But this is going to be interesting. Jadeja, Manas has tried to force him off the back foot throughout this series.
Jadeja is in, pushing backward a square on the offside as Labuschagne. Picks up Umesh Yadav. A backward point, there's no run.
And that too on pitches where the ball stopped, the ball jumped, the ball spun.
Yep.
The ball spat. The ball stung. And
are you Shastri suddenly?
Had to break into a little bit of Ravi Shastri here and there.
Jadeja in, pushed into the offside, fielded by the bowler himself as he comes forward off the front foot. Labuschagne, no run.
Yeah, here very consciously trying to get forward. Twice he's been caught in the crease. 2 of those 4 times he's been dismissed by Jadeja.
Jadeja is in, and that's defended to silly point, and there's no run. 1 for 21. I'm delighted to say Harsha Bhogle is in the house. He's just arrived because next over, I want to talk to him. He was giving me a lesson in how to commentate in Indian fashion. As Jadeja is in, beats the outside edge. The scourge of Labuschagne nearly strikes again. End of the 16th over. And Australia 1 for 21.
The Water Stop Shop's been helping tradies and homeowners waterproof homes for over 30 years. Because they're Victoria's leading supplier of Gripset's Australian-made waterproofing products. Gripset protects houses and properties from costly water damage. So if you ask the Water Stop Shop how to waterproof your home, they'll tell you that when it's sealed with Gripset, it's sealed for good. The Water Stop Shop. The waterproofing supply professionals. Visit waterstop.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket with Tyre Power. Know your tyres. Now, I've noticed the commentary in this country is a lot more flamboyant. There's a lot more like being in the moment. And I think English commentators we're a little bit staid. And there needs to be a little bit more sound effects, I think, is what you were suggesting I should bring into my game.
You're very evocative, very descriptive, very literary. Yeah. In all Indian languages, we love using sound effects in what we say. So the ball is not only hit off the back foot, the ball goes tuck, tuck off the back foot.
Okay.
So we use a lot of sound effects in our language.
Where I come from, they say, Tadam!
Tadam. Tadam. Well, I might not do that. I might do an English version of it. So here is Ashwin into the left-handed head who... I can't. Pushes the ball to get on. There's no run. Oh, crikey, I should have practiced this before I suggested it, shouldn't I? I mean, because you do hear, like, when people play their shots, you know, they play the air shot. Ashwin is in, and head comes down the wicket, just defends into the offside with a big lunge. They do go, and they go.
Yeah. So if VVS Lakshman plays it, it's...
Yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah. That's like Kosa. Yes. That's how you pronounce Obeja.
Yes, but it's easy to do. That's the only sound you're making. If it's in the middle of a word, it's very tough to do.
Yes. Here's Ashwin, and head misses the ball outside the off stump. It didn't work that time. It spun away ever so slightly. There's just a bit of assistance here for Ashwin, and it's got a nice angle into the left hand with a slip forward short leg. Backward point, short extra cover, a little deeper, mid-off, mid-on, backward square leg. What I do find I don't know if you do this when you're commentating, you end up playing the shot as you're commentating. Ashwin's in, and that's flicked back to the bowler. He's aiming to get that through some mid-wicket. You've got a bit of a leading edge. He went along the ground to Ashwin. There's just a bit of tension at the moment out there.
I was going to say that. I just sense a tension. India want a wicket or two here. This game is open.
Ashwin in, and head goes back and cracks it into the offside, but it's fielded by Rohit, who moves nimbly to his right with his sun hat on. I mentioned these sun hats. I like the sun hats. Don't see enough of them in England. It's only really Stuart Broad who has a sun hat. We calculated that on average, when he has to chase after the ball, the sun hat falls off at 8.4 paces.
There's a reason, because there is no sun.
There's no sun, I know. All right. Ashwin around the wicket to head, goes back into his crease and pushes it to short extra cover.
For you. Since you mentioned sun hat.
Yes.
Is it the end of the over?
It is, I'm afraid. Okay. Australia's 1 for 21. We're going to come back to this on 10 to sun hat chat.
Experience ultimate value and peace of mind with the Value Car Park at Melbourne Airport at just $12 a day, drive up or online. Book online now and save at melbourneairport.com.au.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Star 21 offers a new approach to your enterprise mobility strategy and delivers tailored mobility solutions that best meet your business needs using Telstra's 5G mobile network. Call 1300 Star 21 to discover the difference.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power. Know your tyres. Right, we've got a full complement now. We've got all the major food groups. We've got the Australian, Pete Lalor. We've got the Indian, Harsha, Bhogle. And we've got me, which is really a moose, Boosh, and no more. Forward comes Labuschagne, pushing the ball back to the bowler, and there's no run.
Since both of you love books and literature, and you're talking about sun hats.
Yes. Jadeja in, forward comes Labuschagne, back to the bowler, and there's no run.
The sun has got his hat on.
He's coming out to play.
No, it's the title of a book.
Yes. Yes. Well, who wrote that? Because it's the title of a song as well. Do you know the song?
No,
the sun has got his hat on. He's coming out to play. The sun has got his hat on. Hip, 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 hooray.
Oh, that's where the name came from.
Yeah.
I just thought it was a very
pushes back the bowler. No run. Phil Long's horrified by my singing.
I just thought it's a very peculiar name for a cricket book. Derek Randall's autobiography.
That'd be it, yeah, because he used to wear his sun hat, didn't he? Pushed back to the bowler, no run.
Alan Lee and Derek Randall, the sun has got his hat on.
What an eccentric fellow he was.
What an eccentric title for a cricket book.
Yeah.
Man of the match in the Centenary Test.
Yes, there you go.
174 he got. That's pushed into the ground and fielded at City Point. And did he take his hat off to Dennis Lilly?
He doffed his cap to Dennis Lilly after Dennis bounced him. It was what
without a
impish
helmet.
gesture it was. Yeah. What a fantastic cricketer. He used to do cartwheels around in the field, remember? And sort of somersaults.
Genuinely great fielder at a time when a lot of English fielders especially were pretty statuesque.
No, he was a special fielder. What did he make in that test? It was a big
174.
Yeah, 174.
Jadeja in to Labuschagne who defends. Once more back to the bowler. Double quick over. 18 overs gone. And the score, Australia 1 for 21.
There's been an incident on the Monash Freeway heading inbound after Belgrave Hallam Road, causing some delays. Also been a crash in Delmore and Manx Road between Delmore Road and Cooley Road. We just got reports of an incident through on the Western Freeway inbound at Coburns Road. And the Him Freeway, very heavy due to long weekend traffic returning home from Wallen to Donnybrook. If your fixed rate home loan is ending, the refinance is at Aussie could help you save thousands on your home loan. Let's talk at aussie.com.au will come in store today. And that's the latest SEN Sky traffic.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power. Know your tyres. And Pete Lawler's looking exhausted at the end of a long tour and also sort of wondering where this game, or when this game is going to be put out of its misery. But I think we're a little early for that.
I wouldn't go that far. I think we could be up for a very interesting day of cricket.
There's 2 matches going on. Don't forget, there's 2 matches going on. Indian fans are looking far, far east to Christchurch.
Tell us what's happening.
Only 20 overs left to play for New Zealand. 7 wickets in hand.
7 wickets in hand.
It rained, so they lost 35 overs.
Ashwin in, pushed into the offside. There's no run. How many do they need to win? Because, see, they're incentivised to have a go, actually. Because there's no reason not to. They need
132 from 20 overs.
With 7 wickets. Why wouldn't you? It doesn't really matter, does it? They can't qualify.
Ball's turning. It's an alien concept in New Zealand.
It's turning. Wow. Short, clattered away into the offside, but it bounces off the City Point. I thought I was looking for that ball out of the boundary, but instead it's crashed into City Point, who's stood up well. Surya Kumar Yadav, who's on the field for Mohammad Shami still.
I'd imagine for Shreyas Iyer.
Shreyas Iyer, yeah.
There's
Shami. Yes, I see Shami. This is defended at the offside, short extra fields. There's no run. Pujara there. No further part for Iyer. He's done.
No, he's done. He's done. It could be the pessimist in me, but I reckon I wouldn't write India off just yet.
No.
Well, I was trying to scenario build how many overs Australia need to bat in total in their innings.
If they've batted.
Ashwin is in to head, just comes forward, pushes it to the onside. Labuschagne sees a single that is there. Jadeja has to trot in from mid-on to collect 1 for 22. And my calculation was that they probably need to bat at least 80 overs in total. Because if they go sort of 2.5 and over, which they might well do, that would take them up to only about 200, so a lead of 110. And India would have a dart. 13 overs to get 110 with 10 wickets in hand. Why wouldn't you just have a go? Because you're not going to lose. You're not going to lose 10 wickets in, or 9 wickets as maybe in 13 overs.
I wasn't even thinking that far, to be honest. There's
Ashwin in. Down the wicket comes Labuschagne. Oh, he's got hold of that. And he's hit it high and over long on. I'll wait to see the umpire signal. It is 4 boundaries for Blundstone. Right on with Blundstone. And a rare moment of aggression from Labuschagne this morning. Australia moved to 1 for 26.
And Lukey Sparrow's mob up there at the great southern end, waving their flags in their gaudy shirts. Saw Luke this morning. What a wonderful supporter of cricket he is.
And that group is a far more significant proportion of the crowd today than it's ever been.
That's right.
I think officially this is the emptiest stadium in the world.
In terms of the actual number of seats that are not occupied. I like it. Ashwin in. This is pushed into the offside, fielded at backward point.
Remember where you heard it second. Gideon said it this morning.
Get there. End of the over. 19 have been bowled. Australia on the Holman scoreboard are 1 for 26.
Micro-credentials are now available through Swinburne Edge. Bank knowledge, bolster your resume and move your career forward. Search Swinburne Edge for more.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Hello, it's Emma Martino from State Transport. If you have a truck, crave a work-life balance and the option to work your way, become an owner-driver for State Transport. Apply today. statetransport.com.au/drivers.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power. Know your tyres.
Just back to Luke Sparrow. I ran into him this morning. He's, of course, the... are they wave the flag is what they call it? No. What are they?
They are. They're part of the
Australian cricket fans. Yes.
Tours, yes.
He was apparently $50 a seat here. Most expensive ground in India. Of course,
Jadeja starts on you over the head. He defends it to the offside on the front foot. There's no run.
Luke, he's saying that'd be bloody right. So it's 50 cents a seat in every other ground. There's 3.5 days. He said, I'm forking out £2.5 for $1,000 for tickets every day for the group.
That's a lot, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, in India it's a lot of money, I reckon, isn't it, Harsha? $50.
Jadeja in, he's pushed into the offside, square of the wicket, no run. I mean, I think this is a perfectly normal practice. And, you know, when England go to Sri Lanka, for example, the tickets are 50, 60 times as much as the local people would pay. And there's a reason for that, because, you know, you get a tour group in.
Yeah. And, look, they're great seats, and I'm maybe everybody who sits up there pays that price too.
Yeah, I think it would depend on where the seats are.
They're fantastic seats that they're sitting in.
Jadeja in, and he hits in two minds there. His head gets trapped on the crease, and the ball turns back to him, and there's no run. I'm terribly sorry, it's Harsha. Harsha's bowling, not Jadeja. I just got so used to a left-arm spinner being Jadeja. Thank you, Bharat.
He's on the verge of something interesting. He's on 49 Test wickets.
Oh, is he?
If he picks up this, he'll be among the quickest in the world to 500 runs and 50 wickets.
There's an inside edge onto pad there. Could have ballooned out anywhere. It goes through the keeper, and there's no run. I just saw it on the replay screen. Replays with Beaumont Tiles, Australia's favourite. It might be worth, if he's going to get the inside edge, it might be worth having maybe a silly point out there, because there's been very little ambition or aggression shown by the Australians, and in this over he's now beaten the outside edge and taken the inside edge. Harsha is in again. It's defended on the front foot by head back to the bowler. There's no run. Sporting this magnificently late 70s, early 80s moustache. I can't not think of Trevor Chappell when I see Trevor's head at the moment. Harsha in off a couple of paces, just defended back to the bowler. End of the over, sorry Pete. 20 gone on the Holborn scoreboard. Australia 1 for 26.
Wasn't me.
Attention footy fans. Have you ever played fantasy football? Fantasy footy is taking the world by storm, and here's your chance to play for free. Create, coach, compete in fantasy footy for free with Game Day Squad. Sign up to coach, build your team, trade players, bench injured or unfit players, upgrade rookies. It's your fantasy team. Open free new player packs each week. Play your best team. Become the ultimate fantasy footy coach. It's fun, it's free, it's easy. Register now for free at gamedaysquad.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for tyre power. Know your tyres. Jadeja is going to bowl. He's going to bowl from our end, the northern end of the ground. He's replacing Ashwin, who's bowled how many overs this morning, Phil Long?
It goes 7.
7. He's bowled unchanged. He's bowled unchanged this morning from our end, the northern end. And now Jadeja has swapped ends. We're now going to we haven't seen too much behind the bowler's arm of Jadeja. It's great the commentary position you get, but you get a much better view from one end than the other for obvious reasons. As Jadeja is in, it's pushed into the offside, and there's no run. I mean, I am old enough, as are you, I dare say, Harsha and Pete, to remember English TV coverage insisted on keeping the camera in the same place throughout the match. So you watched from the same camera angle, be it whether the bowling was from behind or in front.
Yeah, it was the old-fashioned four camera coverage.
They did that in Australia as well.
But they had a camera at the other end for the replays as Jadeja is in, pushed back to the bowler, no run. And for 4 or 5 years, they refused to show us it regularly from the far end, because the idea was that they wanted to maintain the illusion that you were at the ground. Rather than show you the right pictures, they wanted to keep this ridiculous illusion. It was, wow.
A lot of illusions are actually ridiculous, even if they're meant to be pleasant.
Yes, aren't they? Jadeja in, that takes the inside edge and squirts out into the onside, right? It's going to be picked up by Shami, who runs into square leg position, one more to the total.
I think the perception when a lot of us got here this morning was, if you can get 2 wickets in the first hour, then I think this game has some life in it. 2 wickets, ideally not including the night watchman, who fell to the hierarchy of DRS decision making. Number 11's not allowed one, even if he's coming in at number 1.
Yeah, it's cruel, isn't it? That's crunched away through the offside. It was short and dragged down, and that is going to be a boundary. Our boundaries for Blundstone. Right on with Blundstone. A fine shot from Travis Head. Waited for it. Picked the gap. There's nobody patrolling the offside boundary. Australia moved to 1 for 31. Head to 17.
It's important that Australia look to score here and take the scoreboard out of it, as you say, is a cliche. Because if they just hang around trying to defend, it's not going to be good for them.
Now with
this attack, trapped on the crease.
Yeah, the moment they're in the positive, with every run scored, Australia going further and further away. You're looking at them sort of disappearing in front of you.
They've a way to go yet. Another 60 to parity, and they've gone very slowly this morning. We've had 14.4 overs, and they've scored 28 runs. I mean, that was a 4 just now. So they're going at under 2 and over at the moment as forward comes Head and pushes this ball into a massive gap. Because after the boundary was, the field was placed out at deep extra cover, and as a result, there's a long single to be taken. Pujara walks in to do the fielding. Australia now 1 for 32.
Mid-off is up, but a little back, if you know what I mean, for Head, inviting the hit, but if he doesn't get it, could be in trouble. They push mid-on right back for him. That's Ashwin.
Ashwin and Umesh Yadav mid-on, mid-off. Lavashay comes forward, and that takes the pad and rolls onto the onside, and now runs are coming at a steady trickle. The ball rolls out into the onside, and then get through for, was that a signal to the leg by? No, it was a run, so it's come off the inside edge, and there's no short leg. I wonder if India might think about being slightly more aggressive in their field placing. Australia on the Holman scoreboard, a 1 for 33 after 21 overs. We had 15 overs this morning, 15 overs in the first hour. Drinks are coming onto the field. Labuschagne has 9. Head has 18. After this drinks break, it'll be Adam Collins and Bharat Sundaresan.
Summer rolls on with 7-Eleven now available on DoorDash. Chill out with a free large Slurpee when you spend $20 or more. T's and C's apply. Download the app or go to DoorDash.com.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Watch out! Biffs and bumps happen, so give your plumbing work the protection it deserves. Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre's heavy-duty Biff Buster Pipe Guards protects your pipes and critical services from cars, trucks and forklifts. It's PPE for your plumbing. Visit rscentre.com.au.
You can simply just retire. Or you can retire financially comfortable and continue living like you do now. Hi, it's Rob Walker from AR Property Investments. A client of ours invested in one of our locations 5 years ago for $415,000. Today, it's worth over $700,000. In 5 or more years, we'll be valued at over $1 million. So are you ready to secure your financial future? Book your free one-on-one education appointment today. Visit arpropertyinvestments.com.au.
Want to upgrade to the new Samsung Galaxy S23 series? Score an epic offer at Optus until March 31. Visit an Optus store today to find out more. Great value starts with yes.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Star 21 offers a new approach to your enterprise mobility strategy and delivers tailored mobility solutions that best meet your business needs using Telstra's 5G mobile network. Call 1300 Star 21 to discover the difference.
Ashwin up, hits Kuhnemann on the pad, that looks much better, yep, that's out. Umpire Menon raised the finger, up with the appeal. Matt Kuhnemann has a chat to Travis Head to consider the appeal, or the review I should say, but I just don't see them chancing that yet. He's going to walk off. The timer ticks down to 0. Australia lose tonight, watchman. Matt Kuhnemann, lead before wicket to Ashwin. SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power. Know your tyres. It's the last day of the test in the series here at Ahmedabad. Australia 1 for 33 after 21 overs. So they faced 15 in that first hour. They lost Matt Kuhnemann, leg before wicket to Ashwin for 6. It was 1 for 14. They should have reviewed it, as we found out later on the Beaumont Tiles screen. Australia's favourite for it was missing leg stump, but not to be. Labuschagne there. Pretty good start. 9 from 33, 1 boundary. Travis Head with him on 18 from 58 balls with a couple of 4s. Bharat Sundaresan's had a breather. He's back in for Harsha. Bhogle. Good morning again.
Good morning again, Adam. Good morning, Peter Lalor. The question here is India still in this? Australia, of course, have no chance of winning from where they are currently. Or is this day, Peter Lalor, petering out right in front of our eyes?
I've got my glasses on the tour groups. Just doing a head count there, just to see that everybody's in. Michelle Ryan, the one constant at every Australian cricket game everywhere in the world. She's brought up her 49th Test venue. There she is, just above the incredible India sign. In their sort of.
She was ecstatic about the Test being moved from Dharamshala to indoor because it meant a new Test ground for her, because she'd been to Dharamshala in 17. I must admit, I felt a similar way to an extent. I'm not quite at 49, but I'm pretty close to it.
Yeah,
tick another one off on the way.
Yeah, she's outstanding. And I think she must have a spreadsheet or something, because she knows at the grounds that she has attended before, she knows the seats behind the bowler's arms,
everywhere.
and somehow she gets them, and she's got them again today. She's down there by herself in front of Luke's tour group. I think I can see John Blom, the famous tennis referee up there from Melbourne.
Yeah, Blommy's there. I can see Michelle waving at the moment, maybe to us. She's right above where the television cameras are. That's her standard seat. And I've seen that spreadsheet you referred to. It's very detailed.
Oh, she does have one, does she?
And it's not just Test cricket.
Organised. Yeah?
She and her partner, Graham, quarantined for 2 weeks 3 years ago to watch the Sheffield Shield Hub in Adelaide. So it's cricket love of another kind.
Well, they only conjugate over cricket, really, don't they? Because they live in separate towns.
No, the only
they
time
only come together for the cricket.
And the only time she got stuck with Graham in the same house, I think she got some illness. So I won't say what, but she did tell me what it was.
But yeah,
Stress was
they
too
come
much.
together for the cricket. They live
only
in
come
separate cities,
or other sport as well. Around the world watching soccer.
Fresh hour. Ashwin bowls to Labuschagne, dancing before defending. You touched on John Blom, who's up there as well.
Yeah, with his brother, who's known as John Blom's brother.
I'm not sure if you mentioned him on the coverage this week, Pete, but I ran into John out the front of the team hotel a couple of days before the Test match. We had breakfast with him every morning in Rawalpindi last year, and there was a Davis Cup tie between Pakistan and Ashwin bowls and Labuschagne defends, and I think it was Uzbekistan that spun sharply on the way, tucked into the onside. You can hear the oohing and ahhing through the effects mic, and he just came up to us one day and said, "How good's this? Davis Cup's finished. I can go and watch some cricket." And the reason he was there for the Davis Cup, he's a famous chair umpire. Indeed, he's one of the best in the world. Ashwin to the crease and bowls close to the stumps. Labuschagne over the top of mid-on. Well played. Putting some pressure back on India's senior spinner. Couple of bounces over the rope at long on. Our boundaries for Blunston, right on with Blunston. Labuschagne to 13, 1 for 37. That's one way to make things easier for Australia. Get into the black.
Yeah, this is a battle he's been looking forward to for nearly a year, right against Ashwin. The first time he has an opportunity to dictate terms to Ashwin. He can trust the pitch, spend some time out there, unlike in the first innings. And the second time he's left his crease and taken the aerial route.
Sun's back out. Ashwin passes umpire Kettlebrook close to the stumps, and Labuschagne tucks into the onside where the short leg Surya Kumar Yadav knocks it down.
Mid-on just pushed a little further back after that one was hit over his head.
So the John Blom story is that he was the chair umpire in the Nadal-Medvedev final last year at the Australian Open. He's officiated Commonwealth gold medal games at the Olympic Games. Gold medal games, that makes sense, doesn't it? At the Olympics.
Yes.
And goes around the world. The reason he's in India, he was doing a couple of weeks on the Indian circuit, officiating, and he timed it beautifully so he could be here at Ahmedabad to watch a Test match. He's like a cricketer, where cricketers, the sport gets in the way of them playing golf. Ashwin bowls and Labuschagne defends. They're always thinking about when they can next play golf and get a day off. But seemingly for him, it's whenever he can get a day away from tennis, he wants to be at a Test match.
The lengths people go to. I have a mate who was the chairman of a very big company, and I won't reveal their name. They had a London office and had an Australian office. After this delivery.
Last ball of it. Labuschagne into the leg. So why don't we just go through the break? We'll catch him up later. End of the over, 1 for 37. Please continue, Pete.
So he called the annual meeting in South Africa in 2016 to coincide with the Australian tour of South Africa. And they had their team dinner in Cape Town during that Test match. Very cunning move, I thought. But that's, if I was a chairman of a company and I was squealing in it, I'd do exactly the same, A little bit of cricket on the side.
We've seen all sorts of people justify being in Ahmedabad this week because the Prime Ministers were here.
True.
Not just those in the official delegation. I've had a mate here who timed his run to be here to take a couple of meetings in India, which made a lot of sense. Funnily enough, he got to 3 days of the Test match as well.
I did a video of the wall of cricket pictures in the museum this morning, the Friendship Museum. As you walk one way, it's just cricketers' faces, but once you get to the other end, it's the faces of guess who?
Jadeja bowls new over, driving Travis Head out through the covers. gives that everything right out the middle of the bat. Another boundary for Blunston, right on with Blunston. Travis Head into the 20s, Australia 1 for 41. So they're 50 away from parity.
So there's every, I guess it's every player who's ever played in Border Gavaskar or a fair representation of them. But they turn into pictures of Modi and Elbow if you look at them from a certain angle. It's quite the trompe l'oeil. Is that how you pronounce it, Adam?
Close. Defending here, so slip, silly point, short leg. Jadeja bowls and its defenders into the offside. Jadeja's...
Or failed second form French.
I didn't even get that far. It's also a public holiday in I think, most parts of Australia for Labor Day, as Jadeja bowls, and pushing into the onside is Head, and he'll beat mid-wicket, gets a single, 1 for 42, Head's 23. We mentioned yesterday that there was the Moomba Festival going on. It's also a weekend for local cricket finals. When I think Labor Day weekend, I think using the public holiday to play either a 3-day grand final or a semi-final that has an extra day, and you often see that being a big feature of the March long weekend. And our producer back in Melbourne, John Donohoe, I have to mention, played in a preliminary final that finished across the course of the long weekend for Brighton Union, playing Sandringham, or East Sandringham, I should say. Jadeja bowls and finds the leading edge of Labuschagne, spits out to mid-off, no single. They won by 3 runs, and John took a crucial catch to turn the game. So well played him. Back in the grand final next week for Brighton Union.
John Donohoe, well known to our Indian listeners. He was the guy in the black T-shirt when Gerard Waitley had his famous call from Virat Kohli sixes.
Jadeja bowls and Labuschagne defence. Some controversy in Melbourne around the game as well, which I spotted overnight. A junior grand final in Melbourne's East, in my old comp, the Dandenong District Cricket Association. Under 14's grand final was delayed. Might have to come back to this in the next over. I've timed my run badly. 1 ball before a break. Jadeja bowls, 23rd over this in the innings, and Labuschagne gets forward to defend once again. 1 for 42 on the Holman scoreboard. Australia trailing by 49. Labuschagne 13, Head on 23.
Need a forklift? Don't just get a forklift, get a Toyota forklift. Toyota is the world's #1 forklift brand, with a great range of pallet jacks, walkie stackers and reach forklifts, right up to their leading Toyota counterbalance forklifts. Legendary reliability and safety with cleaner, greener electric options. Toyota can tailor the right forklift solution for you. It's all part of the Toyota forklift advantage. For more, visit toyotamaterialhandling.com.au. Get a Toyota forklift.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power. Know your tyres. I'm told down the line it's only a public holiday in Melbourne or in Victoria and in Canberra for Canberra Day, where they're celebrating 110 years of the ACT this week. I can see this.
Labor Day, of course, is a celebration of the achievement of the unions getting the day split for 8 hours work.
As Ashwin bowls, Head, you over, hits him on the pad, sliding on with the arm. Decision to make for umpire Kettleborough. It goes away of the South Australian, for now at least. Ashwin like that. It did look from our angle to be sliding. So the decision to make is enough of it hitting leg stump. 5 seconds to go. All eyes on Rohit Sharma in the white-brimmed hat. He'll let the clock run down to 0. Bharat Sundaresan. We're going to get a replay of that. A couple of them, I expect. Let's talk us through it, please.
Yeah, it hit him on leg stump, and it would have missed leg stump quite a bit.
Good decision.
I think, and Ashwin was kept away from the little huddle, but Rohit Sharma did complain about Ashwin and Jadeja really jumping on top of him.
Trail by 49, Australia. Oh, he beats him on the outside edge now. Head came forward and missed it.
This is good bowling. But Ashwin actually signalled after the appeal that he indicated he thought it was going down leg.
So sorry, just to jump in, I mentioned that junior grand final has been postponed in Dandenong in the DDCA. This is my cousin's son is playing in this, or was in the semi-final. Ashwin in, bowling here, 2 slips, speeding Head again outside the off stump. So I'm probing over this from Ashwin. He's absolutely all over Travis Head, who's on 23. High quality bowling from the veteran champion. So there was a semi-final played last week between Buckley Ridges and Narry Warren, and it was won by Buckley Ridges, but they've cancelled the grand final or postponed it due to, according to the Herald Sun, a dispute around the 12th man playing. As Head lunges forward and defends out to backward point, no run. So they've not played the grand final this week. It's been taken to court because of a dispute lodged around the 12th man playing in the game proper. Imagine that, under 14's grand final being delayed.
Wow. Now, this reminds me of another incident during the summer. Hang on.
2 left in the over. Ashwin bowls and head from the off stump, yorked, but drives out to mid-off, no single.
Yeah, Head needs to get through this over. Like you said, Ashwin's all over him. He's beaten his inside edge, he's beaten his outside edge a couple of times. Rohit Sharma has been trying to get stuck into Travis Head as well from his position at cover.
Ashwin still got the 2 slips, last ball on the leg stump. So Head's able to clip it. Only to Umesh Yadav behind square. Doesn't get a single. Maiden complete. High quality one at bat. Australia 1 for 42 on the Holman scoreboard. Labuschagne 13, Head 23.
Get your armour on. Do you have a new or pre-owned caravan, boat, camper trailer, mountain or motorbike? Some expensive mag wheels? They all need armour. Pure Japanese glass ceramic with over 100,000 vehicles treated in Australia, it's the proven choice in ceramic protection. Get your armour on. armour1.com.au.
Our first session for MEGT, Australia's Apprenticeship and Employment Experts. Adam Collins with you, Bharat, Sundaresan and Peter Lalor with me. Pete's furiously looking something up on his phone, and Jadesia's going to start a new over from our northern end. One wicket this morning, that of Matt Kuhneman, who was trapped league before by Ashwin.
I think another junior game ended up in court during the year.
Right.
Yeah, or some sort of, dispute tribunal. Because God knows there's nothing more important than kids' sport, is there?
Oh, trust me on that.
Although, had you said to me when I was at under 14, it meant everything. Jadeja around the wicket, Labuschagne forward to defend.
Generally means more to the parents than it does to the kids, from my observations.
All ahead of me. Speaking of, good morning.
I can imagine you at your kids' sport, Colo. That's going to be good.
No, that's okay. I'll be just very happy to leave it to others. Good morning to them and everyone in the UK on TalkSport 2 listening to our coverage. Jadeja bowls and pushing out to the offside is Labuschagne to backward point, no run.
You'll just be the one who'll just drop in just before the first whistle if it's a game of soccer or football, right?
That's it.
Yeah, there you go.
I might umpire.
Oh,
in fact, I will umpire. They've got a very similar setup in the UK to Australia with, I'm not sure what it's called these days, but Kanga cricket when I was the blast, Milo blast. I'm probably getting confused here. Ashwin bowls and make that Jadeja bowls. And speaking of confusion, Labuschagne defends, but they've got the All-Stars cricket that starts at 5, goes from 5 to 8, and see all the kids out there on a Friday night. So a couple of years' time, that'll be my life, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Nicely, John!
A lot of talk from KS Bharat. Can't fault his effort behind the stumps. Jadeja bowls and Labuschagne tucks towards mid-wicket where there's a gap. He'll get 1. He's 14, 1 for 43, so they're 48 runs away from wiping off the deficit, and that'll probably change the energy of the day as well.
Yeah, it's also a good time to start reflecting on how good the tour has been from an Australian perspective, despite them. Now, we know we won't be going home with the Border Gavaskar Trophy. Pete touched on it yesterday as well. Even this morning.
Jadeja in, over the wicket, and he beats Travis Head going back to cut underneath his horizontal bat. There is a big gap at point, which he loves. Well, there's actually a sweeper at point, but behind point, that's where he would have landed it there, I sense. But there was a puff of dust. Haven't seen many of those across the 5 days. Jadeja again on the front foot, head down to long on. That's better. With a single, he's 24, 1 for 44 at the end of the over. Australia trailing by 47 on the Holman scoreboard.
Hello, this is Bharat Sundaresan. If you're looking to build a new home but need to move in now, consider one of Henley's newly built completed homes. These homes have never been lived in, and Henley has new listings every week. With something to suit every budget in the best locations across Melbourne, enjoy fixed upfront pricing with premium inclusions. Plus, front landscaping, driveway and fencing all included. Keep your cash flow with only 5% deposit and the balance at settlement. Henley Completed Homes. Visit henley.com.au today.
SEN at Test Cricket for Tyre Power. Know your tyres. Pete Lalor jumping out. I have the pride of South Australia, Bharat Sundaresan with me, and we're told on the text line it's also a public holiday in your home state, your adopted home state, for Adelaide Cup Day. That's all on SEN track, I believe.
Yeah. My good friend Miles Fitzner will be there all over it.
Round the wicket. Ashwin bowls, couple of slips. Going back is Travis Head pushing out towards mid-off. No single.
Yeah, I wrote a piece overnight, Adam. I'm not sure whether you got the chance to read it about the lessons that Australia, the young Australians would have got from the 3 test matches before this and this one.
Ashwin, 2 slips, head using his feet up and over the top of mid-off. Gets plenty of that, indeed gets all of that. Goes for 6. Our boundaries for Blunston, right on with Blunston for your chance to win. Travis Head, his first 6. He's 30. Australia, milestone cleared as well. 1 for 50 their score. They trail by 41. Crowd like that.
Yeah, crowd certainly like that, especially the long-haired Australian fan. And speaking of young Australians who have a lot of lessons to take from this series, Travis Head is right on top of that list.
Ashwin in, right of the crease, Head goes back and punches to cover. Maybe it was put to me that maybe him being dropped for Nagpur, it just provided a real spur for him. Just a reminder of the way the selectors are going to think about tailoring their 11s to the conditions ahead of them for all the players, not just him. Head facing Ashwin, gets forward in defence. In hindsight, it looks a poor decision because he batted so well in the second innings at Delhi and of course in the chase at Indore and in the first innings here for that matter. Got a good start, but yeah, maybe the greater good there. Bit of a stretch. He should have played, of course, at Nagpur. Ashwin bowls and Head defends, no run.
Yeah, and you could see it hurt him very visibly. His body language changed. I was out there for that first morning of the Nagpur test when we were allowed to look at the pitch. And I just walked past me, said good day, and see that his shoulders were a little slouched to make out that he wasn't playing that test.
Ashwin finishing here. Cloud cover back above us, no sun. Pushing out to the onside is Head. He stays on 30. Just the big 6 from the over. Australia 1 for 50 on the Holman scoreboard. They're 41 behind. Labuschagne down the other end on 14, back on strike.
King G's new trademark range is now available at Totally Workwear. Check out this new range of quality and comfortable workwear at Totally Workwear, in-store or online today.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
The Water Stop Shop's been helping tradies and homeowners waterproof homes for over 30 years as Victoria's leading supplier of Gripset waterproofing products. Because when it's sealed with Gripset, it's sealed for good. The Water Stop Shop, the waterproofing supply professionals. Visit waterstop.com.au.
1 for 47 rather in the session of 20 overs. 1 wicket to go, Matt Kuhneman. We've got Phil Long with us as well for the next little while. Hello, Longy. You got something for us?
Yeah, I've got a question for you two. The way this series has panned out, do you think Australia will regret not playing at least one warm-up game before this series started in India?
No, I think the trend has been bucked now for a while. It's not just Australia who prefer not playing warm-up games, and it doesn't. I mean, they speak about not getting the right kind of opposition or the right kind of pitches.
Akshar gets a second opportunity. Round the wicket from our end, defending his Labuschagne first ball of the spell.
But I think it's more to do with being in control of what you want to do with your preparation. Where I was there in Bangalore for Australia's preparation, and they got the kind of pitches they wanted.
Akshar slips silly point short leg. Labuschagne defends again.
And they got training facilities and also the training programs for each player as a group. There was match simulation. At least you're doing what you want to do and work around the plan that you want or the approach that you're going to use throughout the series.
Akshar delivering and Labuschagne defending to the onside this time.
Because often when you play a warm-up game, it's not just about the opposition or what the pitch plays like, but also the intensity of the game is not the same. And that has that has a lot to do with it as well. I remember the Indian team a couple of years ago when they were in Australia.
Akshar operating from around the wicket, Labuschagne defending down the pitch.
And also in a match situation, once you pick a team, and I was speaking to some of the Indian support staff, and there's this belief that they played that game against Leicester, didn't they, before the one-off test last year. And a couple of their fast bowlers didn't cope too well after that test.
Akshar, 2 left in the over, bowls again, and Labuschagne tucks him into the onside. There's an easy single to mid-wicket, 1 for 51. Labuschagne 15 from 51. They trail by 40.
After that game, I should say, the game against Leicester. So I think it has, to answer your question, Phil, I think it's more to do with that than the scheduling or how we want to approach the preparation for the tour.
The perspective of Bharat Sundaresan, who's been here from day 1 of this tour, from the first moment they arrived in Bangalore. I'll give my take in the next over. Last ball here, over the wicket to the left-handed Travis Head. He smacks it into Cheteshwar Pujara at silly point. No run, just a single from the over. 1 for 51 on the Holman scoreboard. Australia trailing by 40 with Labuschagne 15 and Head on 30.
Hello, this is Bharat Sundaresan. If you're looking to build a new home but need to move in now, consider one of Henley's newly built completed homes. These homes have never been lived in, and Henley has new listings every week. With something to suit every budget in the best locations across Melbourne, enjoy fixed upfront pricing with premium inclusions. Plus, front landscaping, driveway, and fencing all included. Keep your cash flow with only 5% deposit and the balance at settlement. Henley Completed Homes. Visit henley.com.au today.
21 overs bowled so far today. Australia 1 for 51. So we're talking tour games and preparation. I think over here, based on the experience Australia have had the last couple of tours, it would have been a waste of time on the basis of what Bharat's explaining there. I think it's a bit of a different story in England, where they can set up before that World Test Championship final. And this is not a view that's universally held. Louis Cameron and I had about a 60-minute discussion about it last night, actually, where we're at other sides of this debate. But I reckon there's room in England on surfaces that you can set and forget. Everybody knows what a pitch looks like in late May, early June. And it doesn't change in England. They're set and forget. By that stage, they've moved away from the early season green tops and it's settled down a little bit. If they can organise suitable opposition, that's probably the key word here, suitable opposition, not a county second 11. But instead, as Labuschagne faces Jadeja, who defends, finds the leading edge just about, but is along the ground, no run. They did a thing for India 2 years ago called the County Select 11, which was a pretty good team. Matty Potts was in that side, and a number of others who've gone on to play Test cricket. I reckon Harry Brook might have been in it as well. A pretty decent side based on the first 8 rounds of the county championship, which would have been run and won by then. Jadeja bowls and Labuschagne defends again from the outside part of the bat. It runs down to short third. They'll get a couple. Fielding done by Umesh Yadav. Labuschagne 17, 1 for 53. If they can get a 3 or 4 day game in the week that England are playing Ireland, before the World Test Championship, when a whole bunch of players are coming in potentially from the pointy end of the IPL, I reckon that'd do them the world of good. Just being out there, playing a red ball game, even if it isn't against the Test side, against a pretty decent team, I think there'd be merit in that.
And the other trend we've seen, Adam, especially with the bigger countries like India, Australia, England, bigger in terms of countries who can afford to do it.
Jadeja approaches and bowls to Labuschagne, who pushes into the onside. Jadeja's changed ends, I should add.
Yeah, he's carrying a massive squad. Like England did it. I mean, the England Lions were here during the Ashes 2 years ago in Australia. But the first warm-up game was England versus England Lions, or whatever they called each other.
Yep. Well, they did that in 19, of course, down at Southampton. Before the Ashes. They played, was it the Graham Hick 11 against the Brad Hatton 11 or something like that?
That's right.
They weren't thrilled with the surface all the way across the square. It was a quick game. Jadeja bowls, Labuschagne pushes out to mid-wicket, no single. That was a squad of about 25 because they were running an A2 concurrent to the Ashes. Nothing I've seen suggests they'll be doing that this time. So there'll be, the usual 16, 17 Australian players. So they can't quite do it that way. Jadeja bowls, Labuschagne pushing again to mid-wicket on the front foot, no single.
I think it also has a lot to do with mantras that some coaches seem to carry. I mean, Ravi Shastri is one of them, and we can talk about with him when he's back, who didn't believe in these warm-up games. Like, he wanted centre wicket practice, match simulations, and it worked out. Andrew McDonald, from what we've seen so far, seems to be on the same page.
Yeah, they go in and out of fashion. When Darren Lehmann was coach, he didn't only want them, he wanted them to be first-class status, so they meant something. That was the method for a while. Jadeja finishing out towards slip off the thigh pad. Doesn't quite carry to Kohli anyway. End of the 28th over. Good one there from Jadeja. Australia 1 for 53. They trail by 38 on the Holman scoreboard.
Want free delivery? Shop amazon.com.au. That's right, eligible orders over $39 receive free delivery at amazon.com.au. Easy as.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
La Cabra is the home of the GOAT Mexican food, a world where Mexican flavours and culture come together like never before, and a place where you can enjoy Margarita Monday with $12 margaritas every Monday after 5 p.m. Visit lacabramexican.com.au for your nearest restaurant.
The final day of a tour that's been played in really good spirits. 1 for 53 Australia with head on 30, Labuschagne 17. It hasn't stopped some media outlets trying their level best to whip up any controversy they can. I saw one outlet last night tweeting and Facebooking some comments that Steve Smith made to us before the Test match about when earlier in the series when Cummins was captain, when he was in the outfield, when Cummins was at mid-on or mid-off and he was at slip, that he found it hard to, communicate with him because of all the noise and all the rest of it. Akshar bowls and Head goes back and defends out to mid-on. In fact, there's a single there, 1 for 54. He's 31. The headline read, the clickbait headline read, Steve Smith's Pat Cummins confession. You click it thinking that he's...
Yeah.
Well, I won't even finish my sentence.
No, please don't.
Steve Smith's Pat Cummins confession. I did jump in the comments and say, I've covered cricket for a long time. This is the most disgraceful clickbait headline I've ever seen. And the same outlet's been added today. Virat Kohli's wife rubs salt into Aussie wounds after century. There's a bit here saying, former Test greats have savaged Steve Smith's men for not being able to dismiss Kohli, who was believed to be on his deathbed. Former Test greats.
Not after what
they've tried their best to beat it up. It's just not been that kind of series. Akshar bowls and Labuschagne gets on the front foot and defends. Phil Long, you're pointing at something.
Yeah, 6 Virats have just turned up.
I did buy a little Virat top for my 3-year-old the other day. 250 rupees at the front. I don't think it was the official product, which is about $4. Akshar bowls and getting forward is Labuschagne. Was it pad bat? Rohit's pointing. He reckons Labuschagne didn't play a shot there. He's inquiring on 2 fronts. Because if there was no shot being played and it's on with the arm, it won't matter if impact's outside. That's the case I think Rohit's mounting. He's talking to Surya Kumar Yadav. Was it pad first? He's at silly point. They say no, they call the whole thing off. We're going to get a replay here for Beaumont Tiles. First one here, Bharat. Your thoughts on it?
Playing a shot. Surya Kumar Yadav seemed...
Was pad first?
Was pad first.
The question is, well, it would have been considered playing a shot. It's the Pujara style bat behind the pad that he's made an art form of.
And the way Manas Labushaine's front foot moves generally should be outside the line, very close. Might have been umpire's call on impact.
The point is, if the umpire adjudicates upstairs or even on the field that he's not offering a shot, it doesn't matter where impact is. Akshar, round the wicket on the angle. He started this spell well. Labuschagne leaves this, watching it into the gloves of Bharat. He's not happy with himself, Labuschagne, because he's left one there that's gone straight on with the arm. He likes to play at those and leave the conventional off-break delivery.
It is the most restless I've seen Manas Labuschagne. Almost serious I've seen Manas Labuschagne batting. He has had 1 chat with Virat Kohli so far.
Akshar, a couple of catches on the offside. Labuschagne lunging forward, smothering the spin, pushing out towards mid-wicket. Phil Long.
These good wickets add a whole different kind of pressure, don't they?
They do. Yeah, you can put pressure on yourself. He's had a good series, Manas. He's batted so well. To average 30 on some of the pitches he's had to bat on. Yeah, impact outside. And he was, you'd say, playing a shot.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that the case that Rohit was making, well, I believe he was making, reading the body language, wasn't quite there. Last ball, Akshar, Labuschagne knocks it on the head. End of his 3rd over. He's got none for 2. Australia, 1 for 54. We'll have a change in commentary. Louis Cameron, the Oracle, jumping in for Bharat with his old mate Daniel Norcross, who loves his company ever so much. Australia, 1 for 54.
Attention footy fans. Have you ever played fantasy football? Fantasy footy is taking the world by storm, and here's your chance to play for free. Create, coach, compete in fantasy footy for free with Game Day Squad. Sign up to coach, build your team, trade players, bench injured or unfit players, upgrade rookies. It's your fantasy team. Open free new player packs each week. Play your best team. Become the ultimate fantasy footy coach. It's fun, it's free, it's easy. Register now for free at gamedaysquad.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket with Tyre Power, know your tyres. I'm Daniel Norcross. Louis Cameron, the Oracle, is with me, as is Phil Long. I thought we'd been split up for good when we did our last morning session, our last morning look forward, but we're back together.
It explains the tears running down your cheek, Daniel. You can just see them. You tried to wipe them away, but they're visible, mate. We can see them.
Well, as Jadeja is in, it's clipped into the onside. It's going to go out towards deep mid-wicket for a single. It's a big moment. It's a big moment for me. It's a Bendix big moment. Bendix, the best known breaks that we get to come back together.
Might be the only big moment you get today. It does just feel like we're just fizzling out, drifting towards a bit of a stalemate. But it is day 5. Things can happen quickly out of nowhere. How many are Australia behind by now?
36.
36, yeah. So, you know, it's only India can win. Australia have nothing to gain here. And, thank you. You know, things, if they lost, what did they lose in Delhi? 8 for 28? That's what India need here.
When you saw that
91 all out in Nagpur.
Yeah, and you saw that pitch, and there was a big collapse, wasn't it? They'd started okay in Nagpur. It was beaten outside the off stump through to the keeper, and there's no run. It was Delhi, wasn't it? They were going okay, a couple of wickets down, and then went broomph.
Yeah.
It just does it feel like that kind of pitch? I'm just having a little look back.
Well, I mean, this one's just spun sharply past the outside edge.
Hello. So maybe it's not fizzling.
Your Harsha Bhogle commentary, the technique, you're right into it, yeah.
Jadeja in and pushes that out to short point. Surya Kumar Yadav, silly point, I should say, does the fielding.
India have tried all 3 spinners from both ends in the first 20 overs of the morning, so they're looking, they're trying.
Jadeja, and he's bowled at very different ends, isn't he? He's clipped away through mid-wickets, running away towards the boundary. It's not going to get there. It's being pursued with eagerness by Aksha. And they get a couple of runs, closer to parity. Labuschagne moves to 19. Australia 1 for 57. So it's a bit out of sorts in this innings. I think he's so desperately keen to get a score, to get to 50, and maybe even beyond. It's just slightly clouding his judgment. He's not quite got the freedom of a normal Marnus. He's not got the joie de vivre, the puppyish excitement that we're used to. Forward short leg, silly point slip in place. Score leaves alone perilously. A ball that was a hair's breadth from the off stump. And that's what I mean. He's in a number of different minds here, Marnus. Just take a look on the replay screen. Well, it wasn't quite as close to off stump as I initially thought, but want to be careful. That goes on with the arm. There's a very large shout indeed.
I can tell you what, Jadeja is living rent-free in Marnus's head at the moment. He is all over. Look at Marnus's eyes. He's looking up. He's wondering, why didn't I play at that delivery? What was going through my head?
Jadeja into him, and he plays at this one. Gets a thick outside edge. It rolls to Umesh at backward point. That is the end of the over. Australia 1 for 57.
This is an ad for the Oporto Bondi Box. Bondi burger, chicken strips, chips and your choice of drink. Just $16.95. The Oporto Bondi Box. Grab one at a store near you.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
The Water Stop Shop's been helping tradies and homeowners waterproof homes for over 30 years as Victoria's leading supplier of Gripset waterproofing products. Because when it's sealed with Gripset, it's sealed for good. The Water Stop Shop, the waterproofing supply professionals. Visit waterstop.com.au.
Test group on SEN. It's our first session. First sessions for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship and employment experts. Heads 32, Labuschagne 19. Aksha has switched ends. Everyone's having a bowl from either end at the moment. Has Ashwin bowled from the far end?
Yes, as I say, all 3 spinners
from all 3 ends, both ends. So that's a 6-spin permutation. Aksha has got a very similar field to Jadeja. Silly point, short leg slip. He's in, and head goes back into his crease without timing. Pushes the ball off the back foot. Back to the bowler. There's no run. We've got a long on. We've got a deep mid-wicket. There's a backward square leg. Saving one. Short mid-wicket. Deep extra cover. Lots of space on the offside as head pushes the ball. Silly point. There is no run. It's Pujara, the old man, under the lid. I love that about Pujara.
He still gets in there. Surely you give that off to a younger member of the team.
You would imagine, but maybe it just keeps him going. I don't know. It keeps his concentration going, doesn't it?
Less running.
Yeah, less running. And he's many things, Pujara, but he's not the most natural runner. Let's put it like that. Harsha into head, who waits and goes back into his crease, misses through to the keeper. Just the last couple of overs, bits and bobs are starting to happen, and with Australia still 34 runs behind, I was talking earlier in the day that I think Australia are going to have to bat for about 80 overs in total in their innings, so 75 or so, 74, 75 overs today to get themselves far enough ahead to be comfortable of not losing, as this is driven nicely. It's going to run all the way to the boundary. It's gone to the onside of straight. Our boundaries with Blundstone, right on with Blundstone for your chance to win.
And I liked Phil Long's stat just a little moment ago about all 3 spinners having been used from both ends. So clearly Rohit Sharma is chopping and changing and trying to find something on a flat pitch that isn't offering much, not letting batters getting into any rhythm. But Travis Head just took right advantage of him over pitching there. But I really like the way India are going about it.
Next delivery is short, punched off the back foot and gets a thick outside edge. That's running away towards the boundary. It might get there. He's not got a lot of bat on it. It's trickling onto the sponge now through backward wide arm. Boundaries with Blundstone. Right on with Blundstone for your chance to win. 2 boundaries to this over. Head moves to 40 and Australia will be breathing a little easier as they move to within 26 now. A Flaherty.
Yeah, it looked like a bottom edge, that one. Kept very, very low. Yeah, just watching the replay back, he's bottom edge that through backward point, and Axel Patel's looking at him like, how did you manage that, mate? How did you get the ball back through there?
He's not happy about that, is he? Harsha Bhogle has just tweeted that the World Test Championship final will be 7th to 11th of June. This next delivery is pushed off the back foot for no run. And I think he's tweeting that because it's now almost certain that India will be in it at the end of the over. Australia, more on that. 1 for 65 at the end of the over.
Hello, this is Bharat Sundaresan. If you're looking to build a new home but need to move in now, consider one of Henley's newly built completed homes. These homes have never been lived in, and Henley has new listings every week. With something to suit every budget in the best locations across Melbourne, enjoy fixed upfront pricing with premium inclusions. Plus, front landscaping, driveway, and fencing all included. Keep your cash flow with only 5% deposit and the balance at settlement. Henley Completed Homes. Visit henley.com.au today.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power. Know your tyres. And the reason we were talking about the World Test Championship because Harsha Bhogle's tweeted it, and he wouldn't be tweeting it unless he was absolutely confident that India are going to be in it. And there's good reason for him to be confident because, remember, Sri Lanka need to win both their Test matches against New Zealand to supplant India. And while having a very good Test match initially, the pitch looks to have flattened out the Hagley Oval. And New Zealand set 285 to win, a 3 for 226 with Mitchell on 77. Kane Williamson coming back into a bit of form, unbeaten on 88. That partnership now between the two worth 136. And I think, New Zealand, they're going for the win here as well. They might with 7 wickets in hand. They're going to ask Phil Long, our stats boy with Fuso Trucks. Thank you to Fuso Trucks for that. How many overs are left in that game? Forward comes Labuschagne, defends into the ground, fielded at City Point, because if Sri Lanka don't win, which is looking increasingly likely, we're going to have a replay of this game, but we're going to have it in my own backyard at what is irksomely called the Kia Oval, but what I know, it's just, to me, it's always been the Kennington Oval, but it's the Kia Oval now.
Movement that inspires.
Absolutely. Zaksha is in, thick inside edge, rolls into the onside, Pujara moves from short leg to field.
Looks like 9 overs.
So there's no way Sri Lanka are picking up 7 wickets in 9 overs.
No.
But New Zealand might win that game.
Need 6.5 an over, yeah.
Yeah, in which case we'll be able to confirm very shortly, I'm sure. It's going to be an India-Australia rematch at the Kia Oval from the 7th to the 11th of June, but I'm sure it's in. Beats the outside edge. Sorry, Jadeja, I should say. Beats the outside edge with a ripper. More signs of life. This game's not over yet. It looks like it is, doesn't it, at 1 for 65? But that's doing all sorts.
And that's the one that spun the most sharply. The one earlier in the in his previous over didn't spin that much. That one really found some good stuff out of the middle of the pitch there.
Labuschagne has got some work to do here, and I love this. Right, Suryakumar Yadav is now down on his knees, Marcus Trescothic, as in comes Jadeja, defended back to the bowler, no run. So he's at second slip. But he's staying so low in anticipation of a soft-handed catch being offered that he's on his knees, on his haunches, as we watch on the Beaumont Tiles replay screen. That ball fizz past the outside edge. Jadeja in, pushed back to the bowler. There's no run. 1 ball left in the over. Still some work for Australia to do here. They've got some scars from earlier on in the series. They're holding, I say firm, they're holding at the moment. Forward comes Labuschagne, defends the last ball of the 32nd over of the innings. Australia, 1 for 65.
Get off the open home circuit and build. Feel at ease with over 1,000 house and land packages from GJ Gardner Homes. Visit gjgardner.com.au today.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
This is Ben Reid. Avoid costly mistakes when selling your home. Download our free booklet, Fatal Real Estate Traps Exposed, at ianreid.com.au.
Ian Reid Vendor Advocates.
Go on, ring us.
Test cricket on SEN with Tyre Power. Know your tyres. We're coming up to lunch. It's not far away now. It's 16 minutes or so, probably be maybe 4 overs, which means we'll have got our full complement of 30 in if they manage that. This is another good thing to bear in mind. As India in pursuit still of 9 more wickets. Australia, though, 26 runs behind. They're getting close to parity, and then every run they score, India will have to score themselves. Track starts turning. It's now, do you know what you want now? You want a 6th day. So Harsha starts a new over. That's punched off the back foot, square at a wicket. Fielder lopes round. Shannon Shubman Gill is out there. He's often in the thick of the action, but he's fielding out of deep extra cover, keeps the score into 1. And the reason I mention a 6th day is because the World Test Championship will have a reserve day.
Reserve day,
It's
not a, yes.
It's not a 6-day test, it's a 5-day test, but because of the capricious nature of weather. And, you know, anywhere, it's not just England. I mean, the wettest place is, frankly, wettest place for cricket is Sydney.
Yes. Yeah.
So let's not get country specific about
No, I
this.
didn't say anything. You're the one getting all defensive even before it even happens.
I'm loving the smell of the pasta in the back of the room.
Yeah.
It's very garlicky. Adam Collins traditionally is wolfing down his lunch with 15 minutes to go to the lunch break. As Harsha is in, forward comes Marnus, plays back to the bowler, no run.
So what's the threshold for that reserve day being activated? Like how many overs do you need to lose during a test?
Well, as I understand it, well, look, Adam Collins is going to help us out here. I'll tell you what, at the end of the over, I'll get him on and he can explain. As the ball's tucked into the onside, it's being fielded by Umesh Yadav, who moves from mid-on to field, and the throw came in. It was quite tight, but Head got back home for a couple of runs and edges Australia ever closer to parity. 1 for 68, they're now 23 runs behind. Phil?
Yeah, the reserve day. We need to lose a full day's play.
Right, so it's not you don't get to use 50 overs on that last day. You've got to have lost a full day's play. But that can be cumulatively a full day, can it?
No,
So
it's
if
a
you
full
lose-
day.
Right, so it's not if you lose 3 hours one day, 3 hours the other. As Harsha is it, this is driven into the offside, fielded short extra, no run. And that annoys me, because if you're going to have that extra day, you might as well use it to make sure you get as close to 450 overs as possible. Why not? It's a bit like, you know, and I'm going to trigger some memories for some Kiwi listeners here. As Harsha is in, forward in defence, comes Labuschagne back to the bowler, no run. Why wasn't there a second super over in the World Cup final? It was just so silly.
It was. And I think they've changed it since. I think they now have unlimited super overs. If that
But it was so
happen again.
obvious, wasn't it? I mean, there shouldn't even have been an issue. Just do it. You've got lights. Forward comes Labuschagne, pushes into the offside. No run, end of the over. And 3 runs from it. We've got to say that there's something curious I want to ask you about here. Well, just very
Before
quickly.
you do that,
say yes, before, yes,
before
go,
you
go,
do
go.
that, I might say that the one team who wouldn't want that reserve day to be activated, in case there was 3 hours on one day, 3 hours the next day, is Australia, because they're on top of the World Test Championship standings. So I'm presuming that if it were a draw, they would be awarded the trophy.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. But Australians don't want to win a tournament with a draw if it's not in your
Un-Australian.
nature, Louis. It's un-Australian. And there is no greater insult in this world than to be un-Australian. Have you ever been un-Australian in your life? Have you ever, for example, have you ever quietly said to your partner, do you know, Marmite just is better than Vegemite? Have you ever done that?
No, I don't like either. So
What?
Well, I guess that in itself is very un-Australian.
Have you ever said, do you know, I think the Lamington is massively overrated?
I think I have said that.
Have you?
Yeah.
You're un-Australian, Louis.
Yeah.
You'll get drummed out of town.
Yeah. Cringed at...
These are not the views of SEN and Daniel Norcross and Phil Long. No, we love a Lamington. And we have a great respect for Vegemite. Other slightly yeast-based spreads to put on bread and whatnot are available. And in my view, slightly better. But that's another matter. 1 for 68, 23 behind. Change of bowler. And for the first time today, it's Umesh Yadav, who comes in for the left-handed Head, who clatters this into the offside, but it's fielded at short extra by Harsha Patel. There's no run. What I wanted to ask you is, ostensibly, Harsha Patel and Ravi are very similar bowlers. They're coming off 2 or 3 paces. Harsha slightly taller. Left-arm spinners, bowl in very similar ways. Labuschagne looks all at sea against one of them and looks absolutely fine against the other. Is that just personality, or the fact he's been out 4 times? Because there's no real logic to us looking on. Umesh in, punched off the back foot, deflected towards mid-on. There'll be no run there.
It's been the whole series, hasn't it, that Jadeja's just been able to do what other spinners haven't been able to do. It's just his relentless ability to... The ball always... I think if you're batting against him, the ball always feels like it's going to hit the stump. So you always feel like you need to play at him. So leaving balls, like Marnus did try to do an over or two ago and nearly got bowled, is perilous with him. Even on flat pitches, even on wickets that aren't turning a lot like this one at the moment, I think that's where Jadeja's real strength lies. His consistency, his relentlessness. Axar is also an excellent bowler, but it's fine margins in terms of just the odd ball, womper over. You might be able to flick off your pads or get off strike. That might be the difference.
Umesh is in, slightly tricksy field, and up on his toes goes head, plays it square of the wicket on the offside. It's picked up by Shubman Gill, I believe, there. Now we've got a gully, really, is Kohli. He's moved away from slip. Have we seen a single slip catch in this match? I'm not sure that we have.
No. I would say no.
Have we seen... How many catches to slip and wicketkeeper off a fast bowler have there been in this series? Oh, Phil Long, you didn't think you were going to get all the way through the series without me asking you a really annoying question, did you?
Well, there was the first session where KS Bharat dropped a sitter off Travis Head, wasn't there?
There was, but he didn't take it, did he? Umesh in, and that's shanked, really, to wide mid-on, where Shami does the fielding. 1 for 68, the score remains. So we've got this sort of short point. We've got a very short extra cover, catching extra cover. He's wearing a helmet. Deep backward point. Quite a deep-ish extra cover, but he's right on the edge of the square, so he's not, don't imagine he's out the boundary or anything. Wide-ish mid-off, wide mid-on, short-ish mid-wicket, and a long leg. Who is at least something? He's a long leg. His ball's pushed up to the wide-ish mid-off. Everybody's standing in positions that you just have to trust me are not quite conventional, but that's what happens when you play in the subcontinent.
Yeah, especially the short catching cover and the short point. I mean, it's kind of odd that the fielder there at short cover is wearing a helmet for a start, given he's close, but he's not that close. It might just be a habit from the previous over, but yeah, it looks like Umesh Yadav is trying to push the ball across Travis Head and get him to play a big cover drive.
Umesh ends and Travis Head, who clips away out through a deep backward square leg. It's being pursued by Bajaro, who's actually quite nimble on this occasion, despite the fact that he's wearing his shin guards. It's not easy for the old fella. He gets to the ball, flings it in, a couple more to the total. 34 overs have been bowled. Australia 1 for 70, Head 43, Labuschagne 21. We've had 64 runs this morning from 28 overs. Scoring rate just started to pick up a little in Australia. With every run, get to breathe that little bit more easily. Louis Cameron alongside me and Phil Long.
And I might just make one final point about the World Test Championship final with Australia and India now looking odds-on to play against each other. It'll be the first time the two teams have played a test against each other on neutral territory. And I was just double-checking that was certainly the case with Harsha Bhogle before to make sure, because he obviously knows his cricket history far better than anyone, to confirm that was the case. And we were kind of talking about neutral tests, and they're very unusual. Don't see them too often, except for now with the World Test Championship finals.
1912?
Yes. Yeah, there was a bunch of them. Australia played against South Africa in England.
Triangular tournaments, like an original World Cup, but it was utterly blighted by terrible weather. It was an appalling summer. It rained and rained and rained. Well, I think one game was completely abandoned, the Old Trafford match, was it? Yeah, abandoned without a ball bowled. That is rain.
There might have been another couple a long time later in the UAE.
Well, also Australia-Pakistan in 2010.
Yes. Yes.
As Ashwin's in, thick inside edge from Labuschagne to his first delivery, and there's no sort of backward short leg. I do think India have been a little bit cautious here, because there's been a few inside edges that could have gone to hand, could have actually packed the field a little bit more than they have, but Labuschagne gets off strike with that single. Phil Long, what have you spotted? You spotted a man with his trousers up.
Yeah. Is it Rowie?
It is Rowie. He looks like an Englishman on a beach holiday in Skegness, which, for those of you who don't know, is a rather tawdry resort in the northeast of England. He does. He's got his trousers. Oh no! Quickly, Colo. Oh, you missed it. Oh, he's rolled them back up, back down. We got a good sight of his calves there. All he needed was a knotted handkerchief in his head, and it would have been perfect. Ashwin in pushes to row it at short extra, and there's no run.
It looked like a croquet player from the 1800s.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It was very unusual. He's not. I don't think that's allowed. I think
Stumpy Short, whatever his name might have been. You know. Arbuthnot Green. Appeal for LBW to a ball that's going down leg. Ashwin knows it. The crowd don't know it. Kohli wasn't sure. And Pujara, I think, was intrigued for a while, but no more than that. That was Surya Kumar Yadav, who's at City Point, also quite fancied it. We've got a deep point. It's the only boundary rider, as Ashwin's into the left-handed head. And head just sends out there. He likes that a lot more, does Ashwin, and he wants to refer. But I wouldn't, because it's going down leg, I'm pretty sure. And they're going for it. Okay, right, there's a big appeal, an excited one. He ran backwards with the little steps, which is often a sign that Ashwin's excited. It looks to be very similar to the Kuderman dismissal, but with the naked eye, Louis Cameron, I thought I was going down leg. Where are you?
I think they're clutching at straws here. I think it's very, very similar to the previous ball that hit him on the pad and just drifting down the leg side. He's not getting a whole lot of purchase, and that he's challenging the Aussie players, the Aussie left-handers on their inside edge rather than their outside edge.
He's bowling very wide of the crease, so if that hits... Oh, there's a little bit of straightening, you know.
Okay, it's closer than I thought.
Height's not an issue. There's a little bit of straightening. Is it enough? Because you can see middle and off stumps. Well, you can't see the middle stumps, the bat's in the way, but you know it's behind that bat. So it's hit him sort of in front of leg. It's hit head in front of leg. Should say the chicken ultra edge. There's no bat involved. Don't even need to rock and roll that. And we can go straight to ball tracking when ready, please. I'd love to be a third umpire, as you can tell. I'd do it from my bedroom. Right, he's pushed out a long way. His bat's a long way in front of his pad there, head. But I think this is a little hopeful.
Yeah.
Umpire's call at best for me.
Certainly closer than what it looked like on the original replay.
Impact in line, wickets. Umpire's call. Top of the leg stump, but a shaving. I mean, it really, that is, a ninth of the ball, I'm going to say.
Well, Ashwin's going to feel dudded there because, I mean, he got Matthew Kuhneman with one that was missing these stumps entirely. Obviously, Matthew Kuhneman was never going to review it given he's the night watchman, but that one was just clipping the top of leg stump. This is the thing, though, about umpire's call is the ball only needs to just touch the stumps for the bails to be dislodged. So,
but umpire Menon may have seen that previous dismissal, realised he made a mistake, thought that looks almost identical, and given this one not out. This is punched off the back foot, and they'll get a single for it as it goes square of the wicket. Head with a reprieve. I say a reprieve. It would have been a very, very tight call had he been given out. It's one of those Schrodinger's wickets. It's both out and not out at the same time.
Yeah, you can't be wrong. I think either party would have felt aggrieved there. Travis Head, if he had been given out on field, would have felt aggrieved.
So is feeling aggrieved.
Yes.
That's great. So cricket manages to make sure that everyone is cheesed off. Superb. This is supposed to be fun. 1 for 72 with that single. Head to 44, closing in on another 50. He's really made this opening berth his own these last few games. Back into his crease goes Labuschagne and just dabs the ball to backward point. End of the over, 1 for 72. Australia 19 runs in arrears. Head 44 from 95. Labuschagne, a claggy 22 from 80. It really has been him battling his demons as much as anything else. And we're going to get one more over him before lunch. There'll be 30 overs in the session. Tip-top, thank you very much.
Battling his demons is a really good way of putting it, Daniel. I'm just watching Marnus Labuschagne between overs here, and he's having a chat to Travis Head now, but for quite a while he was just practicing that shot that the last ball he played against Ashwin, and he's going deep in his crease, and he's trying to mimic how Usman Khawaja plays the spinners from the back foot. He's trying to get himself in that mindset of play back to everything. Even if it's too full, I can play. I'll give myself more time, and even if I go back to a half volley, I'm not going to get lunging where LBW bat pad catches can come into play. So he's trying to retrain his brain. When you grow up playing on Brisbane pitches, on bouncy pitches, it's so hard for Australians to learn to play spin the subcontinental way.
Well, his torch is nearly over. It is the last day of the series. Umesh Yadav is going to bowl the last over of the opening session, and his first ball's clipped down to a long leg for a single. Our first session's for MEGT. MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship and employment experts, as the Holman's scoreboard moves on to 1 for 73. Phil Long.
Very quickly from Christchurch, New Zealand need 49 from 7 overs with 6 wickets.
Who's out? Was it Mitchell or Williamson?
Mitchell is out. Williamson's still there, 93 from 170 balls.
Well, they're going to go for it, aren't they?
Well, they've scored 67 off the last 10 overs, so...
They're up with the rate, really. They need 7 and over. They've been going at 6.7. So I think we can... And I never like to say safely say, because things can come back to bite you, but it's going to be India and Australia in that World Test Championship final, which I should be attending. It's just down the road from me. I don't know where you'll be able to listen to it from. All those things will be decided over the course of the next month or so, I have no doubt. As Umesh is in to the right-handed Labuschagne, who lets this go by. A little bit of drift away into the gloves of KS Bharat. And there's no run.
Because oddly, that game's being played at the second best ground in London.
No, I think you'll find it is. I think you'll find it's the best ground in London, and it's also the oldest test ground.
You won't be able to stop him there.
It's the oldest test ground in London, the second oldest test ground in London, where, frankly,
I'm not disputing its age.
The likes of Sunil Gavaskar weren't even allowed through the gates. And women, apart from the Queen, weren't allowed to sit in the pavilion until 1999. If that's your kind of ground that you like, Phil, then fair enough. If you want to go and live in Gilead, that suits me. As Umesh is in and pushed to point, and there's no run. Score 1 for 73.
Just a touch of reverse swing it might look like for Umesh Yadav. It's some kind of swing. The ball's 35 overs old now. It's just nipping away from Marnus Labuschagne. I'm only bringing it back to the cricket because the two Englishmen I'm sitting between might end up in a punch on him.
Dan knows deep down that the home of cricket is Grace Road in Leicester. That's the thing.
the largest playing area in the world, isn't it? Umesh is in. This is a touch to short mid-wicket, no run.
Will they build Andrew McDonald a statue at Leicestershire yet?
I hope so, wouldn't
And lifted them from the
Oddly
Dolphins.
enough, in Market Harbour, which is just outside Leicester, about 10 miles, there is an Andrew McDonald close.
Is there?
Which I presume has got absolutely nothing to do with this Andrew McDonald. But it would be fantastic if it was.
Wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, Grace Road has got the most massive playing area. They seldom use all of it, but I think it might be bigger than the G, isn't it? It is bigger than the G. For quite a poxy club with virtually no seats. As it ball's pushed to short mid-wicket, there's no run. There you go. Fight fire with fire, Loggy.
Yeah, the last day of that 1998 championship season, I seem to remember the boot was on the other foot, that poxy club.
25
down at the second best ground in London.
Oh, poor Australians having to listen to our bickering. Sorry, people from Perth to Cairns to Brisbane to wherever. Last ball before lunch.
Where on earth is Leicestershire?
Exactly. Well said, Louis. It's up the M1. It's in the Midlands. It's sort of like miles from the sea. Don't eat fish in Leicester. As Umesh is in to complete the session. That's left alone by Marnus. Through to the gloves of KS Bharat. And that will be the lunch break. We've had 30 overs this morning. Australia began on none for 3. They've ended on 71 for 73. That's 70 runs in 30 overs. Slow going. There have been some alarms, but Travis Head has played well. He's negotiated the session extremely well. 45 from 96 balls. Marnus Labuschagne less well, as we've been saying, battling his demons, and Jadeja has been particularly troublesome for him. He's made 22 from 85, but crucially for Australia, they're still there. 18 runs in arrears with 2 sessions to go, 60 overs left in the day. Only the 1 wicket fell today, and that was Matthew Kuhneman. And I really feel for Matthew Kuhneman because he was given out LBW, a marginal decision off the bowling of Ashwin. It was shown to be missing. He didn't refer because he diffidently thought as essentially a number 11 batting at 1. He's not allowed to, but anybody else would have done. Travis Head certainly would have done. He departed for 6, but he did his job last night. Man, he faced 35 balls. We're going to go to break shortly. Quick sum up of what we've seen, Louis Cameron.
Yeah, Australia did what they needed to in that session, didn't they? I mean, apart from the loss of Matthew Kuhneman, who, as you mentioned, did his job the previous evening, they got through to lunch, not without a few little troubles. I mean, Ashwin and Jadeja definitely troubled both Labuschagne and Head, but some really good signs there from Travis Head, the way he played the spinners. He looks like he's improving with every innings, doesn't he, after missing out on the first test. And, you know, Marnus is... he's fighting it, isn't he? He knows Jadeja's got his number. He's got him out 4 times in this series already. So he's fighting that against Jadeja. So
doesn't it seem preposterous that Head wasn't playing in that first game? That's another matter. We'll probably come back to that later today. Bulk of the bowling has been done by Ashwin. 14 overs, 1 for 24, and Jadeja 10 overs, done for 21. But we've also seen Mohammad Shami with 5 overs, Akshay Patel with 5, and Umesh Yadav with 2 just before lunch. You're hanging around anyway, Phil Long, so we'll get your thoughts when we come back on the other side of this break alongside Adam Collins.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Officer and Calcallo, henley.com.au. And Tyre Power, your tyre experts. India versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
And Test cricket for Tyre Power, extraordinary finish playing out at Christchurch. We'll talk you through it. 1 run to win for New Zealand. 2 balls left in the Test match. Williamson on strike. Aseetha to him here. Ducks the short ball. Surely that's a wide. I probably shouldn't be commentating this, but here we are. 8 for 284 to complete the Test match. Deary me. It does have ramifications for the World Test Championship final, Daniel Norcross. Well, actually, no, because they can't get 2 wickets in 1 ball, can they? 1 ball left.
No,
this now means that India have made it through. This is a done deal.
But what we could get is that rarest of things. Scores level. England against Zimbabwe. Do you remember?
Nick Knight.
Yeah, not a tie.
India, West Indies, 2011.
Not a tie, but a score level draw.
So the
ball
context
left.
here is New Zealand were chasing 285. They lost a session. They've gone after it in, well, it's 70 overs all up, but about 20 of them were bowled yesterday. Harsha Bhogle is going to jump into our expert chair as well. We're all huddled around Louis Cameron's phone to watch the last ball of the Test match. And it's going to be
one ball,
if Aseetha can, as you say, this could be a level on runs, 8 down Test match. Extraordinary for the 3rd time in Test history. And it's Kane Williamson who's facing an 121. And they're taking their time, as they would in the circumstances. And we're going to return here with Australia 1 for 73. A far less eventful Test match, it must be said. So the last ball here, Williamson takes it on. Does he get over the keeper? Throw it on striker's end. They're through on the bye. Direct hit. Are you kidding me? Williamson direct hit at his end. I reckon he might be home. They're going to send it upstairs for about half an hour, I reckon.
I think he's out. I think we could have a draw with 9 down, not 8. 9.
A draw with scores level with 9 down. As you say, Bulawayo 1996, Mumbai 2011. It could be Christchurch 2023. What a couple of Test matches in New Zealand to throw in here. Did Williamson get in?
Oh, it's so tight.
On the lunge, on the stride. He's home.
He's home by 6 inches.
New Zealand have won by 2 wickets from the final ball of the 5th day. And that confirms, in the context of the Test we're watching here at Ahmedabad, Daniel Norcross, as Harsha makes his way in to replace you in a jiffy, that India cannot miss the World Test Championship final, regardless of what plays out here over the last 3.5 hours of the Test match.
They're home host.
They will be playing Australia at the Oval in South London on the 7th of June in something of a grand final after 2 years. And
provided there's no snow.
Harsha, you pick up those cans and we'll pop you on air. How's that sound?
Just a quick...
So provided no snow was your comment on the way in.
Yes, provided no snow.
Well, we should be okay by June. Late May, there might have been snow. But just a little word on these 2 Test matches. The last 2 Test matches that New Zealand have hosted. They've won one by 1 run. They've won another by 2 wickets from the very last ball of the match. Proper Test cricket being played out down in New Zealand. They're getting to feast their fans. Not so much of a feast here at the Narendra Modi Stadium. But I'm going to take my leave. I will be back shortly.
You will be back. You're going to give your headset to Phil Long, who'll join Harsha and me for the first 15 minutes of play or thereabouts. The players are in no hurry to get to the middle. I will tell you this much. I will tell you that Australia at 1 for 73. They're still in arrears by 18. And Travis Head will resume on 45. Hasn't made a 50 in the series, so that's worth looking for in the first 10 minutes of play or thereabouts. Marnus Labuschagne is on 22. That pair have put on 59 since Kuhnemann was the one man out this morning. Leg before we get to Ashwin for 6. Should have reviewed it. We didn't think at the time he should have reviewed it, but it was missing the leg stump. It was 1 for 14 then, and at lunch they will resume at 1 for 73. I'll put the effects back on, and we'll be setting ourselves up to go for Tyre Power. Your trusted local hello, Harsha.
It's almost an anticlimax suddenly to come back to the Test match that we're all here to watch. After the events of that game, that one boundary that Kane Williamson threaded between point and cover, he did it 1 shot in anger. He didn't slog 1 ball.
It's one of the great shots. 2 balls left in the Test match, or 3 left rather, and threading it with 5 out on the rope on the offside. Stunning stuff. Ashwin bowls. Start of the new session. Head on 45, driving down to mid-off. No run on the Kia scoreboard. Kia movement that inspires. Heads faced 96 deliveries for his 45. He's batted well.
Yeah, I'm looking there and I'm seeing Labuschagne and Head, and I'm in my head I'm thinking Wagner and Williamson.
What I will say, Harsha, is Ashwin bowls with 2 catching men on the offside to Head round the wicket, defending out to cover. Wants a quick single. Labuschagne's up for it. They get through. 46 for him, 1 for 70 for Australia. They trail by 17. The World Test Championship was designed to provide context around bilateral series. And to, that context word's overused a little bit, but what we have seen now is 2 cycles nearly complete, only the final ahead of us at the Oval between Australia and India. Now, I'm sure we would have been huddled around that phone regardless, given how close the finish was, but knowing that it had implications for a test 10,000 kilometres away, that's pretty cool, I reckon.
You know, and to think that the first World Test Championship was decided on an over rate.
Yes.
One of the teams that decided on an over rate. I keep coming back almost obsessively to
Ashwin bowls over the wicket. Labuschagne 2 short legs, defends just in front of the straighter of the 2.
Always take care of the little things. Always take care of the little things. We've seen a team go out of an IPL qualification after being almost home on the 4th or the 3rd or the 4th decimal on net run rate.
Wow.
It was an amazing game. I'll tell you a little bit more about it.
Please do. Got time on our side here. Half an hour to stretch out. To Labuschagne. Sharp spin. Taken it slip. Did it catch the glove? Ashwin doesn't appeal. Kohli's excited at slip, but I don't think they're going to consider that. The reviews are precious on the final day. Ashwin doesn't even make the case, which is unusual for the veteran.
I think they had to win the game in 13.2 overs or something like that. And 13.2 overs passed, and there was still 1 or 2 runs left to win. It's gone straight off the thigh. Still 1 or 2 runs left to win. Suddenly everyone thought, oh, and it's gone. Of the 5th ball, the batter hit a 6. Right? You had to cross.
So he's hit more runs. So Ashwin bowls here. Labuschagne goes back. Spin back towards the middle stump again. That's good bowling from Ashwin to start the session. Labuschagne 23, 1 for 74. 1 for 75 Australia.
Yeah. Say you need 190 to win. And you need to do it in 14.1 overs to sneak ahead on net run rate, but you're just 189, and you're now 14.2, 14.3, but you hit a 6 thereafter. Your total is now no longer 191. Your total is 196.
Very clever. Ashwin bowls to Head to complete the first over after lunch. He drives into the offside. It stops at cover by Shubman Gill. 37 overs gone. 1 for 75, and that's on the Kia scoreboard. Kia movement that inspires Australia. Still 16 in the red with Labuschagne 23. Head 46. Adam Collins with Harsha Bhogle.
So the moral of the story is, if you need 2 runs to win, you need 2 runs to win of that 1 ball to go ahead on net run rate, and you get run out going for the second. So you need 1 run to win.
Right.
You need 1 run to win, and you get run out. Or no, hang on. I'm going ahead of myself. You need 1 run to win, but it's a very tricky single to take with the field inside. Say you hit the ball and it's gone straight to short cover. Should I run? Should I not run? All instinct would say go. But if you back yourself to hit a 6, don't run. That you might cross over that number for the net run rate, but that number is for 1 run more than what you need. If you back yourself to hit a 6, you get the additional 5 runs.
It's a good point, and I know a lot of cricket these days is informed by analytics and marginal gains, and especially in T20 cricket. As Aksha starts from the southern end to Labuschagne, pushes to silly point, no runner. That should be something they talk about. The frustration for me is in short form cricket when they don't come back for a 2nd run or a 3rd run from the final ball, acknowledging that almost always you'll be run out, but sometimes you won't. As Aksha delivers and Labuschagne drives out through the covers, finds a gap, nicely timed, work to do for Shubman, cuts it off. They get through for 2. Labuschagne up to 25, 1 for 77.
I think on a decent test match wicket, where we are now, we'd been on the 4th morning. I don't think anybody would have complained and would have set up a really good fifth day.
Yep.
That's why I keep coming back to saying it's one of those Adelaide Oval kind of pitches. Really good to bat on, absolutely nothing. But as you come right towards the end, the spinners can win the game for you.
Yeah, that old-fashioned Adelaide track before they moved to the drop-ins. It's a bit different now with the day-night tests. Zach Shah bowls and Labuschagne defends, but I absolutely appreciate your point. It used to be, I think for a time there was a sample size of 15 years where the average first innings score was over 500. And I think the average second innings score was over 400. So you were getting these massive test matches where you were still getting results because the pitch would deteriorate in a good way. Akshar bowls and Labuschagne deflects it into Surya Kumar Yadav at silly point. 1 or 2 catching men on the offside, no run.
I mean, Warney bowling late in the test at the MCG was a spectacle. But also Nathan Lyon bowling late into a test at the Adelaide Oval.
Well, yeah, that famous test of 14-15. Lyon taking 7 wickets on the final day. Akshar here, Labuschagne smothering the spin. But yeah, I agree with you. If this were day 4, then we'd have a real ball game on tomorrow with respect to the surface.
This is the first time there's a contest between bat and ball. Even today, it's tilted in favour of the bat.
Sure. Akshar to finish, a bit flatter. Labuschagne pushing to cover. End of the 38th over. 1 for 77 Australia on the Kia scoreboard. Kia movement that inspires. They trail by 14 with Labuschagne 25 and Head on 46.
Morning, mate. How was the long weekend? Oh, if I told you, you wouldn't believe me. Go on, try me. Okay, Saturday morning we catch a flight to King Island for a golfing trip of a lifetime. We played some Pure Links golf at Cape Wickham and Ocean Dunes, plus the local course. The views and the fresh air were amazing. The hospitality was fantastic, including a choice of crayfish, beef and some quality King Island cheeses. I only wish we could have stayed more than 2 nights.
Start planning your King Island golfing experience by visiting kingisland.org.au/golf today.
Good morning to our listeners in the UK tuning in on TalkSport 2. You can text in if you're in Australia on 0433 98 11 16. And Murray has, love this text, he's writing to myself and everyone who's worked on the broadcast over the last 5 weeks. He says he's a totally blind man and he's enjoyed the last 4 test matches into his lounge room on SEN. He says that he's been able to follow the series because of our radio commentary, which I think sometimes gets lost a little bit in modern broadcasting. We don't think that there are people who can't watch on the telly, and that's what radio is there for as well. It is a service. So thank you, Murray, for texting in. Ashwin bowling over the wicket, rarely to a left-hander. Head, who goes back, clips to the man at short leg. There's no run.
Also,
well taken.
Also, when you do television commentary, you're not actually describing what's happened to the ball. Like you just said, goes on the back foot, plays that out to short leg, goes back. So you're actually painting a picture for those that can't see the game.
I mean, on television, ideally, as Ashwin gets to the crease and bowls again and Head defends down the pitch, collected in his follow-through, there won't be a single. On television, it has changed, hasn't it, Harsha? When you first started in the craft and were broadcasting, but especially in the UK and Australia, there was an emphasis on not talking as Ashwin bowls to Head. Delivers here, Head on 46, hit on the pad, but outside the leg stump, so no concerns for him. And that still prevails in England a little bit, but now talking through the ball on telly has become more common practice.
As I've often said, we've become the soundtrack for the game on television. And if there's a silence...
Ashwin bowls and Head gets forward. That's better, pushing out to cover, but no single.
People actually start to wonder what's happening there. Whereas you could have had a Richie not saying a word for... 4 balls, 5 balls, not saying a word.
Well, even now, Mike Atherton and Nasser Hussain, who both work for Sky Cricket, get to work a bit with them during the English summer. It's wonderful when, with those experienced guys, as Ashwin delivers here. And Head tries to sweep under edge. Ashwin thinks so. Umpire Menon keeps the finger down. Ashwin's going to go straight over to the wicketkeeper, KS Bharat, and ask him what he reckons. Bharat also took the bails. They might get lucky here for a stumping caught behind double review by the umpire. Rohit's shaking his head. We've talked already today about Rohit not liking Ashwin being in the conversation. DRS ticks down to 0 now. They won't be going up. It stays at 1 for 77. So that's all good. We'll get a replay in a moment for Beaumont Tiles, Australia's favourite. But as we get to that,
do you see an inside edge?
Well, I didn't hear anything. Did you hear anything?
No.
Through stump.
Right.
We'll talk us through the replay. What are you saying? Oh, actually, you know what?
I think it's gone off the hip, but could have taken a bit of a stump.
And also, not a bad shout for leg before, potentially, although it probably pitched outside leg. Okay, so Ashwin's in the game. Bowls again, Head, forward, defending, end of the over. We'll pick up this conversation on SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power, your trusted local Australia. 1 for 77, Labuschagne 25, Head 46, a maiden complete. They trail by 14.
Land where you belong with Harcourts. Here's CEO Tony Morrison.
By the time this ad airs, there will have been shifts in the market. They'll have been reported on TV, in the paper and online. And chances are they'll shift again. At Harcourts, we live and breathe the market and will give you the full story as it happens. Empowering you and getting the best result possible is another reason we've been around for over 130 years.
Visit harcourts.com.au and rest assured.
Akshar Patel to continue from the southern end on the Kia scoreboard. Kia movement that inspires. Australia still 14 away from parity. India have started the session well, pushing for a second wicket. Labuschagne facing here, defending down the pitch. Good restart from him. So yeah, TV commentary in the UK with people like Atherton and Hussain, they will occasionally put the mic down and give themselves 2 or 3 balls, then jump in again, which is just not part of the practice in most other parts of the cricketing world nowadays. Akshar bowls and Labuschagne defends down the pitch.
The generation that followed that kind of game is getting increasingly smaller and smaller. It's still pretty vocal, so I still get a lot of people telling me watching the replay and the ball is pitched outside the leg stump. So couldn't have been an LBW. We'll wait and see if there was any murmur as the ball passed.
Akshar in, round the wicket. Labuschagne on the front foot defending back to the spinner.
They're still very vocal about what they want, and I can understand that's what they want. They want the minimalistic style of commentary that was made famous by so many people. Not more so than Richie. But I think the trend is moving increasingly more and more towards being the soundtrack.
Akshar in, wide of the crease. Labuschagne in on the front foot, pushing back to the bowler.
A lot of the feedback that I get on social media is how we are supposed to create the atmosphere, create the excitement. Tell us what is happening, how many people around, what are the people on the stump mic saying. Keep drawing for us.
Akshar delivers and Labuschagne defends on the back foot this time.
And so we're almost expected to generate excitement, and that is dangerous because you can never tell people what isn't happening. But if there's an exciting game like we just saw in Christchurch.
Again, Akshar a bit closer to finish, and Labuschagne does the same thing. On the front foot, pushing to silly point where Surya Kumar Yadav does the fielding. Labuschagne shakes his head. He's frustrated out there. The Aussies are 1 for 77. They trail by 14. Back-to-back maidens on the Kia scoreboard. Kia, movement that inspires.
The pursuit of adventure begins at Harley Heaven, and your dream motorcycle is closer than you think with the 2022 Harley-Davidson Runout on now at Harley Heaven. Receive bonus upgrades on selected 2022 Softail models and 2022 Touring models. Available for this month only. Harley Heaven, Melbourne, the home of adventure and the home of Harley-Davidson. Visit one of their 3 Melbourne stores in Dandenong, Ringwood and West Melbourne. Find more details at harleyheaven.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power, your trusted local, with Adam Collins and Harsha Bhogle with you on the call. Harsha, please pick up that point from before about building the soundtrack when it's artificial.
I'm just trying to say, I'm trying to imagine Richie doing the last ball at Christchurch. And I think all he would have done is 1 to get. Might be short? No. Because he would have let people watch what is happening. That was that style. But I think like with clothing fashion, I mean, you got Bharat sitting next to us, that's fashion too. But I think trends change, fashions change, audiences change. The impact of T20 is not only on the way you play cricket, but on the way you watch cricket too. So I believe...
Heads 46. Ashwin over the wicket to him, outside the leg stump. He kicks it away. Might get an inside edge, actually. I think he might have. They get through for 1. Head to 47. Well worked. 1 for 78 the score.
I think that minimalistic style of commentary is gone. It had its origins in England, was fated in Australia. But even at the time of Benno, towards the tail end of Benno, I wouldn't say tail end, but you had Laurie and you had Tony Gregg, and they were always keeping that tempo up. But I think that's gone now. You certainly expected to be able to generate excitement.
Yeah, the way that Benno, even deep into his career, what you're describing there, was able to have those big moments where he didn't use many words. Perhaps most famously, Edgbaston 2005. The last year he worked in England as Ashwin approaches and bowls to Labuschagne, who defends out to point. There won't be a single. They considered it for a moment. He's been there for 101 balls. There's only a few now. He goes, Jones, the keeper, Bowden, Kaspovitz, the man to go, and that's it, because he obviously on the screen they see Geraint Jones take the catch. Bowden put his finger up. Ashwin bowls, and he plays and misses. I don't know why Labuschagne's fending at that. He's having a real tough time out there at the moment. They're appealing for the stumping, and Richard Kettleborough sent it upstairs. And Richard Kettleborough does not refer stumpings unless he thinks they're half a show. So Labuschagne went across his stumps, had a waft at one that went on with the arm from Ashwin. It was the arm ball of sorts.
Yeah, just lifted his foot very, very momentarily.
So this could be a big moment in this final day with Labuschagne for Bendix, confident stopping Bendix breaks. First replay's the front on. They will check the court behind, and he did miss the ball. That's fairly clear. But they'll clarify that with Snicko. It's not far away from the edge.
Just watch that back foot just goes up.
Yeah.
But I think it goes up for such a short while.
So the foot gets down, at least initially. The question will be, does the back foot come back up after KS Bharat's gloved it? Bharat Sundaresan, you're with us as well. Your thoughts on the first replay? Oh, hang on, it's this.
Yeah.
Now, it's down, it's fine. He'll be given not out, but the clever bit here, KS Bharat waited, and Labuschagne, just a little bit off balance, took the foot up for not even half a second and got it back down again. So that'll be confirmed as not out on the Kia scoreboard. Kia movement that inspires Australia 1 for 78. We can pick up our conversation, Harsha, about commentary styles.
If today I had said in that moment, Geraint Jones, Kasparov the man, I would have got 500 tweets saying, man, you killed the moment.
Yeah. I noticed that a little bit yesterday. So Ashwin bowls here on the front foot defending down the pitch. No, I think Murali Kartik was doing the Hindi commentary for the Kohli 100? Or was he on your
English?
The English commentary. I saw some criticism of him not amping it up enough, the Kohli ton. But you're a bit of a hiding to nothing there, aren't you? From his perspective. Ashwin bowls to Labuschagne, who goes back and defends. That's better.
Commentary lines are now widely shared on social media. There's only a little 15-second clip of big things going around. More people watch the game through clips than through the live telecast. And so on those clips, if you don't have that exciting moment, it sounds a bit flat.
Last ball from Ashwin. Labuschagne goes back and finds a gap through the covers. He's fought through that over really well and completes it with a boundary for Blunston. Right on with Blunston. Labuschagne advances to 29, heads on 47. Australia just 9 runs away from parity. They're 1 for 82 on the Kia scoreboard. Kia, movement that inspires.
Get the power of safer tyres before you go on holidays. A road safety message from Tyre Power.
Correct tyre inflation is the single most important part of tyre care. It helps keep them in good condition to provide optimum performance and maximum life. The best thing you can do before a long journey is check your tyre pressure and top them up with air if needed. And don't forget to check the spare tyre too.
Get the power of expert advice. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent. Visit tyrepower.com.au for your local owner operator.
Heads faced 106 balls, Labuschagne 105. All our numbers for Fuso trucks, Fuso canters are in stock now. Job done. Harsha Bhogle.
For a long time in Indian film music, the songs were actually poetry. Great Urdu, Hindi poets writing songs for the movies.
Akshar over the wicket to the left-handed head. A couple of catches in close. He defends off the front foot.
And I remember being at an event where Gulzar, one of our greatest songwriters, wrote Jai Ho, which won the Oscar. And Swanand Kirkir, a younger lyricist, sharing the screen. And they were talking about all the great lyrics and poetry songs gone by.
Akshar again, wider on the crease. Head goes back, rides the bounce out to mid-wicket, no single.
And the younger songwriter says, I know, sir, what you're saying, and I know about the poetry. Today, when I'm writing a song, I'm asked, will it make a good ringtone?
Akshar, bit fuller. Head elects to go back, squeezes it through point, gets a couple. Head to 49, 1 for 84 Australia.
So if I'm doing commentary today on a great moment, I've got to ask myself, if that is the only bit that you will hear, are you going to tell the story? So if I have to do a piece of commentary on, say, yesterday, Virat Kohli getting to 100, I wasn't on air, but if I had to...
And there's a great example coming up here, right? So Travis Head's about to reach his 50. Maybe he will this ball. Akshar bowls, Head, clips it down the middle, no run. I know that when Head reaches 50 here, this will be clipped up and used as a 30-second grab on social media. Yeah.
So can I say, here's a man who's got a vault of gold at home, but he's searching for a little nugget.
Good line.
Can I prepare that line and keep?
Akshar bowls, Head goes back and places at the backward point. There's no run there either. A little bit quicker through the air from Akshar. He's bowled well after lunch.
I was once told by Peter Baxter of Test Match Special that the great commentators, he said some of their most spontaneous lines were the most rehearsed.
Yep. I'm not surprised to hear that.
So can we rehearse our lines? Can we be ready with lines? So the world of broadcasting is changing so fast.
Akshar to finish the over. Head on 49 and he gets the edge that takes him to a half century. Down towards the rope it goes, reaches it now. Our boundaries for Blunston, right on with Blunston. Good over from Akshar Patel, but Head gets the chance to raise his bat for the first time in the series and indeed the first time in Asia. Left out at Nagpur. That was a tough blow for the South Australian. Back into the side at Delhi, made contributions in the next 3 test matches and he's earned that 50, Harsha Bhogle.
And I paused because the editor will cut that moment.
He will.
So that little moment goes out on air. And notice how you set it all up precisely, as much for the broadcast that's going out as for the clip that will go out. And so the challenge on us broadcasters today, and people much younger than me coming into the profession, is you have to be relevant to the day's broadcast. You have to capture the excitement of the moment, and yet you have to be relevant for the 10-15 second clip that will go viral. And I reckon I would have loved to have had a conversation with Richie on how he would have gone in T20 cricket, or would he just not have done it? Like his stand on only being free to air, not on satellite television. How would he have gone in T20 cricket? And I reckon, and I know this is completely blasphemous, I reckon he would have either had to adapt or would have appeared dated.
Fascinating insight from Harsha Bhogle, who's with us throughout the series, and we are grateful for it. Yeah, everything you said then I share the view of, because I do feel for TV guys who do cop it. We've got Bharat Sundaresan nodding in the summariser chair as well. Hasn't had a chance to get in yet, but we'll bring him in this over. Ashwin bowls over the wicket. 3 catching men. Getting forward is Labuschagne on 29, no single.
I've done a Richie.
You've done a Richie so far.
There, in scratch lush of that list. No, I think also what has changed, in my opinion, Harsha, is people are no longer just sitting in front of their television and just watching cricket. They have their phones in their hand. With social media, it's so much more interactive. They're checking Twitter, so maybe you also need to speak a lot more to keep them occupied almost.
Ashwin to the crease. Away from us, Labuschagne just plays it under his eyes and opens the plate. That's a good shot to move to 30 with the single. 1 for 89. So Australia only a couple of runs away from getting the scores level again.
Clips rights are sold these days. So if I am calling on television and I'm about 2 seconds behind the action or 3 seconds behind the action on a clip, suddenly there's a big moment that's happened and there is no voice on it. And that sounds terrible on a 12 to 15 second clip that's going round.
He's got a couple of slips now, Ashwin. Wide of the crease, round the wicket, head inside edge into his back pad, spills out the silly point. Trying to put pressure on India here. Scoreboard pressure will take India out of the game.
I think that process has begun.
Yeah.
Because India needed to have 3 or 4 by now.
Ashwin halfway through his over, head goes back and smacks it into short cover, and the crowd love that because Rohit Sharma, turning the clock back, sticks out of mid. Your old mate, Bharat. Good fielding.
Yeah, I mean, I enjoyed it as well. Like, yeah, you saw I was smiling after that. Yeah, that's because it's good stop, yeah.
Thanks, Rohit. Ashwin bowls on the front foot head. For those of our listeners in Australia who may not hear Rohit speak so often, we do a lot in our jobs. That is unbelievably close to the mark.
True.
He doesn't do a bad Harsha either. I'm not sure you're allowed to do that with the man sitting next to you. Ashwin bowls again to finish and head off the back foot, finds backward point. End of the over, 1 run coming from it. Australia trail by 2. They're 1 for 89. That's on the Kia scoreboard here. Movement that inspires with head 53 and Labuschagne on 30.
Good evening. Heavy on the brakes on the Calder Freeway after an accident inbound between Vineyard Road and Bulladiggers Rest Road. There's also been a crash on the Western Freeway inbound through Hopeton Park before Melton. Look out for an accident in Narre Warren South on Cranbourne Road northbound at Glasscox Road. And there's been a crash in Clyde on Berwick Cranbourne Road eastbound before the Pattersons Road roundabout. Want to lose weight? Weight Watchers is ready for you. Join today from $20 per month and save over 50%. Hurry ends midnight at www.com. T&Cs apply. And that's the latest SEN Sky traffic.
For Tyre Power, your trusted local. I'm interested in our audience feedback on this conversation as well. 0433 98 11 16. TV commentary. Do you like the old school way, the Benno way, where words were used more sparingly, like say Mike Atherton, as we talked about before in the UK, when you get that back in Australia? Or do you like the more modern style of providing a soundtrack to the game? 0433 98 11 16. We've got Harsha for 1 more over, so Daniel Norcross will go through that.
The danger of that is what we used to call in India as the Mother Teresa effect at beauty pageants, where even if you knew nothing about Mother Teresa, you had to say Mother Teresa. And so I think even if you like the sound, extra conversation, you are almost required to say that I like it a little understated, or I like the more minimalistic style.
Akshar bowls, Labuschagne tucks around the corner, gets himself a boundary. Again, getting inside the line. Akshar wasn't far away there, just a little bit off radar with the one that slides. Our boundaries for Blunston, right on with Blunston. Labuschagne up to 34, and Australia are back in the lead, and Luke Sparrow's on telly, waving his flag and waving his bat in the tour group behind the bowler's arm up there. All of the Australian flags. Australia 2 runs in the black.
So I'm not trying to defend what a possible outcome for those reactions is.
Sure.
But it's one of those things. It's like Beyond the Boundary by C.L.R. James. 98 people will say, wow, what a book, and have not read a book.
Akshar bowls again, defended into the onside extra flight there. No, you're right. I mean, when I first started doing television, the first feedback I got moving from radio was from Bumble Lloyd, David Lloyd, who was watching the game I was doing and said, everything's fine, just talk 25% less. And you sort of hear that, and you're like, okay, that's cool. And he's obviously a man who's built soundtrack in his T20 commentary. Labuschagne defends out to cover, no run. And I find it an absolute luxury, I must say, being able to put the lit mic down for 2 or 3 balls and let the noise of the crowd just form over the top of you over there. That's a lovely way to do it. Of course, that's not part of how it's done on radio. You've got to keep talking. Akshar bowls and Labuschagne defends.
But the soundtrack is often underestimated. When the IPL went during COVID to the UAE, it was amazing how they recorded every little chant to keep the soundtrack up.
Akshar again. Labuschagne, front foot, gets it beyond Surya Kumar Yadav, who's on his knees at second slip in a Marcus Trescothic style pose. No run.
The one thing we didn't do was get Bharat to record a Rohit impersonation and just put it out as soon as every time Rohit came close to the stump mic.
Yeah, I should do that.
Should make some money out of that.
Yeah, I don't talk that much. That's the problem. You guys also Harsha.
Akshar bowls, beating the edge of Labuschagne. That's spat and bounced, and bolstering your point again that if this were the 4th day, not the 5th, we'd have quite the test match. Instead, Australia 2 runs ahead at 1 for 93. Change in commentary. Harsha, you're jumping out. Daniel Norcross jumping in. I'm out as well. Heads on 53, Labuschagne 34. And that's all on the Kia scoreboard. Kia, movement that inspires. Thanks, Harsha.
This is Ben Reid. Are you a property buyer sick of missing out at auction, or you're not seeing the homes you'd like to buy? It's time to speak to an Ian Reid buyer advocate and request a copy of our new booklet, Winning Buyer Strategies, The Art of Buying Your Dream Home. It will give you an insight on how we can help you get into your new home sooner. Call us now on 9430 0000 or visit ianreid.com.au.
Ian Reid Buyer Advocates.
Buy your home a better way.
Go on, ring us.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power, your trusted local, and you've arrived just in time for the first ball of Ashwin's over. The head is playing it out into the offside. There is no run. Australia 1 for 93 on the Kia scoreboard. Kia, movement that inspires. 2 slips in place. Australia with a lead of 2. Here is Ashwin. Down the wicket comes head, flicking away through mid-wicket. It's running away towards the boundary. It's being pursued. Will it get there? It dribbles onto the boundary sponge. Another boundary for Blundstone. Right on with Blundstone. Australia moved to 1 for 97. Bharat, Sundaresan and Louis Cameron alongside me.
Afternoon, Daniel. Afternoon, Louis. Travis said will be very happy with the way he's used his feet in this game. Hit the big 6 of Ashwin from our end.
Well, you
love
the
lunch break.
You love a man who's got a great relationship with his legs, don't
I
you?
love a man who has a great relationship with his legs.
You mentioned that
I was going
earlier.
somewhere else. But
You mentioned about who was that you particularly? Was it Khawaja?
Yeah.
He's punched off the back foot out towards deep extra cover. Another single for Head, moves to 58. Okay, within a game here. Head looking for 100 if he can today. 1 for 98.
No, Cam Green's big
Cam
frame.
Green, that's right.
And
Cam
his legs.
Green. Yeah, it's a long old distance from head to leg in Cam Green world.
Indeed, yeah. Put it on a matrimonial site. Yeah. That's the best marriage I've seen.
Cam Green's head and his own legs.
Yeah, it's his frame, not just his head.
Right. Okay. I see.
Louis.
Ashwin into Labuschagne, who's gutsing it out here as he flicks this ball square of the wicket on the onside. He'll pick up a single. Harsha moves to his left to field from short fine leg, 1 for 99, Labuschagne to 34.
Exactly the kind of conversation our listeners want to hear after Harsha Bhogle just told us how the best thing on commentary at times is to not say much.
Chacun a son goût. Louis, by the way, hasn't listened to that and has not said a word since he sat down. Notice this. Ashwin in round the wickets, left-handed head. Who goes for a biggie, and he's hit it high and over long on for 6. Another boundary with Blundstone, right on with Blundstone. It's a shot of savage aggression from Travis Head. He's feeling a bit more comfortable. He's got his eye in, and he knows with Australia 14 runs ahead, this could be time to have a bit of fun, Louis Cameron.
Well, it's just remarkable how much difference the 22 yards of pitch, of turf makes. I mean, Ashwin was just all over Travis Head in previous tests, all over Australia's left-handers, and there's just nothing on offer there for him at the moment.
I think I just got a glimpse of us in the replay.
Ooh. Ashwin's in, and that's short and cut with a really good diving stop from Shipman Gill, an extra cover with his sun hat on. Prevents what would otherwise have been a boundary. End of the over on the Kia scoreboard. Kia, movement that inspires. Australia 1 for 105.
Don't miss the Good Friday Appeal No Reserve auction. Be the proud owner of a fully furnished, double-storey, 4-bedroom, 2-bathroom Henley home located in Villa Woods, Corridale community in Lara. The home can sell for any price at the No Reserve auction, with all proceeds donated to the Royal Children's Hospital. Don't miss your chance to inspect the home and register your interest to bid at gfacharityhouse.com.au.
SEN test rig with tyre power, 4 for 3 on Kumo passenger and SUV tyres. 1 for 105.
Yeah, like the tyres that Travis Head was rolling his innings on. Very smooth so far.
You have learned from Harsha, haven't you? The metaphorical segue is one of his great tricks.
It is.
As Aksha is in forward in defence comes Labuschagne. Looks altogether more comfortable against the taller Aksha than he does against slightly shorter Jadeja. But it's been a stodgy old knock from Labuschagne. 35 from 115. He's determined not to give it away, but he's battling himself at all times today. But he's still there, which is the key. Aksha is into him, and he drives slightly away from his body and will get a single, an easy one in the end. It's played out into the covers. It goes to 36, 1 for 106. The lead, 15. We've had 39.2 overs today. The magic number for the handshake is 75. Now, I was given some information by Prakash Wakanka that just doesn't sit right with me. So having an accredited umpire in the box might be able to clear this up for me. Prakash Wakanka, of course, who's working for ABC and BBC, a well-respected commentator of these parts, wide outside the off-stump, left alone by Head. He said, once 75 overs are bowled, they can shake hands. I thought there had to make it through to the last hour.
They had to make it to the last hour.
Yeah, well,
last hour, yeah, 3:30.
Actually, down the wicket comes Head, and he's shanked it, but it's running away towards the deep mid-wicket boundary, showing great aggression. He gets another boundary. Our boundaries for Blundstone. Right on with Blundstone for your chance to win.
Travis Head, we've seen him do this so often in Shield cricket. Once he goes past 50 and he starts feeling good about himself, that 50 to 100 period comes very quickly.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Yeah, he's just feeling himself at the moment. I mean, conditions are completely tipped in his favour. It does feel like there's a century in the offing for him. Which, I mean, how much...
Actually, in goes back into his crease, and he's cutting that away. There is cover for him out of deep backward point. One more to the total. 1 for 111, yet another Nelson.
There are going to be a lot of Australian batters who are watching and going, how hard did I have to work to bat in India? And Travis Head comes in his 3rd test and might come along and just score 100.
But having said that, he's earned the right to do that. Much like Khawaja did, much like Cam Green did. Batted so well in Delhi in that second innings, the match-winning innings in Indore.
Here's Aksha, and Labuschagne defends the last ball of the over. You're listening to SEN Test Cricket with Tyre Power, your trusted local. Australia at the end of the over. 1 for 111.
been playing netball since I was 12.
I used to be a chef, so I still cook a fair bit.
I'm a mad knitter. I call myself a knitting ninja.
Sport, really. Anything sporting related.
I belong to a bushwalking club.
Very involved in a tennis club with about 60 chaps that get together on a regular basis.
My kids are my hobby, and obviously I love to cook and I love to have my family close.
I'm a record collector. Love collecting records and vinyl, and I'm an avid listener for music.
Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
SEN Test Cricket with tyre power, 4 for 3 on Kubo passenger and SUV tyres. Wow. We were talking Nelsons before. Short break. We've had a 1-1 for 1-1-1 here now. We've had a 2 for 2-2-2. We've had, spectacularly excitingly, a 5 for 5-5-5.
Who's the most famous Nelson to have played cricket, though?
That's a very good question. There has been
Adam Collins has picked up his laptop.
As Jadeja starts a new over, replacing Ashwin. First ball, push back the bowler, no run. There has been a Napoleon, though. Napoleon Einstein.
Tamil Nadu.
Napoleon Bonaparte. Napoleon Einstein played cricket. If you don't believe me,
from Tamil Nadu.
Other search engines are available. As Jadeja is in, this is defended back up the wicket. There's no run, slightly shorter on this occasion.
He played India under 19 in the World Cup.
Napoleon Einstein.
Napoleon Einstein. Napoleon Einstein. Yeah.
That's amazing. Don't be so derisive. As ball's worked into the onside, played up to long on for a single. You're the sort of person who would deride my great-great-grandmother, whose name was Fanny Trimmer. There's nothing to laugh about. She had a daughter who was also called Fanny Trimmer. And true, she married a man called Charles Hedges. The Trimmers and the Hedges had a very happy time together. They didn't need it to be snorted at with derision like you are now doing. I mean, next minute you'll be telling me that former president of Zimbabwe, Canaan Banana, has a funny name. Or indeed that his wife, Janet Banana, is even funnier. As this is pushed into the offside, square of the wicket, and there's no run. I won't hear a word said against Janet Banana, and nor indeed with Canaan. Canaan passed a law in Zimbabwe to make it illegal to make fun of his name.
What was the punishment?
I don't know.
Your name would change.
But they were a lovely bunch, the Bananas. As this is defended back up the wicket and there's no run.
You love this. I went to school with a girl called Immaculate Conception.
Yes, really? Yes. Yes.
Immaculate was a lovely girl.
I bet she was.
And she was immaculate.
How did she come into being?
Immaculately conceived.
Here's Jadeja to complete the over, defended on the front foot, and Nelson has been survived. It's 1 for 1-1-2 on the Kia scoreboard.
There are no good Nelsons ever. There are no decent Nelsons ever.
Hello, this is Bharat Sundaresan. If you're looking to build a new home but need to move in now, consider one of Henley's newly built completed homes. These homes have never been lived in, and Henley has new listings every week. With something to suit every budget in the best locations across Melbourne, enjoy fixed upfront pricing with premium inclusions. Plus, front landscaping, driveway and fencing all included. Keep your cash flow with only 5% deposit and the balance at settlement. Henley Completed Homes. Visit henley.com.au today.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power, your trusted local. Australia 1 for 1-1-2 on the Kia scoreboard. They have a lead now of 21. They're going very nicely. There are a scheduled 49 overs left in the day. Hands can be shaken when there are 15 overs left in the day. And so India, if they want to make any inroads, they've got to do them quickly now. There's only, well, I mean, there's 49 overs left, of course, but with Australia having that lead of 21, the chances of them forcing a result are receding, and it would be a rare old thing, a draw. You know, it's all very well complaining we've only seen 21 wickets, but, well, actually 20, because India already lost 9. But what a time to be alive.
Hey, imagine if someone walked up to you in Indore just a week ago and said, hey, by the way, there'll be a draw in this series.
Well, I actually said that myself on commentary, so yeah, I didn't need anyone else to say it.
Oh, fine, fair enough.
I said after
you have way too many conversations with yourself.
I told the listeners and myself, as first ball of a new over from Ahmed Shami, goes way down the leg side. Poor old KS Bharat, he's not had a great game with the gloves. He's forced to concede a couple of byes. On that occasion, I'm not really blaming him. He had a long way to go down the leg side. 1 for 1-1-4. I thought it was fairly clear. Once indoor had happened and Australia had won, then what I tend to find in this marvellous country, I've only been here for a little while, is that it's a country of extremes. So the pitch will either be very turny or very flat. There's no sort of middle ground. So once that game was lost, I think I said on air, we'll go to Ahmedabad and it'll be absolutely flat. And it has been. And it means we get to watch cricket for 5 days. It's what we're here to do, Bharat. As Shami is in, this is worked into the onside. Really good half stop by a diving Rohit. Prevents what would otherwise been a boundary, but he does get a single because of a little palm of hand and it took the pace off. 1 for 114, head to 71.
Yeah, I'm all for 5 days of cricket. Generally, I keep day 5 as my laundry day because we don't see too many 5th days. We haven't often in the Australian home summer either, have we, in the last few years?
Have you kept it for laundry this time?
Now I'm going home to, or my erstwhile home to
Mumbai.
Mumbai.
Your mother, aren't you?
Yes.
Oh, that's really sweet.
Thank you.
Presume you'll be able to pick up your AeroPress, which
I will.
its way from Brunswick over to
Bangalore.
Was the first place?
What's
to
an
Bangalore.
AeroPress?
Oh, Daniel.
Oh, come on.
Is this an Australian thing?
Not really. I think it's it could well be an Australian.
I think it's American.
American.
Yeah.
That's right. The company is American.
They're much the same in my world. Shami is in. This is worked into the onside, straight to short mid-wicket. There's no run.
It is a marvellous contraption. It's a few little different bits of plastic that the end result is wonderful coffee and incredibly simple. It is just an amazing effort of engineering.
It is.
Really.
It is. Architectural marvel.
Just
Do you
very
have time?
simple.
It's a seamer on, so try and describe it for me. Does everybody know about this? Or is it boring to everyone listening at home?
No, people in Australia would know what an AeroPress is. I've seen a lot of people.
Well, this is going
but not
back to
all of
England
them.
as well.
So it's going back to England, to Norway. So I'm sure someone in Oslo doesn't know what an AeroPress is.
Shami is in, and this is flipped away nicely, quite fine, down to the long leg, where Akshay does the fielding. One more to the total, and to Labuschagne, 1 for 116, Labuschagne to 37.
So you basically put a cup at the bottom, you have a plunger with a little rubber stopper at the top of it. You put the coffee grounds into another little contraption, pour the hot water, pour the hot water over the top of the coffee grounds, stir it around a bit, put the plunger down over the top, and the coffee filters out through the bottom.
And this is different from a cafetiere in what way exactly?
I don't know what that is. So.
Maybe that's an AeroPress.
Maybe it's an AeroPress.
A fancy AeroPress.
Yes, well, the way we make coffee
here we go.
in a cafetiere, I'm not saying it's right or wrong, it's just the way that the Continentals do it. It's this ball slapped away through cover points, running away towards the boundary. It's going to get there. It's a boundary for Blundstone, right on with Blundstone. It didn't really time that, didn't it? It made a horrible plinky noise, but he got it through backward point. It was short and wide. Got the bottom of the bat on it, but it was too wide for Akshay Patel to get around from deep third. So, is it similar to basically a jug? You pour the coffee grounds in, you pour the water on the top, and then you have a plunger and you just push that down?
No. Do I sound like an animal to you, Daniel? That is disgusting.
That is disgusting.
Far more refined than that.
As I've come to expect from the Australians, they're nothing but a refined bunch.
How dare you?
Shami in. This is full and dug out up to mid-on by Travis Head. He has 75. Labuschagne has 37 on the Kia scoreboard at the end of the 48th over. Australia going nicely, 1 for 120.
Good evening. There's been a crash on the Western Freeway heading inbound through Hopeton Park. It's just before Melton. Look out for an incident in Murrumbina on Neeram Road at Murrumbina Road with traffic heavy in all directions. There's also been a crash in Narre Warren South on Cranbourne Road northbound at Glasscox Road with lane restrictions in all directions. Transurban's operating pacemaker lighting in the Burnley Tunnel to help drivers keep pace. Drivers simply need to focus ahead and follow the speed limit and road rules. Search Burnley Tunnel Project. And that's the latest SEN Sky traffic.
SEN Test Cricket for tyre power, 4 for 3 on Kumo passenger and SUV tyres. And look, the game may be meandering here, but news has just come over the airways. There's a big moment, a really big moment has happened back in the SEN studio. It sounds like there's been a hat-trick in hallway cricket.
Is it John Donohoe again?
Is it John Donohoe again? Who's that? If only Colo was there. Colo's always missing that.
Oh, Paddo.
Paddo took it. Who was it? Paddo took the hat-trick ball of the hat-trick. Well. My hats go off to him. What a time to be alive. Let freedom ring. Let beacons be lit from Cairns to Bendigo to Perth to Hobart, to Launceston for that matter. Not that I've ever been there. As this ball's defended on the front foot, there's no run. Did like Hobart. Let's get to Launceston.
You spent, what, you were there for 10 days? Oh, you were there for longer. Yeah, I left you in Hobart.
Yes, I froze. I was a little bit like Captain Scott, only I didn't quite die. I did need reviving, though. What I really needed was an air press, by the sounds of things. It's an
Aero press.
Okay. The ball's defended by the crease, back up the wicket. There's no run.
And the reason we're talking about it is because Bharat, I bought one for him, and he left it in Mumbai when he went there between the Delhi
What
and
an ungrateful cur, a mountebank.
Yeah.
I used it for the first 2 tests and I liked it.
Jadeja was in. Bharat's become strangely coy. The ball's defended back up the wicket. There's no run.
No, it is. Thank you so much for that, Louis.
Hey, no problems, mate. That's what I'm here for.
And your partner,
Are you
Amber, for sorting it out for us. Yeah. No, it was brilliant. And Louis even said to me, like, I said, I'm not going to watch how to make coffee with an AeroPress on YouTube. You have to send me a video.
Oh.
So there's this wonderful explainer.
By Louis?
Yep.
Which you've never watched, because you then said, oh, no, I can't bother watching it. I'll just come around and watch you make it instead.
That's true. I just wanted the live show. Louis is on to me today.
we all prefer it live.
Yeah. Totally. Yeah.
For very good reason. You get a full immersive experience when it's live. As Jadeja is in, and that's kicked away to the onside. There's no run.
Speaking of live, Phil Long tells me that the 100 partnership came up in the last over.
Oh, thank you very much. I'm so sorry, listener. We're not really servicing you awfully well at the moment, but that's because the game isn't servicing anybody awfully well. There's another ball's kicked away. This is horrible, because Jadeja's coming over the wickets to the right-handed Marnus. And he's not pitching it on the stumps, and Marnus, he knows where his leg stump is. He's struggled to find his off stump, but he knows where the leg stump is. And he doesn't have to play at those pitches outside legs, I'm sure you all know. This ball's a little shorter. He has to use his bat this time. Plays it back up the wicket. That was one of those classic Jadeja overs done in double quick time. 49 overs gone. Labuschagne 37, Head 75 on the Kia scoreboard. Australia 1 for 120. Oh no, start again. Come back, come back. It's a no ball. It's a no ball. I hope we've not gone to a break. Dear me. And it's always off the 6th ball of the over, isn't it? It's always the 6th ball of the over. Jadeja has overstepped, which is hard to do from 4 paces, but he's the master of it. So Australia have picked up another run, taking a lead to 30. And Jadeja's going to have to re-bowl this ball, which, in all likelihood, will just be kicked away.
It is such a melodramatic sound.
It is, isn't it? The sound of the police. Whoop, whoop. This ball's defended into the offside. On the back foot, I'm waiting. Is there a siren going to go off? I don't think there is. On the Kia scoreboard, movement that inspires. Australia a 1 for 121.
Enjoy a family getaway in the city. View Melbourne is just a short tram ride away from the National Gallery of Victoria, Fed Square, or even a spot of penguin spotting at St Kilda Beach. Check into one of View Melbourne's family rooms and enjoy daily breakfast and parking. Plus, ask the team at reception for what's on in Melbourne. Book online at viewhotels.com.au/Melbourne and use promo code EASTER to receive a complimentary bag of popcorn to be enjoyed in your room.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power, your trusted local. Australia 1 for 121. They faced 43 overs today. They've scored 118 runs. Only man to go, Matthew Kuhneman, who was erroneously given out LBW by Nitin Menon off the bowling of Asher into a ball that was shown on replay to be going down leg. But, well, he didn't prefer it. Shami is in. Big appeal for LBW. Really likes it. Kettleborough does not. I heard 2 noises as the ball goes out into the offside. There's no run. Or as Alan Brazil famously said, I heard 2 versions, but
maybe not. He's about to raise his. He's just waiting.
They've got to go for it because they've got to make something happen.
There's a gimme there.
No?
Richard Kettleborough has his hand up.
It's a good spot from Bharat.
Yeah. I think
leg buys being signalled. It's interesting. Are you not supposed to signal leg buys until you've seen the other team whether they can review or not?
And I think he gave a cue there because he raised his hand. He raised his hand like he was about to signal leg by and then kept his leg down. So if you were an Indian fielder, if you're alert enough, you would have seen that he was about to signal.
As alert as you. Yeah. Well, if only KS Brat was as alert as Bharat.
I think it might have been 2 pads, but the ball was going way down the leg side anyway, so they were wise not to refer. Another run to the total, 1 for 122. What I wanted to say though, Louis, because you're going to be coming to England, aren't you, for the Ashes? I know we shouldn't job too far ahead, but
that's the plan. Hopefully,
it's a plan. The World Test Championship. being played at the Keir Oval from the 7th to the 11th of June between these two sides.
That's right.
So you'll have to hang around in London a fair bit. There's a problem on the side.
Yellow.
There's a man, but he's a long way away. There's a fellow running up the stairs in a yellow shirt. Well, it's so far away, but Marnus Labuschagne's peripheral vision is better than any goldfish.
It's interesting, Lou, in this particular innings, none of the Indians have seemed to humour Marnus. Generally, opposition teams play along with him. Even Virat Kohli has just stayed away from him. It's interesting dynamic.
Were you the one who said that they were saying in Hindi, don't speak to him, he'll speak to us?
He'll speak to you.
Shami's in now for the second time. Make it work. The ball's clipped to short mid-wicket where Surya Kumar Yadav, who's on the field for any number of Indians, but specifically for Shreyas Iyer, does the fielding. I wanted to finish by putting in a request.
Okay.
I want an AeroPress, please.
I think I can arrange that.
I'll show you the sides of tooting if you bring me an AeroPress.
No, deal. Yeah.
He's very good at that.
I'm going to pretend like it's something very exotic that can only be bought in Australia, and that you definitely wouldn't be able to find one in a very cosmopolitan city like London.
Well, you'd imagine we would, but you know, there are some who've had blind spots about all sorts of things. The avocado didn't arrive in Britain until about 1979.
Yeah.
Bathrooms were all coloured in avocado colour, but no one ate one until 79. Phil Long will confirm. When did you have your first avocado, Phil? Well, he's from Leicester, so probably about 2012. The Shami is in. It's just defended from the crease into the offside, and there's no run. It's the most multicultural city in England, he points out. He also says brilliantly, my favourite Phil Long line is that Leicester is the most underrated city in Britain, which is a double-edged sword, really. I mean, it is not rated highly.
We keep coming back to Leicester. I should have mentioned before that there are actually two members of the former Leicestershire coaching staff on the Australian coaching staff. Andrew McDonald was the one who's got a street named after him, as Phil Long said.
Yeah.
There's another one. I don't know if you might know this, Bharat. Recent arrival here for the ODI series.
Shami bustles in, Labuschagne defends, back to the bowler on the front foot, there's no run.
Former Australia ODI Player of the Year.
Yeah, and former teammate of yours, clubmate of yours, the great Clint Mackay.
The great Clint Mackay.
The great Clint Mackay. He had a
Mackay.
great couple of years in one-day cricket.
He had a wonderful time at Leicester. Actually, Leicester, for all of its travails, have been pretty good at one-day cricket. They punched above their weight there. They did throughout the 80s. Had fine side. David Gower, Barry Doddleston, Brian Davison, Paddy Clift. Don't know if you remember him, the great Zimbabwean all-rounder. Ray Illingworth, the noted Yorkshire curmudgeon, and Jonathan Agnew. I almost forgot about him. Took 100 wickets in a season.
Stuart Broad.
Stuart Broad, not for long. Back to the bowler, no run. What tends to happen to poor old Leicester is like James Taylor and Stuart Broad. They have their best players stolen from them. But I did once get to see, I would say, the greatest disparity in height between batters when Will Jefferson, the 6'10" Will Jefferson, batted with James Taylor, 5'2" James Taylor, and that was quite the spectacle. Australia 1 for 1-2-2. I've just heard drinks. I've just heard drinks at the end of the over come through my mic. And do you know what that means? That we're actually at over behind now. Only 14 overs in this hour. Why would it be drinks so soon? Shami in, as is defended, back up the wicket, there's no run. Just hold your horses. I'm not sure it is drinks yet. I just need to see if this is being confirmed. Well, there are people with tabards coming on, but I don't know if this is an official drinks break.
No, it's not.
No, well, this is scandalous, because some drinks are being brought on 4 minutes before the official drinks break.
And an umpire would never say drinks at the end of this over with 5 balls already done. He would generally say that about the next over. So I think maybe what you heard through the cans was drinks after the next over, but obviously it hasn't stopped
some drinks have come on.
Like, reserves from both teams.
So apologies to the studio back home. I've given you a wretched steer there, but there'll be drinks at the end of the next over with Australia 1 for 1-2-2. 50 overs have been bowled. Head has 75. Labuschagne has 37. Jadeja is going to bowl the last over before drinks, and that means we are absolutely on time. They're bowling 15 overs an hour, every hour, and this is just to give you back home in Australia an idea of when you might be put out of the misery of listening to us. You can, of course, just switch off the radio, but it sounds like you decided to hang around with us. As Jadeja is in, punched off the back foot, goes to short extra, there's no run. So around about 9 o'clock Australian Eastern Time, That is the earliest that the game can be called off. It's shaken hands with an hour to go. We're on track for that, with India failing to take more than the 1 wicket, that of the night watchman Matthew Kuhneman. And waiting for this, his head thought about advancing, decided against it, let it go by to the keeper's gloves, no run.
But if you're listening to this in South Australia, it will be 8:30 by then, and we rest assured that in all likelihood Travis Head would have his first 100 in Asia. He's still 25 runs away. He's looking really good.
He is looking good as he slaps this into the covers, but it's fielded comfortably at short extra. There's no run. Head 75, Labuschagne 37. I think there's not going to be enough time for Steve Smith to get 100, or indeed anyone else in the Australian lineup now, as Jadeja is in, and he's gone for it as Head. He's given a big whack across the line that rolls up to Ashwin long on along the ground, goes to 76. Australia 1 for 123. And Jadeja has now got Labuschagne to bowl at. He has got inside Labuschagne's head, but he's decided not to come round the wicket. What does that tell us? Does it tell us that really Jadeja doesn't think there's anything in the wicket for him?
It also tells you that maybe telling Labuschagne, if you have a free rein, let's see what you got. Are you going to chance yourself, play the sweep?
Okay, Jadeja is in. And he's kicking it away, is Labuschagne, because again, it's just outside the leg stump. Doesn't trouble him.
And Australia is still 32 runs. No, only 100. Let me just start that again. Australia only 32 runs in front at this stage. Yeah. So, there is a kind of temptation there that, if you get 1 wicket, there could be a bit of a collapse. It seems very unlikely.
Yeah.
Well, we're coming to the end of the 3rd hour of the day's play, and there's only been the 1 wicket, that of Matthew Kuhneman, and that will be how it remains at the end of that 1st hour of the middle session. Labuschagne coming forward in defence. It is going to be the drinks break, and on the Kia scoreboard, Travis Head on 76, Labuschagne 37. Australia 1, 2, 3 for 1, or 1 for 1, 2, 3. The other side of the break, it's going to be Adam Collins who's going to come in to replace me.
Order the McValue bundle at Macca's today. A choice of your favourite burgers, together with fries and drinks for just $26.95. Did we just find something the whole family can agree on? Available between 10:30am and midnight at participating restaurants. See our website for details.
Golf is a cracking game, and Yarrabeen Golf welcomes all players. Take on the 18-hole public golf course or fine-tune your game on the driving range. Just 10 minutes from Melbourne CBD, Yarrabeen Golf is on Melbourne's doorstep. Yarrabeen Golf, Fairfield.
The 7-seat Kia Sorento, Kia's most awarded large SUV ever. Unlike any other SUV in Australia, the unrivaled Kia Sorento is available in diesel, petrol, hybrid and plug-in hybrid technologies. The Kia Sorento, awarded and unmatched like no other 7-seat SUV. To find out more, visit kia.com.au or visit your nearest Kia dealer.
Kia, movement that inspires.
To break a winning partnership in cricket, a top-line bowler needs the right line and length. At Tyre Power, you can get the right line and length as well. Start with a free 5-minute tyre safety check. Like a captain inspecting the pitch pre-game, your Tyre Power experts check the overall condition, tread depth and pressure of your tyres, all for free. That's why Tyre Power is #1 in road safety. Find your local Aussie-owned independent Tyre Power store. Go to tyrepower.com.au.
To finish the over, head on 49, and he gets the edge that takes him to a half-century. Down towards the rope it goes, reaches it now. Our boundaries for Blunston, right on with Blunston. Good over from Akshar Patel, but Head gets the chance to raise his bat for the first time in the series, and indeed the first time in Asia. Left out at Nagpur. That was a tough blow for the South Australian. Back into the side at Delhi, made contributions in the next 3 test matches. SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power, your trusted local with Australia 1 for 123. They've made their way comfortably into the black through the 3rd hour of play on this final day at Ahmedabad. They lead by 32 runs with Travis Head on 76, 24 runs away from what could be his first test century in Asia. Marnus Labuschagne, he's fought hard for 37. They've both faced 136 balls, which gives you a sense of the disparity between the two players who've been out there for 109 runs and 243 deliveries. Got Ravi Shastri with me. Good afternoon, Ravi.
Good afternoon, Adam. Just seeing the way he's played in the series and the way he's batting today,
just can't cast my mind back to that first test, what he was doing in the dressing room. He's an impact player. He would have made a difference. Just goes to show that you cannot all the time look at stats and look at your records of players against spin. You've got to go on current form as well. And he's been red hot ever since the Ashes. Travis Head, it's like a second win for him. Fabulous season in Australia. He scores the runs quickly. So that mental state of mind of a player, the way he's thinking at the moment, should override a lot of things, at least when the first test match starts in a series.
Yeah, it just felt like it was a little bit maybe too smart by half. I mean, I get where they were coming from. I said this at the time, that if they were trying to build an evidence base against Head, it was that he had a red-hot summer the previous year and went to Pakistan and Sri Lanka and did struggle, especially in Sri Lanka against the spinning ball. But he's clearly made those adjustments to his game, and your point stands that he was red-hot. He averaged, I think it was 90 through the home summer at a strike rate of 95. You don't post those numbers unless you're in the best of form.
Yeah, and the same with India. When you look at it, Shubman Gill, red hot, 200, 100 in white ball in 50 over and T20, 100 in Bangladesh. In the last test, in a tight series. And then you come here, then he's in the dugout, and then when he gets his opportunity, a track where every batsman struggled in indoor. He showed glimpses of class, and then here he stamped his class. I think authority on the game.
He's such a fearless player, isn't he? I mean, the way that he, even when it's with considerable risk, he's willing to flay through the offside because that's his shot. I mean, if you've got a shot, even if it is somewhat laden with risk against the moving ball, you've got to play it. You can't sort of spend your life worrying about getting out.
Absolutely, and I remember when it was his first test, I think it was Boxing Day when he came into the side. It wasn't his debut. I don't think it was debut, but it was when India were 36 all out. Yes. He came into the side, missed out in the first innings and then went like a bomb in the second innings in the chase. And I remember Shane Warne passing me and said, "Where is this boy from?" It was as if the king had said, we'll see a lot of him in the long run. Just the kind of shots he played,
Yeah, he had a reputation of getting out in ways that didn't look good.
Yeah.
So he's on strike here on 76. Starting the new hour is Shammy. Bowls around the wicket, defending out to mid-off, no run. The third hour brought 50 runs and no wickets. Phil Long's with us as well. Ravi, he's with us for Fuso Trucks. Fuso Canters are in stock now. Job done. Longy.
Yeah, as Ravi mentioned, no place for Travis Head in the first test match. He's come back. He's the second top Australian scorer in this series at the moment. I say at the moment, he's 2 runs ahead of Marnus Labuschagne, so they're going head-to-head for that second spot behind Usman Khawaja with 333.
Yeah, that takes some doing. And if he can finish with a century here, then well, he'll be undroppable from that point. He'll get the full extended run. Not that he was any chance of not playing in England, but he'll get that proper run. That's important for him. I'll explain why. Driving here, Shammy out of the block hole, cuts it off at his follow-through, sticking up the right hand, saving at least a couple. He's talked before, and he isn't shy about the fact that he's felt vulnerable about his spot in the Aussie team. He's been dropped 4 times. Once at the Oval in 2019, which really stung. They went for, on team balance reasons, an all-rounder at 6 in Mitchell Marsh, and it worked. Marsh took wickets and validated why they wanted the extra seam option there at the Oval. But nevertheless, he couldn't quite process how he lost his spot there. He was left out here, of course. He was dropped after the Melbourne Test match against India a couple of years ago. 2 catching mid-wickets. Shammy around the wicket, bowls to Head. He wants to pull, doesn't make contact, flies over the top of the off stump.
Having said that, one thing going in his favour though, he's got an opportunity to bat at the top of the order, which sometimes is the best place to bat in India. Where you get a look in early on, you play out the new ball. Because you've got to be watchful against the new ball as well. You suss the conditions before the spinners come on, and it becomes easier, as opposed to coming to bat against a turning ball with the spinners on top. So it's works both ways, and he got this position thanks to Warner going back.
It reminds me of something that Bill Lawry said about opening the batting as Shammy gets there and bowls and Head drives beautifully, but this time Shammy cuts it off with his boot. Earlier in the over it was his hand, and used the football skills there. That saved a boundary. You can see Shammy just grimacing. Whacked him on the right, maybe the right ankle. Either way, he's fine. 1 for 123 the score. Head still on 76. Laurie said of opening the batting that you are equal with the bowlers. But they're yet to get into their groove, and and you can play accordingly. So it is a big advantage of batting at the top of the list. Although in saying all of that, it's improbable he'll do so in England because Andrew McDonald, the Aussie coach, and Steve Smith, the acting captain, were asked about this after he played so well in indoor to be there at the end of that chase. And they both said they think he's better value over there and in Australia batting at 5 and putting pressure on the old ball. I agree. Which does sort of focus the attention on who might open in England. It's no sure thing it'll be David Warner.
Only reason why I'm saying here it was good because you don't play more than 6 overs of the new ball.
Absolutely.
As a spinner comes in.
Shami, change of angle over the wicket. Still 2 catching mid-wickets. He clips out towards deep square for 1. They walk it through. 1 for 124. Head up to 77. So the debate around Warner will continue over the next couple of months. I suppose the only real evidence that Warner can give that he's in good nick is going to be through the IPL. He's coming out for the one-dayers. He's recovered from that fractured arm that he...
He'll be very determined, let me tell you. He'd like to finish his career with the Ashes and do well in England, irrespective of how he performs. I think that will be his last series, but he'd want to play that.
Feels like the big difference between now and previous eras, well, certainly that I've covered, is the players have a good open relationship with the selectors in this group at the moment. George Bailey leading that process. Labuschagne facing Shami. Gets him out to mid-wicket from the line of the leg stump. No single. End of the over. 52 gone. Australia 1 for 124. That's on the Kia scoreboard with Labuschagne 37. Head 77. The lead's 33.
Thank you for voting Beaumont Tiles #1. You want great prices, range and awesome quality? Get that and 20% off floor tiles. Yes, 20% off our massive range of floor tiles when you choose Beaumont's. You're #1.
Did you know your super fund usually has insurance if you're too injured or ill to work? With over 100 years supporting Melbourne, Maurice Blackburn has the experience to turn your situation around. Book an obligation-free appointment today. Maurice Blackburn. Experience you can count on.
Spin from our northern end via Ravinder Jadeja. Our spinners have been vying for the spinner of the series. That's for Lumo Energy. Switch to Lumo Energy. And a reminder, you can jump into the competition. $200, a voucher from Ballpark Sporting Experience. Thanks to Lumo Energy. Enter by going to the sen.com.au website. Hit win. How many wickets will fall to spin on this final day? Jadeja bowls. He's got a slip. Head goes back and defends. So with Warner, the conversation naturally moves to how he went in England last time around, which was very, very poorly. And he averages 26 there overall in Test cricket across 13 matches. And, you know, we talked about Head, and they made a horses for courses decision ahead of Nagpur. An incorrect one, but nevertheless a decision based on that metric. I do wonder whether they might be drawn into a similar discussion with Warner about England. I mean, it's improbable, but they might.
They might just do, but I've always believed you want to replace a player with that much experience and quality. Yes, you know his form in England. You've got to have someone much better.
So 2 out on the leg side. Jadeja bowls hit ahead. He swings inside edge. Tried to fly it through cover. Off the back pad to KS Bharat. No run.
Yeah, you've got to have a replacement who's not just you think he's as good or will do better, has to do really better. You know, that's the choice. You must have someone.
I think the World Test Championship might sit separate to the Ashes. Jadeja's about to bowl, but Manas Labushagne's dropped his bat at the non-strike.
In fact, that will give you the clue. Yeah. If you want to play Warner, play him in that World Test Championship, see how it goes.
I'd be drawn to that. Jadeja bowls and Head drives down to long off. He says no run. Umesh is a bit closer than long off. He races up. Struck it so well there was no single. Phil Long?
I wonder who Warner would come in for, though.
Come in for in this side?
Yeah. Travis Head?
I don't think it would be. Oh, Jadeja hits Head on the pad, but he's outside the line of the off stump. They won't be giving that out. The logical player that would shuffle out would be Peter Hanscom. And that has nothing to do with the way he's played over here and everything to do with the way he struggled in England when playing county cricket across 3 separate stints. So he'd be, I expect, the man they would dispense with. In saying that, Hanscom's going to go to New Zealand and play an Australia road trip. We interviewed him after play. That's on the podcast feed if you want to check that out. SEN podcast feed on all the social media platforms as well last night. He kind of knows that that New Zealand trip's really important for him personally. In the A team, Jadeja bowls, Head goes back, pushing the mid-wicket. They're going to use the Duke's balls over there, and the press release said they're going to try and replicate English conditions. So, I mean, Hanscom, in order to give himself a fighting chance of keeping his spot, he'll need to make runs over there. That comes up in a couple of months' time. next month rather. I think they're over there end of March, start of April. Last ball of Jadeja's over. All dots so far. Head gets forward and doesn't quite beat mid-wicket. End of the over, 1 for 124 stays the score. They lead by 33. With Head on 77, Labuschagne 37. That's on the Kia scoreboard.
Evening. We've got delays easing after a incident on the Westgate Freeway inbound at Williamstown Road. Traffic is still back to the merge though. There's been an incident in Murrumbina on Neeram Road at Murrumbina Road with traffic heavy in all directions, and a crash in Narrewarren South on Cranbourne Road northbound at Glasscox Road with lane restrictions in place. Feel renewed without moving or renovating. Demolish the old and rebuild a new GJ Gardner home in the location you already love. Visit gjgardner.com.au today. And that's the latest SEN Sky traffic.
Got a text in on 0433 98 11 16 that might be pertinent to our conversation from Dan. Who gets to choose what type of wicket is produced at the Oval for the World Test Championship final? The short answer, Dan, is I have absolutely no idea.
It's always the ICC grounds.
Yeah, the ICC ground staff will go to England and help prepare that.
Yeah, and it's the same with white ball tournaments.
Right.
You know, ICC has the final call on that.
Okay. Well, I mean, even that might play a role in what Australia might do with Warner. And I'm thinking of this World Test Championship final as like a grand final or a cup final in football terms. As Umesh returns to the attack, replacing Shami. Right arm over, southern end, leaving alone is Labuschagne well outside the off stump to start the spell, dying into the gloves of KS Bharat. He's got a slip and a catching cover, the only men in relatively close. If you are building up to a big cup final or a big one-off set piece event, using the players who have gotten you there, and sort of that cohesion, team balance and all the rest of it doesn't seem like a particularly bad idea to me. Yep. If they throw the keys to Cameron Bancroft, for example, to open, having not played for 4 years, it feels like the risk profile on that is quite high, even if Bancroft might be a better bet for the Ashes.
And now you know the two teams.
Well, that's it.
You know it's India.
No one knows India better than Warner. Umesh bowls here and Labuschagne defends, and that might work both ways, as it happens, with Warner knowing India and India's side knowing Warner back to front.
True.
But in neutral conditions, it'll be another factor that we haven't seen between these teams before. They've never played a neutral test match.
They're just showing Virat Kohli on the screen. I think what an opportune time for him to get that big 100.
Oh yeah.
You know, last test of the home season, he moves into the IPL and then reaches England for the World Test Championship with the big weight of his shoulders off. He can focus and play the way he wants.
Umesh up to the crease again, bowls here over the wicket. Labuschagne pushes out to point, gets a single. He's 38, 1 for 125. Absolutely, the fact that Kohli will go into that final knowing he's made 100 against his opposition in his previous innings, that's got to be a big thing for him. And he's had one series in England back in 2018 where he looked $1 million, that 100 that he made at Edgbaston's one of the best I've seen. So he can do it there, even though early in his career there were concerns he might not be quite so good against the moving Duke's ball. But that's a good question as well. I wonder whether the World Test Championship final will be a Duke's ball or a Kookaburra, because all ICC events, as far as I'm aware, use Kookaburras.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Good question.
It would be a big call for it to be a Duke's, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, Dukes are used in England, but is a factor. Umesh round the wicket to Travis Head, drives out through cover, finds a gap, thrashing it away. Up into the 80s he goes with a Blunston boundary. That takes Australia to 1 for 129. Got right on top of the bounce there. Not a lot of room to work with the catch and cover. Perfect contact. The 15th 4 of the innings. Australia advancing their lead.
How good is he through the offside? When he gets an opportunity to free his arms, whether it's through the covers or through point, through square of the wicket, I mean, it's something that's common with a lot of players from Adelaide, South Australia. You know, whether it's David Hooks in my time, whether it was Darren Lehman, whether it was Jamie Siddons later.
It's a great comparison. Umesh bowls and Head again in that direction, but there's a deep point. Ravinda Jadeja does the fielding, 1 for 130. The lead's up to 39, Head 82.
And they all come from Adelaide.
Yes.
Hooksy would smash it. Anything outside, off stump, you know, with a high backlift. Just give it a thump.
Yes, the Darren Lehman presence as well for Travis Head. He was the coach when he came into the side, and that strong link back in Adelaide, South Australia. He speaks a lot about Darren Lehman and the role model he was for Head growing up. I'm sure it's can't be unrelated to the way that he plays, and indeed for the way Lehman played in relation to hooks. There's that nice little through line between those three South Australian left-handers. So the field for Labuschagne will be a catching cover. Coley will slot in at about second slip, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, catching mid-wicket, conventional mid-wicket, fine leg. Umesh bowls and Labuschagne drives straight, but only as far as the man at mid-on. Gets around into the over, 1 for 130 the score, 6 runs coming from that. They lead by 39, the Australians, with Labuschagne 38, Head 82, and that's on the Kia scoreboard.
Hello, it's Emma Martino from State Transport. With a fleet of over 250 vehicles, from 1 tonne right up to the big semis, State Transport is ready to deliver your goods on time, safely and efficiently, both locally and Australia-wide. We are the time slot specialists. 24 hours, 7 days a week, and with State Transport, you're ready to go. State Transport, our people are your solution.
State Transport, our people are your solution.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power, your trusted local. If you're just joining our broadcast, New Zealand have beaten Sri Lanka by 2 wickets in a thrilling finish. They won the Test match on the last ball of day 5, with Kane Williamson in by about an inch at the non-striker's end, running through for a bye. Bowling here's Jadeja, defending. First ball, a new over, his head. And that means that India cannot miss out. So it will be Australia-India in the World Test Championship final that we're discussing on the 7th of June at the Oval in London. Jadeja bowls, head, gets forward and defends. I trust you'll be out there for that one, Ravi.
Yes, definitely.
Doing some telly?
Hopefully.
Hopefully.
Yeah. But normally in the summer in England, I
mean, it was such a big event. I think it might not have quite cut through in Australia how big the final was a couple of years ago. Jadeja bowls and head gets outside the line of the off stump. It's probably batted it as well. Look towards Nick and Men, and either way they get a single. 1 for 131 is off bat, head 83. Yeah, the final down at Southampton back in 2021, that was a massive event. Of course, you were there leading the Indian team, but the amount of coverage it received, the amount of even the broadcast hype around it, the ultimate test and so on, the fact that it went to a 6th day, it required some really enterprising cricket from both sides to set it up after 2 days were lost to rain.
Yeah.
It did feel like a kind of grand final, what I'm saying before. It didn't feel like another test match. And India fell short. Brilliant performance from New Zealand's fast bowlers to open it up. Kyle Jamieson and co. Bowling here's Jadeja. Round the wicket, finds the outside part of Labuschagne's bat, spits out towards deep third where Siraj, another sub on the ground, does the fielding. 1 for 132. Labuschagne up to 39. So being in the inner sanctum of that, did you sort of feel that difference, that final meant not more than another test match, but had an aura around it that made it all the more special?
It did, because it had a title at the end of it.
Jadeja bowls, and going back his head, there's a gap at point which he's found, so they'll get a couple. The sweepers at backward point with Jadeja bowling. Head moving on to 85, 1 for 134.
And it was the first of its kind. It was the first ever World Test Championship, so plenty of interest, plenty of intrigue as to how it would go, how it would be received, how it would be played.
Head thumping the bat down as Jadeja gets to him. Again, they're shouting for leg before, but it's not a particularly compelling appeal. I think that's Surya Kumar Yadav catching mid-wicket, making all the noise. Jadeja doesn't go up, it completes the over. 55 gone Australia, 1 for 134. Head 35, Labuschagne 34 on the Kia scoreboard.
Good evening. Delays after an incident on the Westgate Freeway inbound out Williamstown Road. There's been a collision in Murrumbina on Murrumbina Road southbound at Neeram Road. The southbound left-hand lane and the northbound right-hand turning lane have been blocked. The car's on fire in Narre Warren on Narre Warren Cranbourne Road at Golf Links Road. Stay 5 nights at SeaWorld Resort from $1,199, including unlimited theme park entry. Book now at seaworldresort.com.au. T's and C's apply. And that's the latest SEN Sky traffic.
Our coverage is for Tyre Power, your trusted local. Adam Collins, Ravi Shastri with me. We spent a lot of time talking about the Australian players lead up for this World Test Championship final once they qualified. The Indian players, obviously there's the IPL between now and then. Are any of the Indian first choice team a chance of not playing in the IPL? I suppose Pujara is the obvious one, isn't it?
But he's with the Chennai Super Kings.
He's with the Super Kings again?
Yeah.
Okay. Because he played, well, so magnificently for Sussex last year, averaging over 100 and dominating across the first couple of months. So, because that'll mean India won't get much prep at all upon arrival in England, given the IPL finishes the week before. Umesh bowls and Labuschagne clips just in front of the square leg umpire for one to start the over. He's into the 40s, one for 135. So presumably they'll fly straight from the IPL, the final of that comp, into England. You see Virat Kohli on the screen here, receiving some attention on, I don't think it's his shoulder. They're rubbing his right leg, the physio Kamlesh Jain. Seems okay though, he's got a smile on his face. He did make 186 yesterday after all. Might be a little bit of pain, but he'll get through it.
Yeah, someone very rarely he'll leave a field.
So how do you think, as a former coach, what would be the ideal preparation for the Indian players in that really small window that they have between, is the final of the IPL this year?
28th of May.
28th of May, so...
I think there'll be a lot of guys leaving there.
Umesh bowls and head, drives to point, gets one. He's 86, one for 136.
Should get out there by the at least 2 weeks in advance. You know, you have the playoffs happening, so the players were part of the test side and not in the playoffs. So the IPL, they should be out there straight away, you know, preparing. And as and when teams get knocked out, players start moving in the, you know, barring the guys who are playing the final, and they'll be on the first flight out. So the worst scenario is the guy who gets there last will get about 6 days to prepare.
And that might include a 3-day game. Everyone's speculating about what Australia might do. Umesh up, bowls to Labuschagne, defending into the point region. There won't be a single.
The long summer for Australia.
I mean, competing theories on how Australia might set up with a tour game or otherwise. They're a bit anti-tour game at the moment. But from an Indian perspective, having to make that really quite sudden shift from the glitz and glamour of the IPL and playing that way on those sorts of tracks and playing Test cricket in a grand final situation a week later, they're going to have to try and find a way through there, aren't they? It won't be easy.
Won't be easy.
And there'll be a lot of Australian players at the IPL as well, but a number of them playing county cricket. Steve Smith, Marnus Labuschagne, Michael Neser, who might be a smoky for that side, I reckon. Had a great Shield season. Umesh bowls and Labuschagne clips through square leg for 4. Had one man to beat. That was Jadeja, but too much work for him. Labuschagne with a boundary for Blunston. Moves up to 44, one for 140 Australia. Moving that lead up to 49.
Beautiful timing, good balance.
Yeah, it's his best shot so far, I reckon.
Yeah, and he spent a lot of time at the crease, so he's
has to fight hard.
Yeah, he's picked it up early, the reverse. Onto middle and leg, and he's put it away nicely.
From an Indian coaching perspective, when you were leading the side, when there were not conflicts with the IPL, that'd be overstretching it. So that's really important to the team. Umesh bowls and Labuschagne places it to point, doesn't beat the fielder there, Jara. Was it from time to time a little bit of a frustration that if you had a test series coming up straight after that you couldn't quite get the prep the way you'd want it? I mean, I know that World Test Championship final, for example, followed an IPL.
Massive. I'll tell you, Adam, because I wasn't allowed to work because of conflict of interest. So I'd be watching every game, not for the quality of cricket, but who's pulling up, you know, who has a niggle, who's just held his hamstring, and primarily fast bowlers, you know. And you'd be going to England, and there goes Bhuvaneshwar Kumar, Sunrisers game, pulling, you know, and you say, gee, man, if there's one man who's going to swing it there, he's gone. That used to be the frustration and the worry.
It wouldn't be a day in India without a sight screen disturbance, even with about 200 or maybe 1,000 people here now. They're all set now. Last ball of Umesh is over. We'll come back to this. Bowls to Labuschagne, in behind it, in defence. End of the over, 1 for 140. Labuschagne 44. Head on 86. A partnership worth 126 on the Kia scoreboard.
I was really, really disappointed. Had a loan for years with them prior. Really thought that they would be able to help me, but unfortunately they couldn't. Such a save that Pepper Money were able to help me.
Bank said no to your home loan? Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank. Pepper Money, the home of loan options. Credit criteria, terms, conditions, fees and charges apply. Pepper Money Limited Australian Credit Licence 286655.
Your trusted local with the former Indian coach Ravi Shastri, and the frustrations of being the national coach when the IPL is so omnipresent in this part of the year we're about to go into. So Rahul Dravid will watch that IPL thinking, boy, I've got this, we've earned the right to play in this one off.
Yeah.
We didn't win it last time, and we came ever so close. We're desperate to claim that major trophy, but his players, as you say, he won't have access. It'll be a conflict for him to be engaging too much.
And his fingers will be crossed. He'll be watching every game, his fast bowlers, how they pull up. Last thing you want is an injury to a, premier batsman.
Yep.
It's frustrating, and you're watching it. I'll give you an example as this over progresses. It was just before we came out to Australia the last time around, and there was an IPL happening. It was postponed. It was happening in the month of August in the Middle East, and India were to fly out sometime straight after the IPL to Australia with a lot of Australian players as well for that tour, in the midst of quarantine and bubbles.
Ashwin over the wicket, 2 catches on the leg side for Head, pushing to mid-wicket, no run.
And you get on that flight, just before that, you're watching, anyone's injured, anyone going to be injured, massive contingents, visa issues.
Yes.
So, you're not going to get new players. And then suddenly 2 days before the semi-final, Rohit Sharma gets a niggle.
Leg slip and a short leg for Head, who defends out to
Now the question, has he got his visa? Do you take him on the flight? Don't take him. There's everyone. There's a lot of Australians on the flight. And Ricky Ponting came on that flight because he was coach of Delhi Daredevils. Steve Smith was on the flight. Plenty of the Aussies were there.
Ashwin bowls and Head gets down the track and, well, he tries to play it through mid-wicket, inside part of the bat, ends up at deep backward square. He's 87 with that single, 1 for 141.
So Mitch Stark, Pat Cummins, they're all on the flight. So, it's frustrating because now to get someone else into Australia at that time where visas were hard, there was no vaccination at that time, but it's quarantine and strict quarantine, and then the bubble effect,
Yeah.
So there's plenty of things that weigh on your mind, and especially the IPL because it happens so quickly. You're all honky-dory, all fine till 3 days before it ends, and then you'll get a couple of players missing.
Ashwin to Labuschagne gets it just in front of the short leg. Another single for him to 45, 1 for 142.
And the most frustrating was Bhuvaneshwar Kumar. 2 tours of England. 2 tours of England where if anyone will swing that Duke's ball, plenty, like a banana, it would be Bhuvaneshwar Kumar. And both the trips, midway through the IPL, he was gone.
Yeah, so that's one to watch for Australian fans when the IPL's on next month. Starting later this month, if all the Indian quicks get through. I wonder who the first choice Indian attack will be at the Oval.
There'll be no Bumrah now.
Yeah, well, he's been ruled out 6 months, isn't it? Ashwin bowls, finds the glove of Head after coming forward, spills into the offside. Who do you think face value will be the 3 Indian quicks they would choose?
It'll be the same 3 here. And there'll be Shardul Thakur. Yeah, as an all-rounder who'll come in as the 4th, and then depending on who's doing well. A lot of them are injured.
Ashwin to finish here, getting the ball to turn to Head. Last ball ends up behind KS Bharat, maybe via the pad, inside edge. We'll find out momentarily, looking towards it in a minute. We say goodbye to Ravi Shastri. Thank you for the insight you provided to us. It was biased. It beat everybody. End of the over, changing commentary. It's going to be Daniel Norcross coming in to replace me. We'll chat to Ravi after tea. Australia lead by 53. That's on the Kia scoreboard with Head on 87, Labuschagne 45.
All right. Big screen video LED solutions help elevate game day for sports fans across Australia. And now your club could score a $10,000 grant towards a digital scoreboard. There's 10 to be won. Visit iCanWin.com.au/BSB to win. T&Cs apply.
RJ Sanderson and Associates are accountants and taxation specialists, individuals, companies, trusts and self-managed super funds. Take the stress out of tax returns, financial statements, bookkeeping and BASs. rjsanderson.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power, your trusted local. 1 for 144 on the Kia scoreboard. That lead now 53. We have had 51 overs today, 141 runs. There are a possible 39 overs remaining. Well, there's obviously a lot more possible if they bowl them quickly, but let's just assume the reality of the situation. 39, but it's more likely to be 24.
I've come up with this great fantasy.
Oh, have you? What a way. You sit down and you start with a great fantasy, Bharat. But it has to do with flyer. It is the first to show as they climb the hill.
It's got to do with this game.
Yes.
That's the only way I see this game take a sudden turn.
Oh yes.
I mean, I'm bringing Vince McMahon in. I'm bringing Eric Bischoff in. Let's throw a wrestling angle in here.
Eric Bischoff. Okay.
Final twist.
I'm going to need educating. Umesh is in, clipped away out towards deep square leg. It's running away towards the boundary. It's being pursued in earnest, but they're not going to get there. It's going to plop onto the boundary sponge, and Marnus Labuschagne moves to 49. Our boundaries with Blundstone right on with Blundstone. 1 for 148. Okay. Now, bear in mind, I might have to interrupt you if Marnus gets to his 50 at any point.
Yeah, that's all right. It's not a long fantasy.
Oh, good.
None of my fantasies are. But so 3:30 is the cutoff.
Yes.
Officially, when post after that, at any point the captains could just shake hands and say, "All right, well done, Australia."
As long as 75 overs have been bowled today, though. Yes.
Yeah, I mean whenever the last over starts.
Last hour. Yeah.
Last hour, I mean.
Yes. Yes, I hear you. Yes. Here is Umesh into Labuschagne on 49, and he gets it away, and that's his half century. The ball goes down to Ashwin at long leg. They come back for a second, and that completes the 25th score of 50 or above for Marnus Labuschagne, 10 of which have gone on to be hundreds, and he's got time to do that. He may yet. It also brings up the 150 for Australia as Sparrow and his boys are tweeting in the rafters. The Australian flags fluttering in their nests, 1 for 150.
Yeah, I mean, after seeing Marnus bat in the net, I mean, I've seen Marnus bat in the nets, it feels like all my life.
Yes.
Especially in Bangalore, the energy, the effort, and the ball, it says, like, the balls come apart.
Balls come apart?
The balls come apart. We'll come back to Marnus.
Is this part of your fantasy? Are you pulling the strings already?
There you go.
Oh, good Lord.
That's one way of bringing this to an end quickly.
Right,
tear the ball into two.
Well, look, this is perfect because a new ball or a replacement ball has to be brought out. So that gives you an opportunity to get straight into the deep dive, the weeds of your fantasy.
No, just before that, Marnus, like if you told Marnus Labuschagne, Marnus, you'll have to wait till the last day of the tour, of the series, anyway.
For a 50.
To raise your bat for a 50. He would have been very disappointed. And even there, the resigned raise of the bat, like, finally.
Phil Long.
Well, and also if you told Steve Smith you'd be sat on the balcony waiting to try and make your first 50 of the series on the last afternoon, you'd have been surprised.
Well, that's courtesy of Phil Long, who's our stat boy out there today, thanks to Fuso trucks. Fuso canters are in stock now. Job done. They're taking some impromptu drinks.
Just while they check.
It's not an official drinks break because we've had the official drinks break. We're in the last half hour of this session. So this gives an opportunity for Bharat Sundaresan.
So whenever the last hour starts.
Yes. Let's say it's 3:30.
Yes,
which is 9 o'clock back in Australian time.
True. Technically, you can end the game 10 minutes quicker if the batting team declares. But here comes my twist.
Oh, I know where you're coming from.
Steve Smith says, all right. I mean, they have a discussion. All right, we're going to declare.
120 ahead.
120 ahead.
Yeah.
An hour or so to go. At least minimum 15 overs to go. Steve Smith puts his hand out.
Yes.
Rohit Sharma puts his hands out and then says, you know what?
Thank you.
We're going to bat and chase this down.
Oh, that would be marvellous. That would be better than a run out at the non-striker's end, a rowancy.
It would be the greatest thing ever.
That is your fantasy.
It is my fantasy.
And it's a beautiful fantasy.
Thank you so much.
I don't think I've ever seen it done before. It would create...
It would be
such a bicker.
You think that finish earlier in the day in New Zealand was cool, exciting, enthralling, entertaining?
Yes.
That will be the game.
And you know what? You'll be here till 9:30 interviewing a lot of angry people.
True. Oh, imagine the press conferences then,
I like where you're going with that.
Yeah. Like, you know, there have been controversial series where captains have come out and said only one team is playing this sport or one team is playing this game fairly.
Yes, there was a little whine, wasn't it, from the Australian captain.
Oh, that's right.
William Woodfall, yes.
Oh.
As his next delivery is driven up to mid-on. We're back on it now. Yes, there's only one team out there playing cricket.
Oh, and then...
Unfortunately, the one playing cricket was losing badly.
William Woodfall and Anil Kumble. That's the only thing that connects the two of them.
Did Anil Kumble
in 2007-8 series? Everyone listening to us in Australia will remember that.
Yes.
the infamous Monkeygate series.
Oh, yes.
The Sydney Test, actually, before the Monkeygate situation happened. Or actually, it was all in the same Test match. But the best part about, not the best part, we'll come to it.
The most luscious part of it all. Yes, I see. Umesh is in to Labuschagne, and he gets up on his toes and defends a short ball back to the bowler. 2 short mid-wickets are in place, incidentally, and a wide slip.
I don't know how closely you were following the Monkeygate scandal.
It's a long time ago.
It
now,
was.
15
It
years.
was.
Yes,
Yeah,
I was following it. But,
and all the late Andrew Simons. But then, they're at war. It's almost a diplomatic issue. But the Indian team had, I don't know, I think it was pre-planned.
Yeah.
They had a scheduled appearance on the show Bondi Rescue.
Oh.
So where the Coast Guards go and rescue people
from sharks and whatnot.
Foolish tourists who just wandered into the sea on Bondi Beach.
Yes. Umesh is in. Labuschagne defends again, covering up, plays it to the straighter of those 2 short mid-wickets. It was Surya Kumar Yadav.
And I watched that episode of Bondi Rescue very recently. I'm a Bondi Rescue regular.
I can tell.
You can, for obvious reasons. And it shouldn't be that obvious. I'll take that back. And there's the Indian team, like 3 or 4 days after the diplomatic breakdown between the 2 countries, on Bondi Beach, everyone, including Sachin Tendulkar, playing a game of beach volleyball with the Coast Guards on a reality show.
Oh. Umesh is in to complete the over, and Labuschagne defends into the offside. It's the end of the over. Australia on the Kia scoreboard, a 1 for 150.
Hello, bank.
I've just seen that Athena doesn't charge fees, do you?
Fees? Yes, please. We got all the fees. Application fees, valuation fees, pens on strings
Why
fees.
should you be charged for being a customer? At Athena, we don't charge fees, so you can pay off your home loan faster.
Service fee, redraw fee, exit fee.
Exit fee. I'll pay that one.
Rudely hanging up fee.
Fee-free home loans do exist at athena.com.au. Athena, love us and leave us. Standard credit criteria, terms, conditions and government charges apply.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power, your trusted local. Australia 1 for 150. They lead by 59 runs, and the game is meandering to a draw. But Bharat Sundaresan alongside me, Daniel Norcross and Phil Long, is not meandering to a draw. No. He's already come up with something fantastical. We're now deep in the weeds of Bondi Rescue, a programme I must confess unfamiliarity with. Tell me more. Like, did she have a car?
No, So that's the Indian team literally shooting for this show.
Yes, Ashwin in to the left-handed head. He clips it away into the onside. Well, this is lovely. He's going to get at least 1. He's going to come back for a second. For the simple reason that Ravindra Jadeja was thinking about, well, a combination of Bondi Rescue and whether or not they could do a fantasy shake hands and somehow dupe the Australians into losing the Test match. It completely drifted off at deep mid-wicket. Go, Ravindra, ball! And eventually ran in and threw it in, and they get back for 2, which should have been 1. And it's perfectly lovely for Travis Head, who picks up another couple, gets ever closer to a century on 89. He's flicking one away. He's going to get another one. He's going to be into the not particularly nervous, I would imagine, 90s. 1 for 153. Sorry, back to you, but Bharat.
Yeah, I don't even know how we got here, but...
Well, it was you. That's how we got here. Don't we mean, right? It's all happening.
It's all happening. Yes. You know, from Bill Woodfull to Anil Kumble to only one team playing cricket out there. Bondi Rescue and the Indian team's playing beach volleyball. Indian journalists.
Ashwin into Labuschagne, comes down the wicket, defends, back to the bowler, no run.
Bunch of Indian journalists there. You can see in the background some who would become my colleagues. This was just before I became a journalist. And in the midst of all this madness, where there were talks that the series would be stopped and the Indian team would fly back home.
Ashwin in, forward in defence comes Labuschagne, defends back to Ashwin, no run.
There's a smiling Sachin Tendulkar, and the Coast Guards are really excited. They talk amongst each. Obviously, there are cameras everywhere. Yeah. We can't play, mate. We can't imagine playing beach volleyball with Sachin Tendulkar, mate.
Someone so short as well. That's quite high. Defending for the crease ball that keeps a little low into the onside. No run.
Yeah, and I've never been able to get over it. Like the fact that they were on that show in the midst of, and they could well have been on a flight home the next day.
Yeah.
There was a proper investigation into the issue. Where
it was very controversial at the time.
It was
a very sensitive issue. As Ashwin is it. Labuschagne comes down the wicket, doesn't quite get to the pitch, and so he defends it this time to Rohit at short mid-wicket. That is the end of the over on the Kia scoreboard. Australia lead 1 for 153.
I always wanted kids. Having a family was the dream. I guess I just never found the right person to do it with. For a while, it did really upset me. But then I thought, you know what? I can do it on my own. So
What happens next is up to you, because the only way her story continues is with you. Donate sperm at Monash IVF and make the dream of having a family more than just a dream. Visit monashivf.com today.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power 4 for 3 on Kumho tyres, 25% off. 1 for 153. Australia lead by 62 runs. They've lost just the 1 wicket so far today, and it's that of the night watchman, Matthew Kuhneman, who was erroneously given out LBW, would have been overturned on referral. That's the only success India have had on this placid flat deck, which has destroyed anyone's chances of a result. 20 wickets have fallen in nearly 14 sessions, which is quite something. 20, you say yes. India only lost 9. Travis Head goes for a drive and is bowled between bat and pad. The ball turning a little and there are smiles all round. Rohit Sharma gives actually a little whack on the bottom and the breakthrough has been made. Travis Head is not going to reach his 6th century. He went for a little wafty push at a ball that, well, we'll take a look on the Beaumont Tiles replay, Australia's favourite, just to see how much that turned. Here it comes. It's delivered from a good height. Turns quite sharply in it. Top of off stump, a Z-bail flies off and then another goes away in sympathy. And Travis Head gives a ooh sound. My word, that's done a lot, he says. Is there a twist in the tail? It would have to be a very twisty tail at this stage in the match. Travis Head goes for 90 and Australia at 2 for 153.
I mean, the twist in the tail is the fact that India have generally been able to take a wicket. And that's the ball of the match.
Yeah.
Left-arm spinners. Dream delivery to a left-hander. It's a little bit of drift, pitched right outside off stump and spun right through the gate. Travis Head always plays slightly away from his body. There's always a gap between his bat and pad, and hit the top of off. And yeah, he was just left with his jaw to the floor, Travis Head.
Yeah, what a ball. You said the ball of the match. I think you might be right.
Yeah, by far the ball of the match. And Virat Kohli gave it a big fist. He was punching the air.
And it's surely too little too late, but Australia are missing Usman Khawaja, and when things happen in India, they happen suddenly and they happen quickly.
Not here.
Not here, no.
Yeah, I've been building up that narrative since Pakistan last year, but
you've been building up the narrative throughout the entire match.
That is true.
Yeah, you told us that this pitch would start turning after 80 hours.
And after 80 hours, we've seen a ball like that. So.
Well, it was actually slightly more, wasn't it? Let's be honest. It's been about 101 hours. But
Phil.
Phil.
Oh, thanks, yes, hi.
I thought we had
Sorry, Phil. Would you like to tell us the tale of Travis Head's take?
No, well, let me tell you that Travis Head and Marnus Labuschagne come together 3 times in this series. Only 42 the first time they batted in Delhi. That match-winning 78 partnership in indoor, and 139 just been broken here in Ahmedabad. If anyone's getting worried over in Australia, this might lead to a lot of wickets. 5 of the top 6 scores in this series have been made here at Ahmedabad, and 9 of the top 15 partnerships have been made here.
Wow. Yes, but, you know, we are here, Phil, to put the fear of God into everybody. We'll watch this on the Beaumont Tiles replay.
Beautiful delivery.
Australia's favourite. That has gone a long way. It's turned, it's bounced. He went lunging out to it. You can understand why. It felt like it was there to drive, and it has spun sharply between his bat and his pad and flicked to the top of that bail.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Steve Smith in the middle now. Will he be desperate to get to 50 runs, or will he not care?
Okay, it's into Smith, and he defends from the crease, a ball that just scurries on at 94 kilometres an hour, plays it back to the bowler, and there's no run. It's a forward short leg, there's a silly point, there's a slip in place. Suddenly there's a little bit more urgency. Wickets will do that. Backward point, cover extra, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. No one out on the boundary, quite right too. And as Aksha is in to Smith, who defends on the front foot. It's half stopped at silly point, and there's no run.
I think Steve Smith at this point just want to bat through. He batted for quite a while in the first innings as well. but he knows how good a batting pitch this still is. He's seen all these others score runs.
Harsha in, round arm, pushed into the offside, fielded covers. It's Pujara out there. He's not being made to have the lid on. The man at City Point is Surya Kumar Yadav.
The reason I ask that is because if you weren't listening earlier, this is a Steve Smith.
Harsha bowls, ball in defence. Smith plays to extra cover, no run.
Half-centuryless series.
Oh, has that ever happened?
Never been one of 3 tests or more.
Really?
Never happened.
So many records tumbling in this test match. Harsha in, forward comes Smith, plays to short extra cover. That's the end of the over. The Kia scoreboard tells you 2 for 153 Australia.
Country racing, we're stronger together.
That's right, guys. It's time to get out and celebrate the resilience of our communities with a day at the country races. There's entertainment for the family, plus fashion, food, and all the up-close racing action that you only get in the country. Plus, at 35 race meetings, we'll be saying thanks with free tickets for people who have helped us get through the past few years. Find out more at country.racing.com/thanks.
SEN Test cricket for Tyre Power, your trusted local. So, a 50th wicket in Test for Akshar Patel. A big moment for him, a Bendix big moment. Confidence stopping Bendix breaks. As Ashwin is in to Labuschagne, who turns the ball into the onside, and it's fielded by the loping Rohit at mid-wicket. There is no run.
Wicket for Akshar Patel in itself has been an event of this series. Been outstanding with the bat.
Ashwin, the stuttering approach is in, tosses one up, forward comes Labuschagne, defends, it's a short leg, no run.
As many half-centuries as wickets.
Hello.
Batting all-rounder.
I've just seen again there on the Beaumont Tiles replay, Beaumont Tiles, Australia's favourite, just how much that ball did. And I wonder if that's going to be a big moment as Labuschagne turns the ball to square leg, no run. Makes you think a 6th day could have been interesting.
Oh yes, Ashwin did say that in his press conference. We need to drag this game into day 6. But I think it was a drift that Akshar Patel got. It wasn't a lot. It was enough to drag Travis Head out.
Ashwin is in now. This is defended to backward point. No run. One thing I'd like to ask Phil to look into, might take a little moment for him, is how many maidens Ashwin's bowled, because we were talking about Nathan Lyon's 1000th maiden yesterday, getting very excited as he became just the 3rd Australian to do that after Warne and McGrath. And they've got a bit of a tit for tat going in terms of numbers of wickets they've all taken. So where are they on maidens, Phil? As Ashwin's in, tossed up, wide of the off stump. Labuschagne reaches for it and pushes the ball to short extra cover. Jadeja does the fielding, throws the ball in sloppily to Ashwin. There's no run.
I had it up earlier. I'll bring it up now. I've got a feeling it was 850 something.
Really?
Yeah,
So quite a way away.
Quite a way behind it.
Yeah. Ashwin in to complete the over. Forward comes Labuschagne. Plays it to short mid-wicket. End of a maiden over. Another one ticks by though, and on the Kia scoreboard, Australia are still 2 for 153.
I always wanted kids. Having a family was the dream. I guess I just never found the right person to do it with. For a while, it did really upset me. But then I thought, you know what? I can do it on my own. So
What happens next is up to you, because the only way her story continues is with you. Donate sperm at Monash IVF and make the dream of having a family more than just a dream. Visit monashivf.com today.
SEN Test cricket with Tyre Power, your trusted local. Akshar Patel is going to continue after bowling the ball of the match. The ball of the match, says Bharat Sundaresan. And he's got 500 runs and 50 wickets after just 12 matches. He's in now, bowls to Smith, who defends. Back up the wicket, and there's no run. And did you see who else had managed to do that?
Some great names. Aubrey Faulkner, Jack Gregory, Ian Botham, Sir Ian Botham. Ravichandran Ashwin.
Aubrey Faulkner's a goodie there, the leggy, South African leggy, as this is defended back up the wicket. There's no run. Had a tragic demise, of course. Aubrey.
Lovely action.
Very sad demise. As Smith still yet to get off the mark. Won't be bothering him too much. Eddie flexes those knees. They've got 3 men round the bat. Comes down the wicket. And defends as a slightly more than polite inquiry, but not truly urgent. And Richard Kettleborough, when he doesn't like a decision, just looks at the ground with something, mingles contempt with the stench of of nastiness. Like, no. Really? And says no, they're not going to refer. Still not had a run since that wicket went down. Show is in, down to backward point actually. By Smith going back into his crease. Suddenly a little bit more urgency in what's going on. Having another look here at the Bendix Beaumont Tiles replay screen, Australia's favourite. We see he's a long way down, long way down. It might have been pad first, but was never going to get the decision that far down. As Harsha is in, and that's defended grabbily from the crease out into the offside. No run.
He was given out once. You'll remember when Keshav Maharaj was bowling, and he's never forgotten it. Even now when he's batting in the nets and someone appeals for an LBW when he's jumped out of his crease, he'd go, bowler's game.
Oh, he's beaten on the outside edge. Might even have got a little edge on that. We'll take a look after the break with Australia on 2 for 153.
Hello, this is Bharat Sundaresan. If you're looking to build a new home but need to move in now, consider one of Henley's newly built completed homes. These homes have never been lived in, and Henley has new listings every week. With something to suit every budget in the best locations across Melbourne, enjoy fixed upfront pricing with premium inclusions. Plus, front landscaping, driveway and fencing all included. Keep your cash flow with only 5% deposit and the balance at settlement. Henley Completed Homes. Visit henley.com.au today.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power, your trusted local, and I've just seen on the Beaumont Tiles replay screen, Beaumont Tiles, Australia's favourite. Big edge from Smith. Would have been a tricky catch because Kersbar would need to have moved his hands, which is something he's very loath to do, as it crashed into his right knee. Labuschagne goes back into his crease, works the ball to the onside. By my reckoning, that's the 5th drop by Kersbar, or miss really. Didn't get a glove to it. He's not had a great day great test match, I should say. And it started right at the very beginning on day one. An extraordinary day one as Labuschagne defends on the crease. They're just blocking now with no real thought for runs, Australia. The lead 62. Phil Long, tell us the most extraordinary collapses in this series that Australia have had, because they have had some 8-fers in no time, haven't they? Ashwin's in short. Cut away, and that's going to run away to the boundary. A boundary for Blundstone. Right on with Blundstone. And that was just dragged down by Ashwin. A rare, poor ball, and Labuschagne was onto it. And the flash moves to 55, Australia 2 for 157.
Yeah, it's not the first time that KS Bharat has not been able to get his gloves anywhere near an edge. A number of times the ball has hit his right pad. A couple of times the ball then ricocheted off his right pad towards Virat Kohli.
Here is Ashwin. In for Labuschagne. Just pushes into the offside, finds a gap, gets another run. 2 for 158. The lead advances to 67. Labuschagne to 55 brings Smith on to strike for the first time in this innings against Ashwin.
And what will hurt KS Bharat the most is he came into this series the reputation of being the best wicketkeeper in India. Yes, there were the runs. He's batted in the top order for Andhra and made a lot of runs over the years, but its keeping has let him down in a big way.
Ashwin into Smith. Smith comes down the wicket and then defends back to the bowler. There's no run. There's a forward short leg and a slip in place. After this over has been bowled, 33 remain in the day's play. There'd be 2 for the crossover between innings. Ashwin is into Smith. Smith goes back into his crease and whips it to Rohit Sharma. At the end of the over, the Kia scoreboard reads Australia 2 for 158.
40 crispy chicken McNuggets are for friends. Together with tangy Cajun sauce, close friends only. Pick up juicy chicken and tangy Cajun at Macca's drive-thru today. Select items available for a limited time.
Designer Appliances Luxury Kitchen Bonus Catalogue is out now. Receive a bonus virtual Visa gift card up to $1,000 on selected models across your favourite brands. Plus, buy now, pay later. Visit your local gallery or designerappliances.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power, your trusted local. I'm sat alongside Phil Long, and I've got to say, the most beautifully dressed expert of our team. Our experts, we have many of them, and well, you can get expertise if you download the SEN app from your app store today.
Thanks for that, Daniel.
It was a pleasure.
On your final day.
Well, is that it? Am I fired now? My final day.
Or in India for this tour before you're back.
5:20 a.m. my flight back to London.
Is your bag in? Oh, you left it in.
Yes, I did.
In the corner, yeah.
Yes, don't worry, that's all sorted. I'm all ready to rumble. I've just got my change of clothes. It's hanging on a hanger.
That's true.
I've
I
got
did see
my winter
that.
clothing to put on, my jeans. My
I was
jumper,
wondering where that came from.
My raincoat. That's because I was in South Africa, you see, for the Women's World Cup.
That's
I was there for 3 weeks, came over here. I've been in this beautiful balmy weather for the last 5 and a bit weeks. I have to go back to the perishing cold of London. Harsha is in to start what could be the last over before tea, and Labuschagne tucks the ball into the onside, and there is no run picked up by Pajara Phil Long.
Whereas we're far luckier to have a few more weeks in this wonderful country, aren't we?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I just have a few more days.
A few more days.
You're going to Goa, aren't you?
I'm off to Goa on the train tomorrow, yeah.
That'll be beautiful, won't it? How far's Goa from here? It's actually in, defended back to the bowler, no run. How long's that train, Phil? You love a train.
I've managed to get a direct train. I think it's 19 hours.
Yeah,
19
it's
hours.
a long way. Yeah,
Not
it's
sure.
a long way. I mean, it's almost 600 kilometers from Mumbai.
He does like a train. He likes a railway station as well. Woe betide you if you say train station.
Oh,
Phil,
don't, please. Please.
Defending is Labuschagne, short extra cover, no run. He gets very vexed if you say train station.
I would as well. It is a railway station.
Isn't it?
Your country gave us a railway station.
That's the most embarrassing thing about it, yeah.
Well, my country is London and the world. I'm a creature of the world. 2 for 158. This will be the last over before tea.
Someone just moving
There's some
slowly behind the screen.
With a black T-shirt on, quite a long way away, it's got to be said. But you know, Labuschagne and his peripheral vision, it's a thing of wonder. This session, 28 overs in this session, I think we've had. So it's slightly slower over rate this time round as Harsha is in. Forward comes Labuschagne, tucking the ball to short mid-wicket, and there's no run. The lead 67, Australia 8 wickets in hand. 32 overs left in the match. There'll be 2 for the change of innings. So realistically, Australia need to bat another 16 overs, 17 overs to be absolutely guaranteed, I would say, of drawing this game. Forward comes Labuschagne, and apart from that defence back to the bowler, and apart from that wonder ball from Akshay Patel, which we had a look at on the Beaumont Tiles replay, Beaumont Tiles, Australia's favourite, did turn a very, very long way. Not a lot has happened. And that was only the 21st wicket of this match as we approach tea on the 5th day. Harsha in, last ball before tea, beats the outside edge. Oh, if this had happened at the start of the day, it would have been a very different story, but it's happening now. You feel that it's too late for India, it's too late for the game, but well, I say you never know, but you do never know. Strange things have been happening. But an extraordinary test match in New Zealand. Again, a second one running. A victory for New Zealand off the very final ball of the match by 2 wickets, which is booked there when it's booked India's place for sure in the World Test Championship final. So what is left to play for here? Well, a miracle is left to play for, or Bharat Sundaresan's sneaky fantasy that the handshake will come and be taken away and that India will then chase down an eager target in 15 overs.
Come on, Rohit, make it happen.
It would be marvellous. Australia at tea, a 2 for 158. Marnus Labuschagne out for 56. The wicket to fall in this session. Travis Head bowled by Akshay Patel for 90. A wonder ball, though too late. Not enough other wonder balls. There have been signs of the pitch deteriorating, but as I say, with 1 session to go, this game is drifting towards a draw. It will not stop us, though, in the commentary box, attempting to entertain ourselves, if not you. A final statistical thought from Phil Long and a final pre-tea thought from Bharat Sundaresan, and then we'll be taking you back to the studio.
Yeah, that session, 28 overs, 85 runs, 1 wicket, run rate of 3.04. Kind of sums up this test match as a whole, really, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. And now I know an Ahmedabad-Goa train takes you 19 hours. Thanks for that information as well, Phil. Yeah, I mean, slightly disappointed for Travis Head. He played a beautiful innings, fluent innings, looked good against spin. He'll take a lot of confidence, even if it's on a still very placid pitch. Some balls have turned, some balls have misbehaved. But he's earned the right to do this. He batted so well in Delhi and for periods in Indore. And yeah, I mean, he had 100 there for the taking. Really good delivery from Akshar Patel, and it's gone. And On that note, I throw back to you, Daniel.
Well, I'm going to throw it back to the studio because I think we've got a slight technical issue here. And so John's going to take you through all the sports news around the world. Back to you in the studio. Join us in around about 18 minutes for the final session of the final test match of this extraordinary series.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Officer and Calcallo, henley.com.au. And Tyre Power, your tyre experts. India versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
Labuschagne, 49, and he gets it away and that's his half century. The ball goes down to Harsha in a long leg. They come back for a second, and that completes the 25th score of 50 or above for Marnus Labuschagne, 10 of which have gone on to be hundreds, and he's got time to do that. He may yet. It also brings up the 150 for Australia as Sparrow and his boys are tweeting in the rafters. The Australian flags fluttering in their nests, 1 for 150. Travis Head goes for a drive and is bowled between bat and pad. The ball turning a little and there are smiles all round. Rohit Sharma gives actually a little whack on the bottom. And the breakthrough has been made. Travis Head is not going to reach his 6th century.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power, your tyre experts. For the last time, welcome back to Underbutt for the 15th and final session of this Test match and indeed this Test series. I'm Adam Collins, and with me we have Ravi, Shastri and Peter Lalor from the Australian newspaper to wander through the next half an hour or so ahead of what we expect will be a shaking of hands in about 60 minutes from now or thereabouts. There's not an awful lot going on in the cricket, I've got to be honest with you. 2 for 158 Australia, Labuschagne 56, Smith is yet to score. The lead is 67. This Test match will be a draw. I suppose Marnus Labuschagne might find his way to 3 figures, an outside chance of doing so if he puts the foot down. As ever, Pete, in situations like this, it's looking at fractals within fractals. We can always find some meaning. It is Test cricket after all.
You can always find something, can't you? And I'll tell you what I reckon, that for the rest of his life, Travis Head will rue getting out on 90 in this ground. Indian hundreds are rare things. They're souvenirs to be cherished. They don't happen very often. Ricky Ponting got one of them, I think, in, 14 matches in this country. Ricky Ponting's one of the best batters Australia's ever produced. Travis was within 10 runs of it. Good innings. Don't want to take anything away from it. But I reckon there'll be a few generations of cats that might get a little bit of a toe when he thinks about that.
Nice piece of bowling though, wasn't it? As Ashwin starts the final session of the series. Bowling here to Stephen Smith, pushing out towards cover. No run. He's yet to score from 14 deliveries. Smith will just want a nice little red anchor on the way out of the country as he gets his passport stamped. He's staying for the 1 days, isn't he, Smith? So he won't be leaving tonight. That's me. I'm leaving tonight. When are you leaving, Pete?
Couple of days.
Couple of days. Slipping a short leg. Ashwin bowls using his feet. Smith back over the top of long on. Lovely way to get off the mark with a Blunston boundary. Right on with Blunston. 2 for 162. Pushing that lead out to 71. Well played.
Very well played. The field up, so he decided to use his feet. Now it's just dropping back another 10 yards.
Ashwin again bowls here. Just spun sharply, but Smith equal to it. Going back, riding the bounce. KS Bharat. Poor old KS Bharat. He kept so well on those snake pits at the start of the series. He did everything right. Got a classy little stumping in the first test. Took pretty much everything that came his way, but on the flat track, he's battled this week. Ashwin bowls, Smith forward in defence, back to the bowler again. Aksha, 50th test wicket. Lovely way to do it, getting the set man head with a ball that turned a mile and hit the off bail.
Yeah, and that's what he was looking to do all this while. He just went with the right line, a little wider.
Ashwin to Smith stays at home and defends.
So that it could hit that rough and then spin from there. Though, having said that, Travis said, I agree with Peter. He'll be most upset. Batted so well for 90.
Ashwin to finish here. Smith dancing before defending. End of the over. Lead 71, and that's on the K-Rain irrigation scoreboard. Australia 2 for 162. Labuschagne 56. Smith on 4. Harsha made a good point when we were on commentary in the middle session. This pitch, if it were day 4, we'd probably have a pretty good day 5 because there has been enough there today. It's been much tougher, especially for Marnus Labuschagne. He's 56 from 174. He's been really hard held and had to work his guts out just to stay out there against balls that have been turning.
I would say day 3.
Day 3.
Yeah, we needed day 3. I still think a bloke can get 100 here.
Right.
Yeah, if he really applies his head showed. Head was in line. If there was a full day's play, head could have been 150, 160.
Yeah, we've had 22 wickets and it's nearly, there's not much left in the game. It's cost 4 3/4 days, isn't it?
We had, what do we have? 30 in 2 days at starting it indoor.
Anyway, we'll give you this one, Ravi, but we'll see you in the return bout, mate.
That's going to be in London. In the mean streets of South London.
Neutral pitch.
We've talked a bit about it already, but not with you, Pete. Akshar bowls round the wicket, starts a session from the southern end. Labuschagne pushing the mid-wicket. India, the last time they were there, what a win that was. Behind in the game, trailing by about 100 on the first innings. Jasprit Bumrah, one of the best spells of fast bowling I think I've ever seen, to bowl England out on the final afternoon. Famous victory. Akshar bowls round the wicket, Labuschagne defends, and it was Rohit Sharma, the captain now, who got India back in it with a huge ton in the second dig.
Yeah, he got a brilliant 100, and they batted well all the way. Rishabh Pant, a crucial 60, as he always does when it's needed. Shardul Thakur, 50 in each innings.
Akshar in, round the wicket, Labuschagne defends to cover.
But what a spell that was. Oof. Jasprit Bumrah after lunch.
Knocked over Ollie Pope and Bairstow with 2 utter unplayables. One, was it a slow ball, if I recall?
Yeah, slow ball, then some deadly stuff there.
Such a shame he won't be there for that final. Akshar in to Labuschagne. That spun a bit. He managed to just adjust his hands at the last minute and get it to cover, no single.
Yeah. I've already booked my tickets for the final.
Very good.
Oh, but going with my wife.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So pleased to hear it.
Well, I don't know if she's coming to the cricket, but go.
Akshar round the wicket, Labuschagne out towards cover. 1 ball left in the over. So Australia don't have a particularly flash record, all told, at the Oval. They've played some very interesting cricket there, going all the way back to 1882 and 1884. We won't do that, though. But yes, in recent times, they were beaten there in 2019 by England. Akshar to finish the over, and it's tucked into the onside again by Labuschagne. That'll complete the over. 2 for 162. The lead 71 on the K-Rain Irrigation scoreboard with Labuschagne 56 and Smith on 4.
Hello, this is Bharat Sundaresan. If you're looking to build a new home but need to move in now, consider one of Henley's newly built completed homes. These homes have never been lived in, and Henley has new listings every week. With something to suit every budget in the best locations across Melbourne, enjoy fixed upfront pricing with premium inclusions. Plus, front landscaping, driveway and fencing all included. Keep your cash flow with only 5% deposit and the balance at settlement. Henley Completed Homes. Visit henley.com.au today.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power. Your tyre experts. What a privilege it's been having Ravi Shastri with us through the series, Pete.
The greatest men for the great series. And a guy who kind of...
Jadeja was going to bowl there.
No, he's waiting for me to finish that
Smith
sentence.
pulled out. Please go.
Yeah, kind of guy who sort of sums up, in a way, the relationship between India and Australia, I reckon.
Jadeja 2 slips away from us. Smith plays with soft hands to backward point.
You know, the very first tour I ever went on in India, I met Ravi and became a friend with him. And, I was there watching that game at the SCG. You tell me the elbow was watching that game at the SCG when you made the double 100.
Yes, very much.
Jadeja, wider of the crease. Smith, same result, forward defending.
You've loomed large in our sort of cricket history. Of course, that performance at the when you won the Audi as the champion of champions. That time you took Shane Warne down in his first match for the 200. And who knew you were a good bloke?
Jadeja far closer to the stumps, and Smith carves it away for 4. Just waited on that, held up a little bit in the surface. Our second Blunston boundary for the session. Right on with Blunston. Smith up to 8. 2 for 166 to lead 75.
We won't mention you fluking a couple of series as coach. The Border Gavaskar Trophy got us on a bad day.
Try your best, Peter. You can try your best.
That was one of the great wins, India in Australia last time. That really was a magnificent victory.
Jadeja still close to the stumps on that angle to Smith, who pushes it to cover. There's no single there. And we will meet again at the Oval. That's the exciting part. We'll all be there. One way or another, we will all be there.
It's only fair. You go around the world and ask people, they'll say these are the 2 teams who should be playing.
Changes angle, wider of the crease. Result is as it was before, pushing to point, no run.
Yeah, look, you've won this bout on points, but the next one, it'll be a knockout, mate.
It's a knockout.
It's going to be a knockout.
It'll be a grand final.
It'll
be a one-off. Could be a 6-day test match if it rains. Jadeja to finish, and Smith does as he does so well, meeting the ball at the pitch. No run, just a boundary from the over. The lead 75 in the K-Rain Irrigation scoreboard. Australia 2 for 166, Labuschagne 56 and Smith on 8.
Hello, this is Bharat Sundaresan. If you're looking to build a new home but need to move in now, consider one of Henley's newly built completed homes. These homes have never been lived in, and Henley has new listings every week. With something to suit every budget in the best locations across Melbourne, enjoy fixed upfront pricing with premium inclusions. Plus, front landscaping, driveway, and fencing all included. Keep your cash flow with only 5% deposit and the balance at settlement. Henley Completed Homes. Visit henley.com.au today.
For the last time in the series, a good morning to our friends on TalkSport 2 who've been loyally with us through the course of the 4 test matches, taking our broadcast from Nagpur to Delhi to Indore and Ahmedabad. Thank you for your company and your feedback. Let's do it again sometime. Akshar around the wicket. Again to Labuschagne, he's 56 defending here. I don't think he's going to try and strive towards 100. I think he's going to try and be there at the end, Pete, because they will shake hands in 14 overs time.
Sure. Back on that World Test Championship, I think the one interesting thing, Ravi, might be the IPL and its impact on the two teams.
Akshar bowls and Labuschagne turns around the corner. Just to recap, Pete, Ravi explained before tea.
Right.
No, we can go back there again. I just want to give you the context, the issues in the past where players have played IPL and got injured before key series, and the World Test Championship is certainly that.
Won't just be Indian players, though.
No, not at all. Akshar bowls and Labuschagne plays with the outside of his bat out towards point no
But
run.
in the context of the World Test Championship, the time is so short.
Yeah.
It's barely 10 days since the final. So the way I'm thinking, if I have to put my Indian hat on, I was saying all the top order batsmen need to acclimatize to English conditions.
Yeah.
And they're all playing in the IPL.
Akshar, sun's out again, slipping a short leg, no run defending.
They have 6 days, 7 days to get ready for the World Test Championship. On the other hand, a lot of the Australian top order are playing county cricket. And a lot of them fast bowlers are not playing in the IPL. So, it's a big benefit.
Akshar got a wicket before tea. Bowls here to Labuschagne, finds the outside edge. That's spun at the middle part of the pitch. He used soft hands, though, the Queenslander. Gets a couple down to deep third man. He's 58, 2 for 168. Australia lead by 79.
We're worried about our golden calf. Cameron Green. Do you think you could release him a little early from the IPL? Do you know the Ambanis? Would they be so generous as to release him early?
I think it's the prerogative of the board.
I hope that they do. I think Cricket Australia would look for him to leave the IPL early.
Isn't that a bit far-fetched, though? Well, we'll come back to this. Akshar, last ball, Labuschagne, out to mid-wicket. There's no single. End of the over. 2 for 168. Lead 77 on the K-Rain irrigation scoreboard. Labuschagne, 58. Smith on 8.
Hello, this is Bharat Sundaresan. If you're looking to build a new home but need to move in now, consider one of Henley's newly built completed homes. These homes have never been lived in, and Henley has new listings every week. With something to suit every budget in the best locations across Melbourne, enjoy fixed upfront pricing with premium inclusions. Plus, front landscaping, driveway, and fencing all included. Keep your cash flow with only 5% deposit and the balance at settlement. Henley Completed Homes. Visit henley.com.au today.
Our coverage is for Tyre Power. Get the power on Kumo tyres, 25% off. Jadeja bowls and heading forward is Smith to start the new over. No run. Yeah, so there'll be a bunch of Aussies there, as you say, but Labuschagne, Smith, etc. Playing county championship cricket. Bowling here's Jadeja, going back is Smith into the onside no run. I can't believe, now you tell me this, Ravi, Pujara on the CSK list, he's never realistically going to play, is he? I mean, you tell me, the probability of him playing a game so low, as Jadeja bowls and Smith gets forward and gets it not past cover, Rohit does the fielding. Why wouldn't they just let let Pujara just go and play county cricket for a month?
I think what will happen is they'll release him early. He'll probably go.
Jadeja bowls, Smith defends.
With the support staff, Rahul Dravid, I think they'll leave by the 20th, 25th or so.
Right.
He'll join them and then get whatever practice he needs over 2 weeks.
So if he went in April, he'd get like 8 games in. Jadeja bowls going back and cutting is Smith, but not beyond backward point where Akshar does the fielding. I mean, the season starts, I think, on the 6th of April. So if you get there at the very start, like Todd Murphy and Marnus Labuschagne, there's a lot of cricket there, 2 months of it against the red ball.
That served Marnus very well going into that 2019 series. Remember, he wasn't even in the team at the start of the series.
Bowling here's Jadeja, leaving alone is Smith. He hit 4 tons in 8 matches.
That's right, yeah. So he found his English feet, got a chance, and he was away.
That's the end of the over. My apologies. 2 for 168 on the K-Rain irrigation scoreboard. Smith 8, Labuschagne 58.
Try Trying to choose new flooring, window furnishings or rugs for your home? Choices Flooring's Room View makes it easy to find the look you've been searching for. Whatever the space or your flooring needs, simply take a photo of the area in your home and select your flooring styles, window furnishings or rugs from the thousands of colours, styles and texture options. Using Choices Flooring's Room View, you can see your selections right in your own home. Then send your favourites to your local Choices Flooring store to book a free measure and quote.
We're here for Tyre Power, your tyre experts. We just stumbled upon a point off air then that if Bharat does go back to Sussex and you're allowed 2 players now, he could be lining up batting at 3 with Smith batting at 4. That'd be fun.
Now, umpires are talking to Labuschagne, Bharat and Bharat. What are they talking about here?
That's good.
There's a bit of...
All of a sudden we got a game on.
Did you hear that? All of a sudden we got a game on. Marnus says he's going to hit a few sixes here and take India down. Good luck with that, Marnus. But it's all in good fun.
Right. So where are we? We've got Harsha. He's going to operate around the wicket to Labuschagne. I mean, I don't know. Is he really going to have a dart at the ton?
No.
I mean, you wouldn't have. I mean, you wouldn't have thought so, given that Jadeja bowled that last over in world record time. Harsha here, he gets through them quickly as well. Left arm round, way outside the off stump. And he has a laugh as well. Labuschagne's not laughing, but Harsha's chuckling. Come and get me. Come on. There's a big gap at point there if you want it. Something like that.
I think they're just going through the motions now.
Yeah.
It's just fun and games at the moment, light-hearted stuff. What Labuschagne doesn't want is, in between all that, a soft dismissal.
No.
It's a tweak to the field. Yes, they're moving. They're just taking their time, which is against the grain a little bit here. Harsha passes up by Kettleborough, wide of the crease. Labuschagne watching it all the way into KS Bharat gloves. Again, we see Labuschagne. He's never been quite settled today. He's still fidgety. We're seeing him on our screen for Beaumont Tiles, Australia's favourite.
He's always fidgety.
I feel like more than usual. Hasn't really played with a smile on his face much. Cuts here. There's that gap at point. Gets a single, moves to 59, 2 for 169.
It's not often at this level that you just get to play cricket for a bit of fun.
Yes.
Really, is it? I mean, obviously, you put a price on your head as a batter, but on your wicket.
Especially India, Australia.
Yeah.
As it's been in recent times.
Well, compare this to the last day of the last series over here. They weren't laughing then. There was no sort of interaction between teams.
You know, we said last week, Ravi, that every ball felt like an event. Every ball felt like a big moment for Bendix, the best known breaks. There you go. That's what they all felt like. This, well, rather doesn't. Smith on the front foot, pushing out to cover. It's the very opposite of that. It's I don't know, Pete. It's 3/4 time in the preliminary final and you're down by 12 goals. There's not an awful lot you can do, and you know you're not playing next week. In again. Smith on 8 goes back and pushes just to the onside of the pitch. There's no single, there's no dramas.
Had a mate who played a lot of games of AFL, and he said, you know what, footy stopped being fun after under 19s. I never had fun playing footy, so I hope these guys are enjoying playing cricket right now.
Smith, 8 from 33. Plays back to Harsha like centre wicket practice. End of the over on the K-Rain irrigation scoreboard. 2 for 169. Smith on 8. Labuschagne on 55, and our coverage is for Tyre Power, your tyre experts.
Hello, this is Bharat Sundaresan. If you're looking to build a new home but need to move in now, consider one of Henley's newly built completed homes. These homes have never been lived in, and Henley has new listings every week. With something to suit every budget in the best locations across Melbourne, enjoy fixed upfront pricing with premium inclusions. Plus, front landscaping, driveway and fencing all included. Keep your cash flow with only 5% deposit and the balance at settlement. Henley Completed Homes. Visit henley.com.au today.
We've got spin at both ends. The spinner of the series for Lumo Energy. Switch to Lumo Energy. They've been with us throughout and we thank them for it. And we've still got the competition going as well. Guess how many wickets to fall to spin today? You're probably going pretty well if you jump in now. sen.com.au. Click the win button to win $200, a voucher for the ballpark sporting experience. Thanks to Lumo Energy, sen.com.au. Hit win. How many wickets to spin today? Given we've got about 40 minutes to go, we might go okay on that. On the back foot, carving away is Labuschagne. Gets 1 to get to 60, returns to get to 61. 2 for 171, the lead up to 80 for what little it is worth. They're sort of drifting towards the World Test Championship. India's one of their first major victories in England was in 1971 at the Oval, where they won the series. First series there again, effectively won the series. I know they came back for a fifth test match last year, but it felt like a series-winning moment.
They won in 86 as well.
86, yeah.
2007.
So good memories there at the ground. Australia, not quite so much. It's not been the happiest hunting ground at the Oval. Jadeja bowls and pushing out to point. Here's Labuschagne. Almost got him, he says. Almost got it through. Almost snaked it through for another single.
Yeah, 86 was Lords and Headingley.
Headingley, right.
Yeah.
I like the train trip to Kensington.
It's good, isn't it? Across the river. Yeah. Leaving alone here outside the off stump is Labuschagne. I'm not sure what KS Bharat's jumping around for behind the wickets there.
But, Oval has great atmosphere.
Doesn't it?
You'll get a cosmopolitan crowd there. It's different from Lords.
Yeah.
Lords can get stiff, but, at the
Stuffy.
Oval you'll get...
Jadeja bowls and going back here is
some fun. Yes.
I wonder what tickets will cost, because I'm hearing tickets for the Ashes costing about 290 quid for a very ordinary seat.
I mean, I don't want to sort of get on my high horse on this, but it is absolutely absurd how expensive Ashes tickets are this year. There's this Ashes tax they effectively apply. It used to be, if you want a cheap Ashes ticket, go to Headingley. Now, even there, it's out of control.
Yeah.
Lords is farcical how expensive it is. Bowling again is Jadeja outside the off stump. They are pricing regular working people out of going to the cricket. And it's being done systematically in a way that, in a more egregious way than in previous Ashes series. It's just, I think I saw the most basic ticket to go to Lords, 160 quid. Give me a spell. Defending here is Labuschagne out to the offside to complete the over. 2 for 171 on the K-Rate irrigation scoreboard. Labuschagne 61, Smith on 8.
Trying to choose new flooring, window furnishings, or rugs for your home? Choices Flooring's Room View makes it easy to find the look you've been searching for. Whatever the space or your flooring needs, simply take a photo of the area in your home and select your flooring styles, window furnishings, or rugs from the thousands of colours, styles, and texture options. Using Choices Flooring's Room View, you can see your selections right in your own home. Then send your favourites to your local Choices Flooring store to book a free measure and quote.
We're here for Tyre Power, your tyre experts on SEN Test Cricket. Ravi, Shastri with us. Our experts have been with us for the SEN app throughout the course of the series. Download it today. Aksha bowls. Smith, that keeps a bit low. Jams the bat down. I don't know who that is yelling wow. I think it's KS Bharat again. He's been enthusiastic back there, Pete.
You're talking about Lords, mate. I reckon ordinary people have been priced out of London. You cannot afford to live anywhere near London on even a good wage.
Aksha bowls and Smith defends. I mean, it's not quite as clear as that. There are pockets of London where you can still afford to live, but the broader point you're making is that a lot of commuters, the commuter belt's got bigger and bigger, so that people can get in living, 50 kilometres, 60 kilometres away from town. Aksha bowls and Smith defends. Out to mid-wicket, no run.
Well, I can definitely guarantee you that World Test Championship final at the Oval, India will feel as if it's a home game on.
Too right.
There'll be that many supporters there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. What's that line? India haven't played an away game for 25 years. Aksha bowls here. Smith gets forward and defends out towards mid-wicket. No run. I mean, the crowd that India had at the Oval for that final day of that test we were talking about from 2021, because they didn't sell tickets to day 5, as is the custom these days, they threw open the tickets Stubbs day 4. There would have been 90% Indian fans in at the Oval as Jadeja bowls, make that Aksha, my apologies, defended into the onside. And the roar, we were commentating from the crowd for SEN, those outside press box seats at the Oval. Daniel was with me. It was the best experience for commentary. So there's Indian fans going wild all around us, and that Boomer spell we already referred to. We might try and
get that in Melbourne and Sydney now.
Yes, absolutely. Aksha, last ball. Smith tucks around the corner, gets 1 to retain the strike, and comes back for 2 to move him into double figures. So back to Labuschagne into the over. 2 for 173. K-Rain irrigation scoreboard. They lead by 82.
Don't miss the Play Today New South Wales Open at Rich River Golf Club this Thursday to Sunday. Walk the fairways with the players, including past New South Wales Open champions like young gun Harrison Crowe. There'll be music, entertainment and activities for the whole family to enjoy, including a mini golf course and tournament village. Register now for free entry at nswopen.com. That's nswopen.com, or catch the tournament on Foxtel and KO.
It's improbable we're going to have any big moments in the final session, but if we do, we'll put our foot down with confidence for Bendix Brakes. And we won't have a final drinks break of the day either. That's for Bendix Brakes, manufacturing in Australia since 1955, and we thank them for their support through the course of this series. See what I'm doing there, Pete? Jadeja Bowles away from us, defending is Labuschagne on 61, no run.
I was thinking about how you have to brake in Indian traffic, and I also think about what the effect it has on me when I get back to Australia. I drive like a maniac when I get back to Australia. I show no respect for lanes or...
Jadeja Bowles, even though he's pulled out. So Labuschagne's pulled out. Sorry. Jadeja Bowles it anyway, and he's actually not that happy about it. It was a good delivery, pitching leg, bouncing over middle stump. That might have been problematic, but I don't know what's going on with that.
Talking about your driving, it's not disrespect. You're not just seeing the lines.
No.
You don't see it. You just see cars and just move where you want.
They're a rough guide, aren't they? There are lines on an Indian road.
Jadeja in, defending is Labuschagne.
As is which side of the road you drive on. Because sometimes I think the traffic's going in 5 directions. It's almost like it's created new dimensions, the traffic.
We've got great rules for a roundabout.
Jadeja Bowles, who leaves alone again, Labuschagne outside the line of the off-stump.
I had to teach Gideon how to cross the road because he hasn't been here that often. And I said, Gideon, the one thing you do is you never pause, you never hesitate. You walk with confidence and you look them in the eye. And it's true, isn't it? They go around you.
You're about the same way. Jadeja closer to the stumps, making Labuschagne play, defends.
If you hesitate, they'll hit you because they assume that you're going to hold your line and keep walking.
It was the perfect intro for a post-Nagpur analysis piece. When they're all caught on the crease, you've got to commit one way or the other when you're crossing the road. Jadeja again, that's spun. Labuschagne played it well. Played it late, down to Umesh at mid-on, no single. Well, he's faced 200 deliveries now, Labuschagne.
In Delhi, they got trapped in the middle of the roundabout, didn't they, really? There's traffic at them everywhere.
Pete, we're going to say goodbye after this ball to you, and I'm going to jump out as well. It's been brilliant having you on commentary again on SEN through the series.
Peter, well done.
You're an absolute delight. You bring so much to what we do. Jadeja Bowles and Labuschagne defends. End of the over. Norcross in for me at the end of it. Louis Cameron's going to come in for you on the K-Rain Irrigation scoreboard. Australia 2 for 173. They can shake hands in 8 overs.
Find where you belong with Harcourts. Here's CEO Tony Morrison.
The only thing constant is change, especially in property management. From changes in legislation, interest rates, tenants' rights, if you're paying a property manager, they need to be all over it. At Harcourts, it's our mission to keep landlords and tenants informed and to ensure all expectations are met. It's another reason we've been around for over 130 years.
Visit harcourts.com.au and rest assured.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power, your tyre experts. Daniel Norcross, Ravi, Shastri alongside me. We were talking about ticket prices, and I think what will happen in the Ashes is that the London tests will continue to be sold out. It's an affluent part of the country.
Okay.
But when you get to Headingley, they might struggle, and if they play hardball, as Harsha is in, this is pushed into the offside, no run, they might for once come up against a problem, because in England we've got a cost of living crisis, we've got a very high inflation, wages are being suppressed. The thing is that the England cricket team is a very attractive thing to watch at the moment, as Harsha is in.
I think that's the big plus. The brand of cricket they're playing now will bring in crowds.
Yeah, and that's partly why they're doing it, because really, once cricket went behind a paywall in England, it lost its relevance, and the only way to get eyeballs back on it was to do something very, very different. Harsha is in. This is defended by Smith into the offside. There is once more no run. I think they'll probably get away with it this time. But the prices are eye-watering. And the problem with Phil Longmaid just behind us right now is Harsha is in. Beats the outside edge with 1 returns. Oh, too little, too late though. You're creating a kind of 2-tier system really. So with families, you want to take a family to the cricket. You go to the 100 now because it's very well priced, 15, 20 quid.
Yeah.
But you can't take a family to a test match in London. It would cost you the best part of £1,000, you know?
Yeah.
It's on 100,000 rupees. I mean, it's kind of nuts, really. Harsha is in. This is worked into the onside by Smith off the back foot. Going deep in his crease, picked up by Pajara. There's no run.
You can see the pitch just beginning to now spice up a bit.
Just a little. Harsha is in.
The last ball is defended, back on the wicket. That's the end of the over. Before we say goodbye to Ravi Shastri,
thank you.
Let us thank you so much for all of your contributions to SEN throughout this series. It's been wonderful having you.
Real pleasure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And on the K-Rain irrigation scorecard, it's 2 for 173.
Order the McValue bundle at Macca's today. A choice of your favourite burgers, together with fries and drinks for just $26.95. Did we just find something the whole family can agree on? Available between 10:30am and midnight at participating restaurants. See our website for details.
Designer Appliances Luxury Kitchen Bonus Catalogue is out now. Receive a bonus virtual Visa gift card up to $1,000 on selected models across your favourite brands. Plus, buy now, pay later. Visit your local gallery or designerappliances.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power, your tyre experts, and as one expert departs, another Louis Cameron arrives. If it's expertise you're after, well, the SEN app, download the SEN app from your app store today. We've been calling him the Oracle throughout this series, and that's, well, for the last 2 test matches, and that's because he's seldom wrong. We found the odd occasion when he may have got a bit early, but as a general rule, we've unearthed a gem here in Cameron.
When did I go too early?
Well, I think well, we got it on. It was someone's wicket. Do you remember?
Oh, yeah, Rohit Sharma. Yeah, I was saying Mitchell Stark shouldn't have been bowling.
That's right, Kuderman.
Or he should have been bowling. Sorry.
As Jadeja bowls, and that's just pushed into the onside no run. But the thing is, it's the exception, Louis, that proves the rule. We would never have remembered it were it not for your impeccable record there hitherto.
Well, the thing is, if I want to shake this nickname, I really need to start getting things wrong.
Okay, so India are going to rattle through Australia, are they, in the next 5 overs? As Jadeja is into Labuschagne, who props forward in defence and pushes into the offside. This game is now dying, the slowest of deaths. And I think it's time that we saw, like, Virat Kohli bowl. Who do you want to see bowling? Who do we really want to see bowling?
He's number one. Number one. His weird, off the wrong foot medium paces would be top of my list.
Jadeja is in, forward comes Labuschagne, defence down the wicket, no run. Pujara has bowled 1 over in Test cricket. I'd like to see a Pujara-Kohli double act. They could shake hands in 6.5 overs time. As Jadeja is in, forward comes Labuschagne, defence to the offside. There's still oohs and ahs. I don't quite know what, I suppose, they're making their own entertainment here. But now, who was that? Well, that was Shubman Gill. He just bowled the ball to his captain as if to say, I can have a go. Yes. Everyone's now going to start doing this. And the sun hats, particularly, as the ball's pushed out to Rohit Sharma, and he fields
and this
short
is
extra cover.
Very, very relatable content for people who play club cricket and the game's dead or they're about to win. There's nothing riding on the result, and everyone becomes the captain's best mate in that situation.
Jadeja in to complete the over. Forward comes Labuschagne and completes the most dull of possible maidens. And on the K-Rain irrigation scoreboard, Australia are 2 for 173.
Hello, this is Bharat Sundaresan. If you're looking to build a new home but need to move in now, consider one of Henley's newly built completed homes. These homes have never been lived in, and Henley has new listings every week. With something to suit every budget in the best locations across Melbourne, enjoy fixed upfront pricing with premium inclusions. Plus, front landscaping, driveway and fencing all included. Keep your cash flow with only 5% deposit and the balance at settlement. Henley Completed Homes. Visit henley.com.au today.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. For 43 years, National Tiles has consistently given our customers the best value for money tiles in Australia. Here's proof. Magnificent polished Verona floor tiles. National Tiles' best value price of $39 is over 20% below the market. That's right, 20% below the market every day of the year. Yes, I personally guarantee you National Tiles has the best value for money tiles in Australia every day of the year.
Real people, real products, real fun. No matter who you are, Sexyland has something real sexy for everyone. With Australia's biggest range of sexy costumes, lingerie, couples toys and fun gifts and games for adults. Sexyland. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong, open till midnight 7 days a week. Or shop online for 2-hour delivery. sexyland.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power, your tyre experts. On the K-Rain Irrigation scoreboard, Australia 2 for 173. They lead by 82 runs, and if you were thinking that was quite a long advert break, well, it was, because they had to have a drinks break. Now, it's enough to make you weep. In 6 overs' time, barring something truly extraordinary, these sides are going to shake hands and wander off. And since tea, no one's chased after a ball. It's been gently pushed towards them. Absolutely nothing has happened. Alongside me is Louis Cameron, perplexed, but he was blaming me for it. You're blaming me, Louis.
I don't know. It just somehow seems like it should be your fault. I don't know why. I don't know why. It's just been one of those kind of days.
Have you been talking to my wife?
Yes,
because you sound a lot like that. Now, I'm delighted to say I've been joined by Phil Long, who has been with us throughout this series thanks to Fuso trucks. Fuso canters are in stock now. Job done. And have you got a stat or two for us as my voice collapses at the end of the series?
Quick look behind the scenes. I've got promotion to the middle seat.
Oh, it's very weird,
good,
Phil.
isn't it? It's lovely.
I haven't looked at the left side of your face for this entire test series.
It's not my best side either.
When you say that, actually, I find it very fetching.
Thank you. So kind. Let me have a little question. I like posing these questions. Guys, what was the first wicket of this series and who took it?
Oh, great question.
Well, it's an Australian.
Australia batted first. One of the openers, David Warner or Usman Khawaja. David Warner got out to a fast bowler.
Yeah, it was Usman Khawaja who got out first.
Oh, yes.
And who did he get out to?
Mohammad Shami.
And what was significant about that wicket? No, it was Mohammad Siraj.
Mohammad Siraj.
Sorry.
Mohammad Shami got David Warner. That was the second wicket, wasn't it?
Was it Mohammad Siraj's only wicket?
Only wicket of the series.
I win. I get the points.
Seventh ball of the series, and it was the only wicket he ended up taking in the 3 tests he played.
Those are the kind of stats you only get with Fuso trucks. Can't wait for your canter? You don't have to. They're in stock now. See your Fuso dealer today.
He did have a probably bigger impact on the series. He was the one who to send David Warner home. In the next test, he hit him in the elbow and then he hit him in the head. And the combination of those two activities ruled him out of that test match, and the indoor test match, I should say, ruled him out of that test and sent him home. No, it was the Delhi test. What am I talking about? It was Delhi.
And it brought in Travis Head. It ensured that Australia's selection policy was restored to normalcy. Because let's face it, it was one of the weirdest things. Been watching from afar. I've been in South Africa for 3 weeks before this, at the beginning of the series. I was watching on in complete bewilderment that a player of Travis Head's quality could be left out. And poor Matthew Renshaw, I think was on a bit of a hiding to nothing there. Bharat Sundaresan has seen something. He's very keen. Would you like to express it? He's going to express it to Louis Cameron, and we're going to give it to you here on SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power, your tyre experts. What have you seen?
Well, I'm told that Cheteshwar Pujara might be warming up to bowl. Settle down, Daniel. Settle down. He's not in yet. He's not in yet, but he's trying to get the ear of the skipper, Rohit Sharma, and I'm reliably informed he bowls some filthy leg breaks.
Well, he's only bowled, we've been told by Phil Long, he's only bowled 1 over in Test cricket. Are we going to be those lucky few who get to see a second over? Where was that test match? Who was there? Is anyone alive to tell the tale? Well, there'd be Ravi, I should imagine, because he's at every great Indian event. We're going to find out for you shortly. But still, India, they're not relenting. They're going with Harsha, who today has bowled 18 overs, 1 for 36, bowled the ball of the match to get rid of Travis Head. He's in off a couple of paces. Forward comes Smith after this extended drinks break, which only took up 7 minutes of our life. And the ball has been played back to the bowler, and there's no run.
The one over Pujara's bowled was at Delhi. I knew it had been somewhere we'd been on this series already.
Jumps Harsha. That's defended into the offside. There's no run as I suppress a sneeze.
Versus South Africa 8 years ago, so let's hope, keep our fingers crossed he gets
against South Africa 8 years ago. Wow. Harsha in 2 paces, defended. A little bit of plop on that, just bounces a little touch, and Smith comes forward and defends into the offside. There are, in theory, still available 20 overs after this one. There will be a change in innings as well. Australia lead by 82 runs. So the game's going to be a draw. Harsha is in. Smith defends into the onside, going back into his crease to a straight delivery. It's picked up at short mid-wicket. But if we get to see Pujara bowl, if we get to see Kohli bowl, if we get to see KS Bharat bowl with his pads on, that's what test matches like this are made for. This is like when Alistair Cook got his only test wicket. Things of that sort. As forward comes Smith and easily defends a full ball back to the bowler.
And I wonder whether Chediswar Pujara might get the second new ball if we get that far. Maybe they might just take it. I feel like that would be a real waste of an SG ball.
Oh, yeah, take the new ball.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a thought. Harsha in, forward comes Smith, defends into the onside, there's no run. SEN test rigger for Tyre Power, your tyre experts. The K-Rain Irrigation scoreboard reads Australia 2 for 173.
Hello, this is Bharat Sundaresan. If you're looking to build a new home but need to move in now, consider one of Henley's newly built completed homes. These homes have never been lived in, and Henley has new listings every week. With something to suit every budget in the best locations across Melbourne, enjoy fixed upfront pricing with premium inclusions. Plus, front landscaping, driveway and fencing all included. Keep your cash flow with only 5% deposit and the balance at settlement. Henley Completed Homes. Visit henley.com.au today.
Right, here we go. I called it, didn't I? When Shubman Gill turned his arm over to his skipper when he bowled the ball from point to short extra. We know he can get the ball 5 yards. Can he get it 22? We're about to find out. Shubman Gill is about to bowl it over in Test cricket. Has this ever happened before, Phil Long?
Oh, desperately looking to see.
You're desperately looking to see. What does he bowl? How does he bowl it? We're all about to find out.
This will be his first ball in international cricket.
And what about first-class cricket? ODI cricket?
54 balls for 43 runs in first-class cricket. No wickets.
Threatening.
Oh, no wickets. No wickets. Well. So, as Labuschagne faces up, what we know now is that there's 5 overs left in the game. Because once you resort to Shubman Gill, off 2 or 3 paces, and he floats one up. I'd love to see the speed on that. That might be slower than Hector Bisht. It's not. It's 81.4 kilometres an hour. I'm going to try to describe his action. I'd say he's an off-spinner, having just seen that first ball. Shubman Gill, don't forget. Handsome, good thatch of hair we've got on him. We're seeing it properly. You don't get to see it when he's batting. You seldom see it when he's fielding because he wears a sun hat. But here he is, the movie star looks. He comes in off sort of 3 or 4 paces with the most languid of ambles. There's no urgency. He's in here. 1, 2, 3, 4 trotting paces above flat filth, which has worked into the onside, picked up by Jadeja, who scurries to his right to field at mid-wicket. What kind of a field has he got? Well, you won't be surprised to learn that no one has opted for short leg. There's a backward point, short extra, mid-off, and a deep extra cover, as well as a slip. Mid-wicket, longish on, deepish mid-wicket, and a deep backward square forward. Comes Labuschagne. He's not going to get out to Shubman Gill. He defends a full straight ball, a decent ball, no run.
Would you believe at the end of this test we're now on 27 consecutive dot balls?
He might be about to bowl a maiden here. Has he ever bowled a maiden?
It doesn't. I mean, he's gone for 43 runs off his 9 overs. It doesn't look like there'd be too much space for maidens in there. But look, he doesn't look the worst, does he? There's a bit about that action that in, one-day cricket, he could potentially send down a few overs, maybe 3 overs for 16 or something in a high-scoring one-day.
Yeah, and he's got quite a jaunty amble. And this ball's tucked into the onside. Not going to get a maiden here, unfortunately. The ball goes out to deep square leg. Labuschagne to 62 on the K-Rain Irrigation scoreboard, 2 for 174. A couple of balls left in the over.
There's a bit of Kevin Peterson about his bowling action.
There is. There is.
Kind of understated.
Do you know, we got Phil Long in for his stats with Fuso trucks. Fuso canters are in stock now. Job done. But it turns out he has got a future taking over our job as well.
This chair.
It's the middle chair. Yeah.
Oracle chair.
It's a very, very good spot from you. Reminiscent of KP. It's not easy being KP. As Shubman Gill is in. He bowls, as KP would say, that's a good ball. It's a very good ball. It's a very, very good ball. He's defended back up the wicket for no run.
He's asking questions, just asking questions. Hasn't been too far off the stumps with any of his 5 deliveries so far.
I couldn't agree more. He's in again, slow, slightly shorter, and played back to the bowler. That's no run. The K-Rain Irrigation scoreboard, Australia 2 for 174 in SEN Test cricket for Tyre Power, your tyre experts. And we are going to say goodbye to Louis Cameron. You've been magnificent. Thank you so much for joining us.
Very kind.
See you soon. See you in England for the Ashes.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. For 43 years, National Tiles has consistently given our customers the best value for money tiles in Australia. Here's proof. Magnificent polished Verona floor tiles. National Tiles' best value price of $39 is over 20% below the market. That's right, 20% below the market every day of the year. Yes, I personally guarantee you National Tiles has the best value for money tiles in Australia every day of the year.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power, your tyre experts. And we just had a look there on the Beaumont Tiles replay stream. Beaumont Tiles, Australia's favourite. We saw absolutely no turn whatsoever from Shubman Gill, but we might be about to see some turn, ladies and gentlemen, from Cheteshwar Pujara. He is going to bowl his second over in Test cricket to the thrill of the crowd, to the thrill of the box here. Bharat Sundaresan, you have travelled far and wide. Have you ever seen Cheteshwar Pujara bowl a ball in Test cricket live?
No, I haven't.
No?
And I don't think a lot of Indian cricketers playing this game have. Ashwin just gave him the biggest hug, as if he's just about to embark on this new journey.
Cheteshwar Pujara's first class figures, though. Best bowling of 2 for 4, 6 wickets at 27.5 apiece.
He's been underbowled throughout his career. He's one of the most underestimated men. He's doing a practice ball like Warwick Armstrong. I wonder if he'll do 15 minutes of this. As Warwick Armstrong famously did back, what year was that, when Frank Woolley would come out to debut? It'd be about 1909 or something?
Or 09, 08.
Much earlier, yeah. It'd be, Woolley was playing, would be, yeah. Middle. Shouts Labuschagne. He's taking guard. This is a terrifying moment if you're a top order batter.
The world's best 2 batsmen facing Pujara and Gill.
There's a slip in place. Kohli wants a bird's eye view of this. Backward point, short extra, long off, long on, mid wicket, deep backward square, deep point. That's outside the off stump, played into space nicely by Labuschagne off the back foot. It's going to get a single, which will bring Steve Smith to the crease. Louis gone. Bharat.
Yeah.
What have you spotted in his action so far?
He jogs in like Ganguly, shorter run up, and he has a Chris Harris like little hop just before he delivers.
He's a leggy, clearly. 1, 2, 3, whee! He bowls a tough lighted delivery on the money, which is defended by Smith back to him. There's no run.
He's loving it.
We're all loving it.
Oh, yes, and so are the Indian players. Virat Kohli's, Rohit's got something to say to him. Virat Kohli finds it very funny.
Yeah, Rohit's saying, I'm bringing in long off. You're better than I thought. I don't need this protection. Long on, long off, come in. Smith is back into his crease. Doesn't fire the gap. No! Doesn't want to get out here. Umesh Yadav moves to his right.
This is a very good start from Pujara. You're right. There was a period a few years ago when he said he's going to focus on his leg spin bowling. I don't think he did after that.
You keep an eye on the Beaumont Tiles replay screen, Australia's favourite. As that's tossed up and is driven up to mid-off. But there is no run. Labuschagne wondered if Smith wanted a run, but no. Smith 10 from 57 balls.
KL Rahul trying to bowl a ball. Unfortunately, KL, you're not playing this game. I know it's open season, but you're not going to get a ball.
And he's not allowed. Not permitted. There's Pujara. A toss up again. Ooh. Lands it right on off stump. This isn't filth at all. I think there's a lot of potential here in Cheteshwar Pujara's bowling.
Maybe second coming? As a leg spinner who can bat a little?
Maybe. Last ball of the over coming up. He's only conceded the 1 run. He's got a big smile teasing across his very amiable face at the moment. He's in, bowls an effort ball, which comes on with the arm, does nothing. Is defended by Smith. Back to the bowler. SEN Test cricket for Tyre Power. Your tyre experts. Australia are 2 for 175.
Hello, this is Bharat Sundaresan. If you're looking to build a new home but need to move in now, consider one of Henley's newly built completed homes. These homes have never been lived in, and Henley has new listings every week. With something to suit every budget in the best locations across Melbourne, enjoy fixed upfront pricing with premium inclusions. Plus, front landscaping, driveway and fencing all included. Keep your cash flow with only 5% deposit and the balance at settlement. Henley Completed Homes. Visit henley.com.au today.
SEN Test cricket for Tyre Power, your tyre experts. 3 overs remain realistically in the game. It doesn't have to, but it will be. And then the players will shake hands. Actually, they could shake hands, couldn't they? At the end of this over. As Shubman Gill comes in, tosses one up on off stump and pushes it to the onside. I'll tell you for why, because then there'd be a 2-over changeover.
Yeah.
And then that's presuming that they don't do Your sneaky trick.
84 off 15.
Sneaky trick.
Yeah, just 84 or 15. I would take that. Come on, Rohit.
So it might be that we might want to get Adam Collins to come in any minute now. I think in your seat, Phil, we'll work it out. We'll work it out. We'll take our cue from a great man. 2 for 175. There's either 5 balls left in the test match or... Oh, hang on.
Wait.
No, they can do it now. They're doing it now. Shubman Gill only got to bowl 1 ball, of course, because the 5 balls of this over gone. The other 2 gone. That is the end of the test series. Australia have been defeated in the Border Gavaskar Trophy by 2 matches to 1, but we have seen that rarest of things, a draw, only the second draw in 20 test matches in India. The pitch has defeated everyone. Marnus Labuschagne remains undefeated on 63. Steve Smith on 10. The players shake hands. That's the end of the test match. They were able to do it because the local time here is 20 past 3. The first ball of the over had been bowled, so we now lose the next 2 overs and 5 balls between innings, leaving 15 overs unbowled. Well, it's an honourable draw. I don't think anybody could claim they were on top in this test. You could have played it for another 4 days, I would imagine. Another 4 days, and then it would have been that nothing really would have happened. Bharat Sundaresan, you've been with us throughout this series. It's been wonderful to have you. We're going to let you go and do an interview quickly, but before you go, final thoughts, and then you're going to be felicitated.
Oh yes, I can't wait for that. Look, the pitch won in the end here. We had so much talk about the pitches in the first 3 test matches. So 3 really exciting tests. Australia clawing back and putting on a very strong, admirable performance in Indore to win their first test in such a long time. 2-1 is a fair result. Australia at some point might look back at that Delhi test and feel, did we miss an opportunity there? They did. But this has been a batting feast. Runs galore. Virat Kohli's back scoring hundreds. And the batters are smiling for a change at the end. So am I.
You really are. You've been smiling throughout this series. It's been absolutely marvellous having you on SEN Test Cricket. We've loved it. You've got work to do, though. So we'll give you the clap. But don't think that means you don't do the interview. That still needs to be done. Bharat Sundaresan, thank you for everything you've been doing during this series. Phil Long, we're going to come to you for some stats because I'm going to make a little change in the commentary box. We're going to swap chairs. You didn't need to know that back home, but we're going to. And you're going to give us some numbers while we do that. Now.
OK, let's go. 2-1, the series scoring. Then four series in a row, these 2 sides have played out a 2-1 series result. Unfortunately for Australia, it's gone in the favour of India each time. I just wonder, looking back, the way this series panned out in the end. Australia 61 for 1 at Delhi. They were in the series, they were 1-0 down, 61 for 1. The game turned on that morning at Delhi, didn't it?
It did indeed. Good to be back with you, Longy. That didn't quite work out the way we thought it would. We thought 3:30 was the time, but as Daniel explained, they had that extra latitude. We should have known. We watched enough county cricket to know how they can milk an extra 10 minutes. Well, not on the golf course in this case, but 10 minutes back in the dressing rooms. Now, we've got loads of ads to clear. We've got presentations coming up. We've got a flash interview in a moment. We'll take it one thing at a time. One thing I do want to note, Longy, on the way through here is that is the 16th Test victory on the trot for India in India. 2-1 series winners here. Yeah. So they sewed up the Border Gavaskar. Well, that was 2 weeks ago in Delhi. Australia went indoor. Australia could have squared the series and broke that run, but 16 series on the bounce for India at home. They are extraordinary in these conditions.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we mentioned, didn't we, when Australia won in indoor, how few tests India lose at home. They just don't lose series at home, full stop. The last time they lost a series here was against England back in 2012-13, and that was a remarkable series. England being so well beaten in the first test here at Ahmedabad. It's hard to believe it was Ahmedabad. It was the old ground. It felt nothing like this. And Peterson, Cook, Panesar and Swan, all with career-defining performances really in that series, and England only just go over the line 2-1 then. Since then, as you mentioned, Adam, 16 series in a row that India have won at home. And
still the case that they've only lost 3 test matches at home that entire run. So it speaks to their dominance at home here in India. For Australia's part, they played so admirably at indoor to secure a victory inside 7 sessions to keep the series as far as the 2-2 scoreline was concerned alive, but they weren't able to complete the job here on the basis that the track was just too good, and by too good I mean too good to bat. They made 480 in the first innings with Usman Khawaja top scoring with 180, Cameron Green 114. They batted for 167.2 overs. The problem they had is that India went out and betted it all out for 571. Deep into the final session on the 4th day, they batted for 178.5 overs, leaving a smidgen over a day, and there was never realistically a chance of a result once that India weren't able to get busy this morning.
Yeah, we mentioned it earlier on. Looking at the series as a whole, of the top 6 scores, individual scores made in this series, 5 were made here at Ahmedabad, and of the 15 best partnerships, 9 were made during this Test match. It was a Test match of Test series of 3 quarters and a 1 quarter, wasn't it, in terms of the way the wickets and the Test played out.
We're just waiting to see whether we're going to get an interview down the line here. Typically, what's happened in the last 3 Test matches, anyway, is we get to hear from someone. And once we've done that bit, just got the binoculars down there. Daniel Norcross is back as well. Hello, Daniel.
Hello.
Once we get a player here, we'll take that interview. Then we'll go to some breaks. Then we'll hear from both captains and the player of the match, who I suppose will be Virat Kohli. It could be Usman Khawaja. It's a toss of the coin, really. They only had a 6-run differential in what they contributed in the first innings. It certainly won't be a bowler, given how many wickets in the Test match, Phil? We had was it 20?
Yeah, because we only had 9 in the
we do. We're going to have an interview down on the ground here. We've got Shubman Gill and Nathan line. Let's see how we go.
So you or me? Me. Yeah, it's been a tough challenge. Obviously, coming over here against India, we know it's going to be tough, but it's been rewarding. I think our group can take a lot out of it, but there's some areas where we can improve, but there's some proud moments there along the way. So it's always a great challenge coming over here, something that I love doing, and very enjoyable. Yeah, totally different surface. Didn't really have much in it. Shubman just fell down. It's pretty hard work to bowl out here, so it can be quite challenging, but that's up to us bowlers to try and get the guys caught in the crease and try and get them to play a couple of false shots. But yeah, totally different surface to the first 3 wickets, a lot compacted, not many footmarks, so yeah, pretty challenging.
I mean, he's always on his mark, you know, he tests your patience so much, especially when I was batting to him on day 3, and the first session was quite challenging, you know, for me and Rohit Bhai. That's what we were talking about in the middle, just, you know, trying to put him under pressure, but I don't think he was under any pressure when he was bowling to us. And yes, he's always, you know, one of those guys who's always on his mark and always tries to challenge you as a batsman. No, I think the pace as well, but just the areas that he bowls. It's just so, like, he doesn't give much to the batsman, you know. For someone who's consistently bowling outside off stump and doesn't give you much half volleys or short bowls, that's quite amazing as a bowler, and as a batsman it's quite difficult, you know, to be able to score runs off him. But it's important to just, you know, be patient, and if he gives any bad balls, just put them away or keep taking those singles.
Yeah, we're watching the score up there, but yeah, we kind of knew that we were going to be facing India in the final, so yeah, it's going to be pretty exciting. We've got a really good lead up into it, a bit of time off, but we'll get some really good preparation, and we know how tough these guys are, the side full of superstars, so we'll have to go and prepare well, but looking forward to it. It's going to be a very good experience.
It's quite easy, you know, when you're batting with him. He's just all the pressure is on the bowlers and all the focus is on him. When you're batting with him, it's always more about him, and that takes a bit of pressure off from you as a non-striker or as a batsman.
hopefully. I feel like I've been able to play a big role in the start of their journey. I know Matty's pretty keen to have a chat to Jadeja tonight, so hopefully we can make that work and just talk about spin bowling. But to be honest with you, I think they should be head home very proud of what they've been able to achieve. It's no easy feat coming out of here and bowling spin to the best players of spin in the world. So I think they should be very proud of it, and hopefully I've been able to help their journey or their start of their journey make that a little bit easier for them.
To be honest, I think there was just completely different wicket, and on this wicket, if you're not bowling in the rough, there's not much for the bowlers, I think. And I think he was just trying to create a bit of pressure, getting the long on fielder in, and I thought it's my shot, so I'll go for it.
Thank you.
So Nathan Lyon and Shubman Gill down side of the pitch there talking to television. Thanks for them to let us take that down our stump mic feed. I quite like there, Daniel, with Nathan Lyon talking about the young spinners. A, he's very proud of them, and B, the fact that Matt Kuhnemann tonight is going to spend the night in Ravinder Jadeja's ear learning about left-arm orthodox spin. What a great relationship these sides now enjoy.
They really do, isn't it? What a change it's been, and I guess it's to do with the fact they play in franchise teams together. They know each other now. Those sort of old suspicions that used to be around 15, 20 years ago when Australians didn't play with Indian players very often, and Indian players didn't play with English players very often, and round that sort of that suspicion went. But now everybody's in the same sides. They're playing the same IPL teams. And you see it actually in the relations between England players, New Zealand players, Australian players, West Indians. It's the whole family of cricket is an altogether closer one. On the subject of Kuhnemann, what an extraordinary 5 weeks it's been for him. I mean, I saw him in Big Bash, really. That was where I was aware of him. And do you want to break off for Rahul Dravid?
I'm not going to break off for Rahul Dravid. I'm going to cut you off, though, because we're going to take a break on our coverage, and we're going to clear some of our commercial commitments. And on the other side of it, it should be about the right time for the presentation. So you'll hear from Steve Smith, Rohit Sharma, and the player of the match. Might it be Khawaja? Might it be Kohli? We'll find out momentarily. Our coverage, of course, is for Tyre Power. 4 for 3 on Kumo tyres, 25% off the match drawn here at Ahmedabad.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. For 43 years, National Tiles has consistently given our customers the best value for money tiles in Australia. Here's proof. Magnificent polished Verona floor tiles. National Tiles' best value price of $39 is over 20% below the market. That's right, 20% below the market every day of the year. Yes, I personally guarantee you National Tiles has the best value for money tiles in Australia every day of the year.
Hello, this is Bharat Sundaresan. If you're looking to build a new home but need to move in now, consider one of Henley's newly built completed homes. These homes have never been lived in, and Henley has new listings every week. With something to suit every budget in the best locations across Melbourne, enjoy fixed upfront pricing with premium inclusions. Plus, front landscaping, driveway and fencing all included. Keep your cash flow with only 5% deposit and the balance at settlement. Henley Completed Homes. Visit henley.com.au today.
Tired of overpaying for your mobile plan? Make the switch to Mate and experience unbeatable value. For a limited time, enjoy $1 per month for the first 3 months of your mobile plan. That's pocket change, mate. Each plan includes unlimited talk and text to standard Aussie numbers, plus a 500 gigabyte data bank. You can even keep your own mobile number. Visit letsbemates.com.au or search Mate online to sign up and start saving today.
Is Getting active your vibe right now in life? Then scope out SEN's Health Hub. In partnership with Snap Fitness, you'll find loads of advice, health tips, and the chance to win a 3-month membership to Snap Fitness. Go to sen.com.au and click on health.
Hi, I'm Caroline Wilson. Join me and my friend Corrie Perkin each week for the Don't Shoot the Messenger podcast, thanks to Red Energy, my supplier. Powered by the mighty Snowy Hydro, a leader in renewable energy, Red Energy is 100% Australian-owned and local. Phone 131 806.
Hi, my name is Bridie and I'm the Funeral Communications Centre Manager here at Tobin Brothers.
My name's Matthew. I'm a Senior Coordinator here at Tobin Brothers.
Angela Wilson. I'm part of the accounts team.
My name's Stephen Tobin. I'm a funeral planner here.
Rebecca. I am currently a funeral planner.
Hi, I'm David Stevens. I'm the Operations Manager for Tobin Brothers.
My name is Christine and I'm the receptionist here at North Melbourne.
Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
RJ Sanderson and Associates are accountants with tax strategies for businesses and self-managed super funds, along with tax tips for individuals, business and self-managed super funds. Taxation specialists. Take the stress out of tax. rjsanderson.com.au.
Profiling Australia's sporting greats on and off the field every Sunday morning at 10 a.m. for Tobin Brothers Celebrating Lives. Join me, Sam Edmund and very special guests on This Is Your Journey. 10 a.m. Sundays on SEN for Tobin Brothers Funerals Celebrating Lives.
If you've had a car accident, call Sheen first. We'll handle your repair process from start to finish and provide an accident replacement vehicle at no cost to you. Rest assured, we use genuine parts and provide you with a lifetime guarantee on all repairs. So remember, call Sheen first on 1300 Repair. We'll take care of the rest at one of our 26 locations across Victoria. T's and C's apply.
Sheen Battle Service. Profiling Australia's sporting greats on and off the field every Sunday morning at 10 a.m. for Tobin Brothers Celebrating Lives. Join me, Sam Edmund and very special guests on This Is Your Journey. 10 a.m. Sundays on SEN for Tobin Brothers Funerals Celebrating Lives.
Liberty Home Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers, the go-getters and the creatives. So if you're a free thinker, you'll be right at home. Liberty, loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au.
That's how we want. Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply.
For Tyre Power, your tyre experts. India versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
Akshar to finish the over. Head on 49 and he gets the edge that takes him to a half century. Down towards the rope it goes, reaches it now. Our boundaries for Blunston, right on with Blunston. Good over from Akshar Patel, but Head gets the chance to raise his bat for the first time in the series and indeed the first time in Asia. Left out at Nagpur. That was a tough blow for the South Australian. Back into the side at Delhi. Made contributions in the next 3 test matches.
Enter Labuschagne, 49, and he gets it away, and that's his half century. The ball goes down to Ashwin at long leg. They come back for a second, and that completes the 25th score of 50 or above for Marnus Labuschagne, 10 of which have gone on to be hundreds, and he's got time to do that. He may yet. It also brings up the 150 for Australia as Sparrow and his boys are tweeting in the rafters. The Australian flags fluttering in their nests, 1 for 150. Travis Head goes for a drive and is bowled between bat and pad. The ball turning a little and there are smiles all round. Rohit Sharma gives actually a little whack on the bottom. And the breakthrough has been made. And Travis Head is not going to reach his 6th century.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power. 4 for 3 on Kumo tyres. 25% off there are the highlights. What they were today, about 4 of them. It was a couple of 50s and a couple of wickets. And then at 2 for 175, they called the whole thing off. Adam Collins with you, and Daniel Norcross is over here as well. Phil Long, our statistician for Fuso, who's been with us doing a fine job throughout the course of the series. Now, we might have a little bit of time to go before the presentation because Rahul Dravid is still chatting. I just saw down at the side of the ground Virat Kohli and Usman Khawaja exchanging shirts. So again, going to that conversation we've been having all the week around 75 years of friendship. Brad Coley's also giving a shirt to Alex Carey. It looks like a smaller shirt. Maybe it's for his young kid or something like that. But either way, lots of handshakes, lots of cuddles, and we're waiting for the formal presentation. Whenever it rolls around, we'll take it down the line here on SEN Test Cricket. So top scoring for Australia in the second innings was Travis Head. He was bowled for 90 by Akshar. As Bharat said at the time, Daniel, it may well have been the ball of the match. I thought Akshar bowled exceptionally today. 1 for 36 from 19. In the process, took his 50th Test wicket. We thought he'd get it at Nagpur. He got it here 5 weeks later, but better late than never. Taking them at 17, if you don't mind. The wickets for India, Akshar 1, Ashwin 1 for 58 when he picked up Matthew Kuhneman, the night watchman, in the first session, out for 6. It was going down the leg side. They didn't challenge it. It doesn't matter. Kuhneman made 6 from 35 balls and did his job last night as the night watchman, just to take the shine off the ball, so to speak. Then Marnus Labuschagne walked out and did it tough. He really did have to fight through a challenging period of play either side of the lunch break. Finishes on 63, a red inker from 213 balls. He put on 22 with Stephen Smith, the acting captain, 10 from 63 when they declared, and that would have been about 50 minutes after we came back from the tea break. So India win the Border Gavaskar Trophy 2-1, 16th series win in a row at home. Daniel Norcross, we're waiting for the presentation. We're going to draw down on the database of Phil Long as well. We're going to learn about all the series stats, and won't that be a nourishing experience?
It will be a nourishing experience. As indeed this Test series has been, really. I mean, you talked about how well the two teams get on, but you mentioned Akshar Patel there. It's a tough old job being the third spinner. The third spinner in India, you get a little bit of a go. You don't get to go anywhere else. He's performed really well. He's got to 500 runs and 50 Test wickets in double quick time, just 12 matches. But he's unlikely to play in the World Test Championship. And something that Indians have made really... They've done it a lot, haven't they? They've made spinners who can bat. Now, that is quite the notable difference between the two sides, actually. It might have been the difference in the first 2 tests. Because if you look back and see how competitive Australia's top order was with India's top order, they were toe-to-toe. But it was the likes of Jadeja, Ashwin and Akshar Patel who wielded the willow so well that actually got India out in front and got them those wins as much as anything else. Because we talked about Nathan Lyon, of course, the evergreen Nathan Lyon. You mentioned Matt Kuhneman, but Todd Murphy bowled superbly. And out here in these hot Indian conditions, you sort of do need 3 spinners. And both sides had 3 splendid spinners. Obviously, India's spinners were more experienced. But as I say, what they provided with the bat was so important. I'd be fascinated to see if Phil Long's got those stats for us.
Let's do it, Phil. Let rip, mate.
Well, let's start with Akshar Patel, because he was a strange one, wasn't he? You mentioned in commentary, the number of half-centuries he hit in this series matched the number of wickets he took. And that kind of, shows the strength of his batting, but also that he was maybe slightly underused as a bowler, or maybe didn't quite bowl as well as he might have expected to. We remember here at Ahmedabad, 2 years ago, he tore England apart twice, 20 wickets in 2 games. Didn't really happen here. Yeah, let's start with the batting, shall we? Top scorer in the series, Usman Khawaja. Thanks to his 180, made 333 runs in the series. At the end, just ahead in the end of Virat Kohli, who made the highest individual score of the series, that 186 here. He ended with 297 runs. Third on the list, Akshar Patel. You'd got good money on that before the series started.
How many runs did he get?
264 with those 3.
I wonder where he might fit into player of the series calculations. I mean, I assume it'll be Ravinder Jadeja, but he'd be a smoky, I reckon, Akshar, on the basis that his runs came when it mattered most, in the same way that Jadeja's wickets came when the trophy was up for grabs. Reasonable?
No, I think very reasonable. And, he's batted at 9, 8 and 7. And was until this game, and, until Virat Kohli was able to bat forever on an absolute road, was India's most fruitful run getter.
Arguably not match winning, but maybe series winning, if that's possible.
Yes, I know what you mean. Yes, I like that distinction.
Just enough smaller performances. Yeah, he might be considered for that award. Marnus Labuschagne, 244 runs in the series, and Rohit Sharma with that 100 in the first test, ended up making 235.
Dropped off a bit though, didn't he?
Did drop off a bit.
Interesting. Didn't make the most of this pitch either.
That's right. Got in a lot, got into the 30s, I think, on 3 other separate occasions, but never really went on. In terms of disappointment with the bat, Steve Smith, I suppose, 145 runs at 29, high score of 38. We wonder if he might come out today and try and rectify the fact that he hadn't got a 50 in this series.
What was his average, Smith, in the series?
Smith in the series, 29.
29, okay. Yeah, well, I mean, obviously, after last time making 499 at an average of 90 or whatever it was, he'll be disappointed with the return, and especially with the way he got out in the first innings here, I guess.
And we did wonder today, when he came out to bat, would he try and rectify the fact he hadn't... The first series, he would have played 3 tests or more without a 50. In the end, he faced 59 balls, so the opportunity was there if he'd have wanted it. But he finished 10 not out in the end, as we say, to finish with 145 runs in the series. Where else was there a bit of disappointment? I suppose Carey started with a 36, swept and reverse swept his way to 36 in his first innings, then only made 20 for the next 5 times he batted.
And I think he'd be furious with the way he got out here. I know Australia were trying to get on with it, but that betrayed a mind a bit scrambled, didn't it? He went after his 4th ball, a real hack, and ended up offering a simple catch to backward point, which Harsha Patel gleefully took. And it's a very crucial position, the number 7 slot in this Australian lineup, because they don't have the strongest tail. I mean, when Pat Cummins returns, that will bolster a little bit at number 8. But in Indian conditions, when you've got to play 3 spinners, I'm not saying Todd Murphy and Matthew Kuhneman are not noble batters, but they're not in the same class as India's tail. So your number 7 is a key role there.
And in the first 2 tests, of course, no Cameron Green, so that didn't provide that buffer of the all-rounder either, did it? It went from the batsman to the tail
Peter Hanscom
very quickly.
Interests me, of course, because we're going to be looking forward to the Ashes. As one series ends, one always looks forward to the next series. And Peter Hanscom has had a tough old time of it in England. We know that David Warner's carrying that injury. Travis Head's done brilliantly at the top of the order. Usman Khawaja's now a little bit injured. You'd imagine by June they would be back on it, but is Hanscom a man for English conditions? Was he a man for Indian conditions?
Well, I think the reality is with Hanscom is he goes off to play in that A series in New Zealand, and a lot will hinge on how he goes over there against the Duke's ball. They're going to tailor English-style pitches there. It's a country you can achieve that from a curation perspective. So Hanscom will get another opportunity. It won't just be this, but yes, I think that like if you zoom out, the Hanscom stats probably don't look an awful lot impressive, but if you zoom in and you were watching it closely as we were, he was so well set on the first day at Nagpur, got out for 30, having to swish when the tail was with him, having batted for a couple of hours, and the unbeaten half-century at Delhi on the first day after Usman Khawaja did the same, gave them the chance to get to a credible first innings tally of 264, and well, they were nowhere apart from that innings until, well, really here. This was the only other time they went above 200, Phil.
Yeah, no, I think we've mentioned it quite a lot in that the scores in the early part of the series probably need inflating slightly. You know, Peter Hanscom 72 not out in that first innings at Delhi as Australia got to 263. It was probably worth a few more. I think that's why people wanted to cash in on this wicket, didn't they? They really did. David Warner, another disappointment.
Yep.
In the end, his series, I was going to say his career.
Well, that's a bit of a slip. Right? Yes.
His series ended after 3 innings with the injury. 26 from 3 innings.
Here we go. My apologies. Here we go. Presentation is on here with Harsha Bhogle.
Rivalry this. The BCCI would like to thank all the sponsors of the MasterCard India versus Australia Test Series. That's MasterCard, Byju's, Killer, Dream 11, Ambuja Cement and Hyundai. The BCCI would like to thank the State Association, the local authorities and all those involved in the smooth conduct of this test match. And to give away the awards, we've got the Honorary Secretary of the BCCI, Mr. Jay Shah. Mr. Sunil Gavaskar, one of 2 iconic names on that trophy. Mr. Anil Patel, who's the Honorary Secretary of the Gujarat Cricket Association. Mr. Pankaj Mota, Chief Sales Officer, West, Ambuja Cement. Mr. Harsh Desai, Dream 11 Game Changer fan. Mr. Vikas Sarogi, Vice President, South Asia, MasterCard, along with Mr. Amar Karveer, who's Senior Vice President, Open Banking, MasterCard. One of the game's greats was captain of Australia in these last 2 matches, none other than Steve Smith. Can I invite Steve to come up, please? It's an unusual series. It started very quickly and ended a little slowly. What was your take on the series as a whole?
Yeah, it did end slowly. That was a pretty flat wicket, that one at the back end. But no, it was a really enjoyable series to be a part of. The boys had a great time over here in India. The hospitality's been outstanding. The crowds have been amazing. And it was a really well-fought series and great fun to be involved in.
I know it ended 1-2 for you, but what positives did you find with this Australian side?
Yeah, I think we started to play a lot better as the series went on. I'd say that hour of madness, I suppose, in Delhi really cost us in that game. But I think coming back from that in the next game in indoor, we fought back really nicely, and in this game as well. I thought we put it all together. Unfortunately, the wicket was probably a little bit too flat for a result in the end, but it was good cricket all the same.
I heard Rahul Dravid talking very highly about your two young spinners along with Nathan Lyon.
Yeah, I think they bowled particularly well throughout this series. Both of them, Kuhneman and Murphy in their first series, I thought played with really good composure, and no doubt they're going to learn a lot out of this series. And Nathan Lyon, I think he's gone from strength to strength. He bowled beautifully again throughout this series. In fact, I said I think he bowled his best I've ever seen him bowl in the first innings here, on a wicket that wasn't offering a great deal. So, he keeps getting better and better.
It's 4 years to the next Border Gavaskar Trophy in India. I know there's one in a year and a bit in Australia. On behalf of all our cricket fans, I've got a little message for you. Stay fit, because we want you to come back and play here in 2027.
Yeah, I don't know about that. We'll see. I'm getting a bit old for that, but who knows? We'll see what happens.
Thank you very much, Steve. Always a joy talking to you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
There you are, one of the greats of the game, 30 test hundreds behind him, captain of Australia, Steve Smith. Now time for the Ambuja's strongest performer of the match. Mr. Pankaj Mota will present a trophy and a cheque of 1 lakh, and it goes to Akshar Patel. And the 6 that he hit, 1 of 4, went as far as 80 meters. One of outstanding performers with the bat in this series, scoring runs at difficult moments, hitting big ones as well. Well done to Akshar Patel, our Ambuja's strongest performer of the match. It's time now for the Dream 11 game changer of the match. The winner gets a trophy and a cheque of 1 lakh. It's presented by Mr. Harsha Desai. And it goes to a young man at the top of the order who came into bat with 480 runs on the board, Shubman Gill. Made 128 in 235 balls, so he paced his innings really well. Hit 12 fours and a 6 very early in his innings. Had to come into bat when there were 10 overs left after being in the field for 2 days. Time now for the MasterCard player of the match. Winner gets a prize money of 1 lakh and a trophy from Mr. Vikas Sarogi and Mr. Amar Karveer, Virat Kohli. .186, took all of 364 deliveries, 15 boundaries, and 100 that meant so much to all the people here and many others watching. And it's time to say hello to Virat. Hello, and a little bit more. When you're Virat Kohli, everyone is waiting. Does that expectation play on your mind as well, about this 100 especially?
To be honest, the expectations that I have from myself as a player, they are more important to me, and I think in Test cricket I wasn't able to play with my tempo and the template that I have played with for the last 10 years for a while now. So that's the one thing that I was trying to do. I felt like I was batting really well from the first innings itself in Nagpur. But we focus more on trying to bat for as long as possible and trying to get the important runs for the team. I did that on a few occasions, but not to the capabilities that I have and that I have done in the past for the team. So from that perspective, I was a bit disappointed, but there was a bit of belief there that I am playing well, and if I get an opportunity or a decent wicket, then I can make a big one.
I agree. It was always round the corner, because on difficult tracks you were batting really well. Was there relief though at the end? I mean, you're human too. Was there relief at the end of it when you got the 100?
Again, as I said, relief from the point of view that I could play the way I wanted to play, and I was patient enough, and I wasn't getting desperate out there at all. I was very happy with my defense and the way I was going with the tempo I was playing with. So there wasn't relief, from an achievements perspective, to be honest. I'm not in that space now where I necessarily need to go out there and prove someone wrong or be like, oh, this one said this about me or that about me. It's like, People do have that belief in me because I've done it for a while, but I need to keep doing that as well, you know, to justify me being here on the field as well. I mean, it's part of playing sports. So I think from all those perspectives, I was happy I was able to do well for the team and get the runs that the team required.
Your thoughts on the innings? It wasn't a typical Virat Kohli innings. You only hit 5 boundaries in there. You didn't hit one ball against the turn. You were playing a certain way. Was that part of the game plan? Because it was an innings marked by patience and determination.
To be honest, when I was 60 not out overnight, we did think about playing positively the next day, but we unfortunately lost Shreyas from injury, and he could not bat, so we were a batter less. So the plan was to just bat time and make sure that the opposition doesn't sneak into the game, because they're very good at doing that, finding opportunities and, you know, trying to get a result. So again, I was happy with the tempo because of those reasons. The way the innings went, I felt like they put some really nice fields and they were very, very consistent with the ball. So they were not providing many boundary balls to me at all. And I didn't want to create any because, as I said, we were a batter short, and that would have meant that, you know, we're just trying to struggle to make ends meet. In the end, I think we got the result from a batting point of view, what we wanted, got a bit of a lead and gave ourselves a little bit of a chance. So, yeah, everything went according to plan.
It was good to see. 75 is a lot of hundreds, but number 75 came along. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Harsha.
Well, there you are. We've got a few champions alongside us. Steve Smith, now Virat Kohli. It's time now for the MasterCard Player of the Series. Winner gets prize money of 2.5 lakhs and a trophy from Jay Shah. And we could not split 2 of those. So they're going to come together. The 2 spun India so many times to victory. Ravichandran Ashwin, Ravindra Jadeja. 86 runs and 25 wickets for Ravichandran Ashwin. 135 runs and 22 wickets for Ravindra Jadeja. Ladies and gentlemen, that is 738 test match wickets there. Right, Ashwin, Jadu, come along. The 2 of you spent so much time playing together, you probably feel like family now.
Want to start, please. You start. We just actually did cheers with the mic with each other right now. So, yeah, it's been a great journey. We started a long time ago. Feels a long time ago at least. But I think we wouldn't be the same or lethal enough without the other. So we need to recognize that. At least I have started recognizing that over the last 2-3 years. He gives me a lot of freedom to be creative on the field with the ball as well. So credit to him. I thought he bowled beautifully in the Delhi test as well. So that's why we're here today.
He always talks about how your accuracy gives him freedom. What is it like bowling with Ashwin?
Obviously feeling good, bowling with him. We passing each other information from the wicket, like what happening in the wicket, if ball is turning, ball is not turning, what field we should keep to particular batsmen. So small thing we keep discussing.
And both of you being all-rounders obviously helps. Tell us about your batting.
Yeah, I think I'm not happy with my batting in the series the way I wanted to,
You got a crucial 70.
Yeah, but still, I missed on few occasions, especially in this game. But yeah, hopefully I'll work more harder and more focus on my batting and come good in the upcoming series. Jadu generally keeps it very, very simple. He doesn't really fret around or bother about something that's happened. But I saw him sit inside the dressing room at his place for over 1 hour after he got out yesterday. So that told me how disappointed he was, and I think that's come out today in the way he's spoken.
I mean, you have very different styles, but do you have a lot of conversations when you're bowling together about fields, about surfaces, about how you're going to bowl?
The conversations have been a lot more, especially over the last 2-3 years, like I said, because I kind of understand how I should be communicating, what are his likes and what are his dislikes, what he might do and what he might not. So even communicating what might help him is something that I have learned over the years. And credit to him, I think he's also adapted himself beautifully in terms of trying to chop and change here and there. So even during the series, many a times when Travis Head was going, Usman Khawaja was playing, we had a lot of good conversations, and some of them do end up with wickets, and some of them are quite funny.
Is he more of a scientist or more of a bowler?
I think more of everything. Because, yeah, he has a very good, cricketing brain. He keeps talking about cricket, even in the dressing room also, and he knows
every team in the world, that which team we're playing and what tournament in particular plays name. He knows everything. So I think, yeah, he has a very good cricketing brain.
I mean, the two of you have posed for pictures so many times. You did once more together. Wonderful. We just absolutely could not pick between the two of you. We thought it's only appropriate that both of you got player of the series. So well done.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Harsha. Cheers.
738 wickets for our MasterCard player of the series. It's now time to invite the India captain to come and talk to us about his views on the series. This is Rohit Sharma. It's a fabulous rivalry. 2-1 in this series. Overall, it's 24-20, the Border Gavaskar Trophy. Did you enjoy the series?
Yeah, it was fantastic. I mean, right from the word go, you saw how exciting it was. All the test matches that we played, you know, there was something in it for everyone to watch, and also for the players. A lot of the players are obviously playing it for the first time as well. You know, we understand the importance of the series, and we do definitely understand the importance of the opposition as well. But yeah, I mean, after playing good cricket for 45 days, 40 odd days, we stand here with the result, which we are quite happy with. Yeah, and of course, there's a lot of hard work that went into it. There were challenges that were thrown at us. But at different times, different stages of the game, we were able to respond pretty well.
What was the most satisfying part of it all for you?
I mean, with the result 2-1, you know, the first two test matches, obviously, we knew that you know, how important it is to start the series well. But I think the Delhi test match, to be honest, was something, you know, I'm really proud of, because we were very much behind the game. And to come back from the situation that we did shows a lot of character, shows a lot of fight, what the boys have in them, and it was good to see, you know, winning that test match. And then again at Indore, we were put under pressure. We were not able to respond. We lost the test match, and then we came out here quite determined to, you know, turn things around. But yeah, happy with the result as well.
I thought I'd ask you about specific players until I went down that list and found virtually every player in the team had at some point or the other played a crucial role.
That was the most pleasing thing of the series. You know, different stages of the game, a different individual putting their hand up, and that's what you want. You know, when you're playing such a grueling series, you want everyone come to the fore. A lot of the guys took the responsibility and, you know, put their hand up and bailed the team out of some tough situation that we were in, and that is what Test cricket is. You know, it's hard-fought cricket. You don't get anything easy. And I thought we showed a lot of character through the series.
One last thing before you go and receive the trophy. A lot of us were talking about all that happened and which was the key innings of the tournament. And almost unanimously, they thought it was your 100 in the first innings in Nagpur. How satisfied were you with your own performance?
Yeah, no, I'm quite satisfied. I know, honestly, the kind of benchmark that I have set for myself could have done a little better. But honestly, you know, personal goals, personal milestones, I keep that aside. What the team wants and what the result the team is after, that is where I'm focusing on. And we got the result that we wanted from the series. I'm pretty happy where we stand at the moment as a team, not as individual, but as a team. So yeah, like I said, you know, it was a hard-fought series, and to get that result was very important in our favor.
Yeah, I know there's a World Test Championship to play now, but that's a little while away. There's two important people waiting there for you, so you'll be delighted to receive the Border Gavaskar Trophy as Captain of India. Well done, Rohit Sharma. The Border Gavaskar Trophy presented by MasterCard from the one and only Sunil Gavaskar, whose name bears that trophy. Mr. Jay Shah, Honorary Secretary of the BCCI, there as well. This is what they played for, ladies and gentlemen. The Border Gavaskar Trophy stays with India, stays with Rohit Sharma.
So India retained the Border Gavaskar Trophy. Rohit Sharma receiving it from Sunil Gavaskar, holding it up into the sky and making his way over to his teammates, where they'll do the usual photo opportunity and all the rest of it. The fans absolutely love it. The information from the presentation is that Virat Kohli was player of the match. Joint player of the series, Ravichandran Ashwin and Ravinder Jadeja, the old spin twins who were so devastating when it mattered most at Nagpur and Delhi. And we also heard from Rohit Sharma, the Indian captain, and from Stephen Smith, the Australian acting captain. We're just getting that shot with the trophy now. Rohit's actually given the trophy over to a couple of the other players in the team to hold it up, so ever selfless. KS Bharat's actually holding the trophy up in the air, which is a nice touch, given he may not be in the Test team much longer. Daniel Norcross will quickly sum up what we've seen down there before throwing down to the side of the pitch where Bharat Sundaresan is able to get a couple of minutes with Marnus Labuschagne. Speaking of Bharat, Rohit Sharma doing a great impression of Bharat there. It's almost like art imitating life, imitating art there. When you hear him Rohit talk, Bharat sounds more like it than he does. He's obviously a very happy man. They're casting forward to the World Test Championship final in their interview there with our very own Harsha Bhogle. As for Steve Smith, there's always that reference point, isn't it? The hour of madness in Delhi, which they will rue because they were well ahead in that Test match before it all came tumbling down.
Yeah, it was absolutely key, wasn't it? And I was listening into you when I was out in South Africa, and it sounded chaotic and mayhemic, but that can happen to you in India, I'm afraid. Things can happen very, very quickly. It seems strange to say that when we've just been in a Test match where nothing happened very, very slowly. But that's the nature of Test series, you know, and it's what makes them so fantastic and unique in the sporting world. There is no other spectacle like it where you have 4 5-day matches, or they haven't gone 5 days, but it means that there's sort of plays within plays. It's like an epic poem. It's not even War and Peace. It's like the Iliad. It just goes on and on and on, and who knows what's going to be of significance. It was lovely to hear Ashwin and Jadeja. I'm not sure how I feel about sharing players of the match trophies, though. I think that's always a little bit of a... Yeah, we couldn't.
I actually thought
decide.
they would. I thought they would share the player of the match with Khawaja and Kohli. I had a sneaking suspicion, given it was a draw and the scores were so similar and the innings were so similar in their tempo. But that wasn't to be. Virat Kohli got that gong. As ever, he was insightful when talking about how he was never desperate. He loved the tempo he was at all series. He just needed to get in, and of course he very much got in here. He was asked about whether it was a relief, and he said, not really. I'm not in that space of my life. He's a very different guy, even to the man, Daniel, that we saw a couple of years ago in England. I mean, he is a radically different cricketer and human being to what he was in the first 3 quarters of his career.
Well, he's a family man now. This does things to people, it seems to me, having children. He used to be so combative. He would actually rile fans of opponents through his sort of snarling approach. I remember the last time he played in England, and not the one-off test that happened last year, but in the series, the bulk of it from before that. And at the Lord's Test, you know, he said, right, we're going to make it hell for them out there.
Right,
and he was actually...
We could actually see it on it. We could hear it through the effects. Couldn't we? We're going to make it hell. And, you know...
It was obnoxious, frankly.
Borderline.
It worked. It absolutely worked, but he was obnoxious. That's not the way he is now. And also, of course, he's not captain. And that does make a massive difference to Virat Kohli, I think, not having that pressure to lead.
The Indian team are doing their various photographs with the Border Gavaskar Trophy, as you'd expect after such a fine achievement. Winning that 2-1 16th series in a row. I want to come to you, Phil, before we go to the interview. So the joint player of the series, Ashwin and Jadeja, the television commentators making that decision couldn't split them. Can you run through their series stats, please?
Yeah, Harsha Bhogle mentioned 738 Test wickets for Ashwin and Jadeja between them. Now, in this series, Ashwin in the end 25 wickets at 17.28, Jadeja at 22 at 18.86. But mentioning batting for Nathan Lyon, he also got 22 at 22.36. He had the best both innings and match figures in this series. And there's other 2 Australian spinners, Todd Murphy with 14 at 25, Matthew Kuhneman with 9 at 31.
Thank you, Phil. Yes, and the runs as well. For Jadeja especially, making that half-century, batting with Akshar, making 70 in the first innings there, getting them up to 400, and Ashwin, the 114-run partnership, also with Akshar Patel at Delhi, that got them just 1 run short of a first innings lead. So both instrumental with the bat in their own way after having such dominant series with the ball. And of course, they took all 10 between them at Delhi in that aforementioned hour of madness that Stephen Smith was talking about. Where, before we go to a break, we've had Bharat Sundaresan, our very own Rohit Sharma impersonator, down talking to Marnus Labuschagne, who was 63 not out when Australia declared enabling the draw to be officially sanctioned this afternoon.
Marnus Labuschagne, thank you for speaking with SEN Test Cricket. You weren't very happy to leave the pitch, Marnus. You were enjoying your stint out there, just batting on a pitch which, you know, has played well for the batters?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, I don't particularly like facing Pujara and Shubman Gill. That's stuff for Instagram and Twitter. That if you get out to that. So yeah, for me personally, it was just about getting in the grind. It was a really important innings, especially at the start in that first session to go down to go in one down. Just takes the winds out of the sails a little bit, and all of a sudden the game. It doesn't get that hype and that energy that it needs on a day 5.
Just on hype and energy, we come from 3 very exciting thriller-minute kind of test matches, and then to come to a pitch like this where it was not easy taking wickets. How does that change the whole intensity and just the momentum of how you've gone about the series?
Yeah, I think it's a very good example. I think Uzi did it really well, and Virat just played the tempo of the game, and unfortunately, I didn't do that the first innings, and I cost myself, playing a shot that pretty out of character, trying to hit that sort of length ball real square. It's pretty bad batting, so I was pretty disappointed in myself. And I was saying that out there, I really threw it away first innings, because even on a day 5 wicket, I applied myself. I adapted to the tempo that the game needed, and I was able to keep going. And so for me, it's a lot of learnings from this series. I got a lot of starts this series, and unfortunately didn't go on with them all. But, you're relatively happy with how we played. I mean, I just said that Delhi game is that key sort of linchpin that really just sits bad. We got outplayed in Nagpur. Delhi, we were the better team, and then just, had that bad hour where we didn't play very well as a team. And then obviously in indoor we played beautifully and we put a real good team performance, grinded on probably the worst wicket of the lot.
And just about your batting, Manas, we had a long chat before the series began in Bangalore. We spoke about your preparation against spin, Ashwin, Jadeja. You were still averaging over 30 before you came to Ahmedabad on those really tricky pitches. You got this start, so just the learnings from those 3 test matches in particular before we get here.
Yeah, I just found, I say that, I found a method that I think can work over here against the ball spinning away and the ball spinning in, and I found the right tempo, and I just learned each test a little bit more about what shots are tougher to play, how I can play at home and what can I do here compared to at home. And, I just need to make sure I learn and just keep putting that in the bank and learning about that, because I think, and then adapting to this sort of wicket in between. I think, same with Pakistan. I didn't adapt to the tempo of the game there, played a little bit high tempo and got probably 3 starts again in my 5 innings there. It's a lot of learnings. I'm very happy with, a lot of how we've developed as a unit, how we've played. But, it's always bittersweet when you finish a test like this. We'd much rather, a 2.5 or 3 day that's spinning big because it's testing. But I think you're in the game and it's exciting for fans to watch. I've learnt a lot this trip. I think that's probably the biggest part is just the learnings and the ability to then hopefully take that into when I come back here in a few years' time.
It was the first tour for quite a few of you as well, Manas, and you speak about learnings. You'll be back here in 3-4 years' time. I mean, are these learnings that, not just for you, but the young spinners or a Cameron Green or even a Travis Head and Alex Healy, stuff that you can carry forward, to that next tour and just come back stronger?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, I look at our team now. Next time we come here, we're probably going to be without Smith, Khawaja, and then obviously, the likes. There's a few guys there that's sort of on that, early 30s. So, we'll have to see where they're at. But I mean, very exciting for me is obviously Cameron Green, and
Todd Murphy and Kuhneman.
Yeah, Todd Murphy, Cooney. And those guys. And then from a batting unit, I mean, Travis Head was excellent in the obviously disappointed that he didn't play that first game, but geez, he really showed that it doesn't matter the conditions, he can adapt, and he's a player that's certainly, just unbelievable. He's batted so well, and the intensity and tempo that he's been able to bat at has been excellent.
And Virat Kohli and you have had numerous chats out there in the middle while he's batting, while you're batting. Is that a friendship that we should know about? Like, is it?
I hope so. Nah, we're just throwing a bit of banter out there. I was actually saying to him before, when we shake hands, run off like you're going to put your pads on. Like, yeah, because obviously we declared, I think. Yeah. And then we declared, so, and I said, oh, put your pads on and like run off just to give Smudge a bit of a joke around. But no, he's it's so nice to be able to play in a series and then finish a series and be able to actually sit back and go, well, it's been pretty impressive.
And finally, first is it box that you've ticked, first test tour to India. What was it like just playing in front of this crowd or this stadium and just the noise and the energy that Indian crowds bring to cricket?
Oh, the energy is just fantastic. I just love playing in front of them. They're just such massive cricket fans. The stadium's so big. I mean, it's sort of like the MCG, but just probably just bigger. It feels massive. It's just excellent. I mean, I think the Indian fans are always so welcoming. They support cricket first and foremost, and they just absolutely love the sport and they love all the players. And I think that's what's exciting about the Indian fans. They just absolute cricket tragics and bodes well with me.
Yeah, and they love you on social media as well. Thank you so much, Manas Labuschagne. Thank you for speaking to us.
Thank you, brother.
That's a great chat there with Manas Labuschagne joining Bharat Sundaresan. After the draw, he made 63 not out today. You can sort of sense, Daniel, that there's a real pride there in what they've achieved over here. 2-1 loss. Don't get the win they wanted here to go 2-2, but they know that all roads lead back to Delhi. Had they held their nerve there, it's a different conversation, but they have made gains, and I don't think that's for nothing.
Absolutely. And you know what? They've embraced India. You had so many teams come here, and they're resentful, frankly, of just how difficult it is. And you can hear in Manas, there's such a positive attitude towards being here when it's a very difficult place to come and tour. His relationship with Kohli, and then the wonderful thing he said there, would rather have the spinning tracks actually than scoring the runs. If we're about to say that, he means it, because he knows that way they can actually win test matches, and that's what they're here to do. Next time they'll come here, they'll know what to expect, and I think they'll be just so much better for this experience.
It's time for us to do our thank yous and wrap it up and say goodbye, I think. A bit of a long list here because it's been a big old tour over the last 5 weeks. I'll start with those who aren't with us, who were with us earlier. Mike Kaspovitz and Nikesh Ragani, who did the first 2 test matches in Nagpur and Delhi, and Jared Waitley, who of course is the captain of the SEN ship. He was with us for that memorable, if chaotic, in many respects, week in Delhi.
Valiant work from them, because it wasn't easy getting the show on the road. You had a whole bunch of different challenges in Nagpur and Delhi.
We did indeed. In Delhi, we also had Tony Blackshaw with us from Henley Homes. It was great to see him there. Back in Melbourne, our studio team, I can't stress this point enough. I said it after indoor, I'll do it again. You just can't do what we've done here with all the various challenges that are hand in hand with broadcasting in India without a really strong group of dedicated operators, and that's what they are in Melbourne. They've got so many balls in the air at any given time. So to Alex Patterson, Paddo, John Donahoe, Donners, Matt Donald, was with us over the weekend, Sam Watson, and of course Mitch Scott, our dedicated head of cricket.
And congratulations to Paddo, because he got a hat-trick in corridor cricket earlier today.
Mitch, just to give a sense of this summer alone on SEN, it's been a mammoth summer, pretty much running for 5 months. 45 T20 World Cup games we broadcast, 9 test matches, 5 T20 internationals, 6 one-dayers, 3 against England and 3 against New Zealand back in September. So really, truly a 6-month summer. It's been epic. And then to Craig Hutchison, the Chief Executive of SEN, we have done now 23 test matches on SEN in the last 15 months. 13 of those have been outside of Australia. That comes with commitment to cricket, commitment to test cricket. So thanks to Hutchie for backing us in all the way on that front. Our audiences at home and abroad, we've had such great feedback and kind words on the text line, on the socials, to listeners in the UK on TalkSport too. It just adds to the colour and movement of what we do when we're getting feedback and repeating that back down the line.
It means a lot to us. You keep it coming. It genuinely does mean a lot to us, because we're here talking into the ether alone. So anything you tell us, good, bad or indifferent, is always helpful.
So on behalf of the team here, which included Bharat Sundaresan, Ravi Shastri, Harsha, Bhogle, Ian Healy, Peter Lalor, the Oracle, Louis Cameron, and to you two men, Phil Long, Daniel Norcross, and me, Adam Collins. This has been SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power, the hosts retaining the Border Gavaskar Trophy 2-1 after the draw here at Ahmedabad. And all that's left to say is farewell from India. We've loved every moment.